morning. Thank y'all so much for being here. If you want to begin finding a seat, then we'll go ahead and get started. We're so excited to have you here today and want to respect your time. Starting on time, but people will probably still be coming in for the first 30 minutes or so. It is Saturday morning and it's beautiful outside, so I anticipate some people rolling in a little bit late. We are really excited about this day, and this is a continuation of the conversation that we started last year. If you weren't here last year, that's totally okay. We have continued to grow and grow in our partnerships, and so we feel even more equipped this year to be able to give you helpful information, and we're really excited about that. I'd first like to thank United Ability and particularly the Link Point staff and being willing to host this amazing event in their awesome facility. So thank you to all of United Ability for partnering with us on this day. I'm going to let them tell you more about kind of the logistics of where the bathrooms are and all of those things, but I just wanted to make sure you know that breakfast is over here, and feel free to get up and down and grab as much food as you can eat throughout the morning. If you need CEUs after today, you will get an evaluation by email. Actually, I sent it yesterday too, so I'll send it again. Once you do that evaluation, then they'll email you a certificate for you to be able to turn in. If you're a social worker who needs CEUs, we have a certificate for you, and at the end of the day, you can get it from the CRS booth. So now I'd like to introduce Susan Sellers. She's the CEO here at United Ability and has been a wonderful partner, and so I'm going to turn it over to her to introduce the vendors.
Good morning. Like Betsy, I just want to echo how delighted we are that you are here today. This is a really special event, and our hope when you leave here today is that you have a lot of resources that you didn't know about before, that you feel like you are supported and you're not alone in this important transition for your family as your child moves into adulthood, and that if you're a practitioner and someone working with individuals with disabilities in this transitioning phase, that you have a lot of additional tools as well that you can share with your families. As Betsy said, you are here at United Ability's campus. Is there anyone that's here at United Ability for the first time? Wonderful. We are so happy to have you. We are 75 years old this year, so this is a really big year for us at United Ability. We've been on this campus for 21 years. We were United Cerebral Palsy of Greater Birmingham for 75 years. And I quickly just want to tell you a little bit about who we are. We serve individuals with disabilities from point of diagnosis through the balance of their life. And so the goal of United Ability is that at every point in that family's life, we are here to support you and provide services. You can learn a lot more about us at our tables over here, but we have everything from early intervention services to an inclusion pre-K to pre-employment training services, which many of you will want to learn about today, to employment services, to actually being an employer ourselves, a competitive integrated environment, to this beautiful, this is our day program building here that you're in today, the adult side of our campus. And so we have a day program, we have a community integration program, where we have adults that are in the community all day, employment small groups, and the list goes on. But we also have medical services here, and that includes outpatient therapy, again, from little kids all the way through adults, and speech, OT, and PT. And we have behavioral health care, primary care, rehab medicine, a nutritionist, and many, many other medical services, both on the pediatric side and the adult side. So I'm going to give you a couple of logistics really quickly. We have bathrooms here and here. Mary Roth, our director, told me to act like a stewardess. Here and here on both wings, as well as there's one bathroom down the hall. Our larger bathrooms have very private changing bays with tables, etc. if you have personal care needs, and so please make yourselves comfortable using those as you need them today. And I am quickly going to introduce to you Mary Roth, our Director of Adult Services here at United Ability, and she's going to share with you who the vendors are here today.
So Lauren and I are going to head around the building and give the vendors just a quick second to introduce yourself, what company you're with, because I think as the day goes on, if all the people that are here to learn about it, it'll be good to kind of have a frame of reference of who's here. So here we have our United Ability table. We have lovely Teresa manning that right now, but we've got lots of information about our program.
Good morning, I'm Ben from Mobility Central. We are a local durable medical equipment company located in Vestavia here in town, and we service the Birmingham, Central Alabama area for all durable medical equipment and home modification needs.
I'm Campbell. I'm with Powell Medical Care. We have 2 clinics here on site. You might have seen our lovely new banner out front. But we serve our pediatric patients up at the Ability Clinic and adult patients here at Link Point, and we serve all patients with disabilities and their families, so we can see if you have a child with a disability, they can see our pediatrician as well as all their siblings. I can see their parents if need be, and I can see adults with disabilities up here as well.
Hi, good morning. I'm Angelica Rice, and I am with the UAB Regional Autism Network. And we are a network across the state of Alabama that is divided up into 5 regions. I'm here with Region 5 in Birmingham. And we try to connect, one of the main things we do is try to connect families or teachers or providers that work with students that have a question of autism or received a diagnosis of autism, and try to help them connect to resources throughout their lifespan.
Good morning, I'm Byron with LM Department of Mental Health. I'm from Central Office in Montgomery. I do not have a very exciting table today. I do have a little bit of information for you. The giveaway will be strictly information coming from you today. Thank you.
Hi, I am Kristi Ford, and this is Sarah Olivas. We are with the UAB Civitan Sparks Clinics. We are out of UAB. We work primarily with children and families that have a question of autism, but we see children with all kinds of neurodevelopmental disabilities and differences. We also are a training program, so we have various disciplines that we're training to work with families after they graduate from their program. So we do a lot of outreach and a lot of education.
And then we do have a table for Alabama Department of Rehabilitation Services, and they may have a representative here today, but if not, we can certainly find me and I can hook you up with who you might need to speak with about that.
My name is Allison Haynes, and I am with People First of Alabama. I'm the outreach coordinator of People First. We are a self-advocacy that is made up of both individuals that have intellectual and physical disabilities, and we teach them how to advocate for themselves and to know their rights and responsibilities so that they can have more choices in life and be more independent. Such rights as you have the right to vote, you have the right to have a job, you have the right to live out on your own, and so on. So come with us.
I am Monica Greenberg, and I'm a social worker with Children's Rehabilitation Service, and we are a division of the Alabama Department of Rehabilitation. We provide a variety of services to include clinical services and care coordination, and we'll be happy to share any information if you have questions about our services.
Hello, my name is Melissa Walters. I'm with a company called Safe and Home, and we provide remote supports for individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. So we actually provide or help individuals remain independent and help support them throughout the community, where it could be just assistive technology, or it could actually be remote supports to help empower and encourage them, whether it be fall mitigation, medication management, even elopement, just anything that we can do to truly support each individual.
So my name is Chance. I'm here with Disability Rights and Resources. We're an independent living center and we cover 20 counties across Middle Alabama. We offer home modification, information and referral, transition services, and pretty much I have a lot of people coming to me every day, both with disability-related issues and not disability-related issues, but people who have a disability who have issues with life and finding their independence in other ways, and we can help with both of those.
Good morning, my name is Brian Schubert, founder of Addie's Army. I'm Addie's dad. We've been an organization for 8 years here in Birmingham, but today our table represents something we started 4 weeks ago called Addie's Big Army. It's a vocational work program for adults who have aged out of high school, so 21 and older. If they graduated at 18, they can be a part of it. But everything here on this table, these are things that special needs adults are creating. It's not just autism, it's all special needs. And it's a work program with the long-term goals of having our own shop and bakery to where we bring all their enterprises that they make to market, and then our long-term goal in about 8 to 10 years is residential for all special needs. But yeah, just if you have questions, just come on by later on today.
Good morning, I'm Suzanne Stewart. I'm with Full Life Ahead, and we work with teenagers, young adults, on into adulthood, individuals with any kind of disability, and we also work with the entire family to help young people discover what their purpose is and what a full life would look like for them. So it's different for everybody, but we just want to be a facilitator of discovering what a full life is and making that possible for the entire family.
Good morning, I'm Tammy Rosemore from DME Services. We are located near Avondale Park over in Southside. We sell medical equipment. We work with the pediatric and adult population. We cover the Birmingham area, Tuscaloosa, Selma, Montgomery. We go towards Anniston and Gadsden also. Make sure you come to my table today though, because I have koozies here that you can put around those canned drinks so your hands won't be so cold. So please come get one so it means I don't have to take them back.
All right, and last but certainly not least, back here we have Triumph Services, and their representative set up yesterday, and they will be here later on today, hopefully by lunchtime, to share information, but feel free to put your name on their list and gather some goodies. And then over here we've got Alabama State Department of Education, and so we're really excited about them being here to help you learn that educational piece of bridging that gap from school to the adult world. So thank you all so much, all these great vendors. And then we do have a couple of other spots over here. I think Carney Law will be here at some point, and Children's of Alabama is well represented, of course, as well. So thank you.
So now I'm going to introduce someone that needs absolutely no introduction whatsoever. We are so excited in a couple of weeks because we are going to launch a project that was the vision of Dr. Gary Edwards, who was the CEO here for 38 years, who always had, he was just, again, such a visionary for caring for this population, and he wanted individuals with disabilities to have a weather plan because it's such a huge part of our lives here in Alabama. And so we have been working with AIDB for a long time on a weather app for families. And we're so excited because James Spann, who has been a supporter and advocate for the disability community for decades, is here to talk to y'all this morning. So welcome, James.
Golf clap. All right, listen up here. I'm used to talking to third graders. This is a different kind of crowd for me. I normally have 1,000 third graders in a gymnasium, all right? So this is different. And let me just say, do y'all need some good news? Everybody needs some good news. Come on now. I'm not going to bore you with a long speech. Yeah, that's the greatest. Come on, that's the greatest news ever. No, I have to be somewhere at like 9:30, so I'm not going to talk that long. Some of you don't know who I am. I've been on television here since World War I. For years and years and years in Birmingham, the guy that was on TV longer than anybody else was a guy named Country Boy. Oh, wow. Y'all have been here a long time. It's so sad. Eddie passed away a couple of months ago. It's so sad. But my favorite Eddie story was the blizzard of '93. Does anybody remember the blizzard of '93? This is before most of y'all were born, okay? Blizzard, what? That's your birthday? That's coming up here in a couple of weeks. I mean, wow, happy birthday. This was in the middle of March 1993. Much of Birmingham had 2 feet of snow with drifts up to 5 feet. That's not 2 inches and 5 inches, that's 2 and 5 feet. And we were stuck up there in the mountain all weekend. It was a Friday night and a Saturday morning. Guess who called me Sunday night after the blizzard? Country Boy Eddie. I picked up that phone, I knew who it was. He said, all right, James, it's Country Boy Eddie. Yeah, I can't get my truck out of my driveway. I want you to run my program tomorrow. I had to host the Country Boy Eddie show the next morning. It was the worst hour of local television ever. I had to read his commercials. The first product was something called Rabbit Nuggets. I thought it was like food for your little pet rabbit. No. And then he had something called Jogging in a Jug. And anyway, it went down the tubes. But real quick, just a few things about me. You guys don't even know where I'm from. I am from a little bitty town in South Alabama. Y'all ever get out much? You ever been to South Alabama? You ever been to Gulf Shores? If you've been to Gulf Shores or Mobile, you've driven through my little hometown of Greenville, Alabama. Yes. You've never heard of that? Has anybody ever seen Forrest Gump? Where is Forrest Gump from? Greenbow, Alabama. I know the guy that wrote that book, his name is Winston Groom. He passed away a few years ago, but I asked him one day, I said, Winston, did you pattern Greenbow after Greenville? He said, absolutely. So really and truly, I am from Greenbow, Alabama. I never thought I'd live to be 18. Never. I'm a walking miracle. I started first grade. By the way, I didn't go to kindergarten. How weird is that? I mean, back in those days, you didn't go to kindergarten. You started school in first grade. When I started first grade, it was the fall of 1962. That's how old I am. Fall of 1962. Any historians here? What event was happening in the fall of 1962? The Cuban Missile Crisis. The Soviet Union had nuclear warheads on the island of Cuba aimed at the southeast United States. And that was, you think times are scary now. You should have lived back then, okay? And they were teaching us in first grade how to dive under these little wooden desks if the nuclear missiles were coming in. Now, we might not be the sharpest guys in the world. Me and my friends, we're thinking, what good is this going to do? Get into some little wooden desk and there's a nuclear missile coming in. We made an agreement between us boys in that class. We were going to go out there on the playground. If the missiles were coming in, we were going to watch the end of the world with a front row seat and not melt down into some little desk. And at the same time, some of the older boys were going to this place called Vietnam. We didn't know what it was or what it meant, but some of those boys weren't coming back. And then, goodness, in the wood, I played in the woods. By the way, when I was a little boy in first grade, guess what we did not have? Phones, iPads, Pixels, Xbox, PlayStation. Guess what we did? We played in the woods. And I had a triple dog dare out there one time when I was in first grade, fall of 1962. Y'all ever had a triple dog dare? You don't even know what that means. Somebody triple dog dares you to do something, and you just feel like, well, I have to do that. By the way, this is some good advice for you men in the room here. It's a triple dog dare. Guess what they triple dog dared me to do? Go to the bathroom on an electric fence, all right? There was smoke and sparks flying from places I can't even talk about here. I was convulsing, thinking I was dying, while my friends were laughing and pointing at me. So between the electric fence, the nukes, and the Vietnam, I thought I'd never live to be 18. And I mean that. I never thought I'd live to be old. But one thing happened to me when I was in second grade. My father walked out on me and my mom one night and never came back. All right? Some of you in this room are going through some hard times, probably. We all do. But let me tell you what, that was a hard time for me. I have no siblings, by the way. Am I the only child in this whole room? We have one more, all right. We're the two only, we have three, all right. There's three only kids in this room. Everybody, I got 9 brothers and 8 sisters. I don't know what that means. I mean, but my father walked out. My father never said goodbye. Have a nice life. See you later. My father never told me that he loved me. To this day, I don't know if he did. And how much child support do you think my father paid me and my mom? Not a dime. And all of a sudden, I know what it's like to be broken. I know what it's like to hurt. And I was dying on the inside. And it hurts me to talk about it today, okay? And life got really hard. But one good thing came about as a result of this. And by the way, this is a secret about, can I tell you all a secret? Now, if you tell my secret beyond these doors, I'm going to have to break your legs, okay? Don't you tell my secret. Here's my secret. And you might know my secret because it's probably not much of a secret. I am not good at anything I do. I'm really not. I mean, remember Snowmageddon? You want to see my eye twitch? I will never say dusting or no travel problems again. Never, all right? Flash freeze. We've not had a flash freeze in 44 years of this. It'll probably never happen again. But we had a flash freeze. And I do a lot of other things. You know, it's okay. You can do other things. I do children's ministry. I've been doing children's ministry in a church for 35 years. I lead children's worship, and I'm not the best children's worship leader. I volunteer in healthcare. I'm not the best healthcare board member guy, but hey, I will work harder than anybody else in this room to accomplish a goal. And that came about because my father left. Because you see, at the age of 7, guess what I had to do? Go to work. There were no child labor laws in 1963. And that's all I know. That's all I know. And I know what you think. You think of James Spann, that guy yaks on TV for about 2 minutes and he does nothing all day. How many hours of sleep do you think I get a night? 3. I've not slept anything beyond that since 1973. I mean, I've cut out everything. That's all I know. I will drop dead on that green wall doing weather. I'm not going to retire, okay? When are you going to retire? Never! I was talking with Coach Saban down there on his radio show about that. He's going to drop dead one day on the field. I'm going to drop one dead on the green wall. We're just going to keep working. But I'm tired of talking about me. I want to talk about you. Coming up, and by the way, it broke my heart. We had to move away from Greenville. I was crushed. And by the way, if y'all ever get a speeding ticket in Greenville, driving to Gulf Shores, call me. My best friend from first grade is the mayor. He's been the mayor for 25 years. I can get you out of any speeding ticket in Greenville, Alabama, okay? I know enough dirt on this guy where you got no problem. Old Dexter. But we had to move away from Greenville when I finished 4th grade. That broke my heart again. I'm from South Alabama. My accent, my culture, I am from Butler County, Alabama. We had to move to this nasty sounding place called Tuscaloosa. RTR. Hey, I finished in Mississippi State. Everybody hates me, all right? But you know, there were some people that it was me and my mom, and we were broke. She had to finish a year of college to get a job and support us, to get us out of this poverty. And she had the guts. We lived in a small apartment about the size of a bathroom. But how she did that, I don't know. But we made it. But there were some wonderful people that took in 2 strangers in a strange land. And we were dying on the inside. And they changed our lives through simple little things. And I'll never forget their kindness and their empathy and their compassion that they showed us when we moved there. And so Tuscaloosa is kind of a special place for me. But I want to throw it back on you, okay? Why are you here? I'm not going to talk long, I promise. I'm not going to talk long. I'm almost done. Why are you here? For some of you, your spouse made you come today, right? No. I mean, like, why, not at this thing, but why are you here? Why are you here on this planet? What is your purpose in life? And I'm not so sure there's one right answer, but I believe I know what it is. And I believe that you are here to help other people, okay? That's it. We live in a very self-centered world. Very selfish, very angry society today. If you believe people aren't angry, go check my Facebook page. Woo! I'll post a picture of a sunset, and they're starting to fight about Trump and Biden and vaccines and masks, and then they'll start attacking me and think, what are these people doing? It's just a sunset picture. It's not that hard. Gosh. We were attacked. Some guy the other day said he wanted to stab me in the heart. And listen, you can't hurt my feelings. You know why? I have no feelings left to hurt, okay? None. But I honestly think that that's why we're here, and the most important people you can help are the people in your own family, okay? And listen, my family is small. It was me and my mom. We were survivors. We scratched and we clawed to survive, and we made it. But doing children's ministry for many years, 35, at least 35, I've seen a lot. And I will tell you, the greatest ministry that you have is ministry within your own home, to your own family members, okay? And we often forget that. And quite frankly, in many cases, it's ministry to your own children. And I just mainly wanted to encourage somebody in here. Again, we live in a world of discouraging, mad people that want to fight. I think that we should use words that build others up instead of tearing them down. So this is a simple word of encouragement. And my main two messages for you today: don't quit. Listen, we raised 2 boys. I could write a book on the nights I wanted to quit, okay? With the challenges any parent has, but when you have situations like some of you have, I know that you want to quit, and don't quit. That's the one thing about me. I will never quit, and you should never quit either. And ministering to your children and those in your family, it can be hard, yet at the same time, it's not that hard, okay? I hear this all the time from people. Well, I can't help anybody. I can't help anybody in my family. I don't have any money. Well, so what? If you were to come to me today, like right now, and come up to me and say, James, what's the one thing I can do for you? I would say the same thing every time. What do you think I say? I would say, pray for me. I'm a believer. And I'm not here to do a spiritual message today, but anybody that's willing to do that for me. How much money does that cost? Nothing. It costs a little what? Time. Oh boy. Time is the greatest equalizer in life. Every human being in this room, we are equalized by time. Everybody in here, we have 24 hours in a day. I don't care who you are. I don't care where you live. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care about your circumstances. We all have 24 hours in a day. The richest woman, the richest man cannot buy another microsecond. And how we spend that 24 hours in a day determines who you are. I can look at your calendar in a heartbeat and determine your priorities in life. And I'm not saying there's right or wrong priorities. That's up to you. And I'll say that is my biggest struggle. I mean, really, I've not slept since 1973. Time management is a struggle for me. But maybe considering taking a little more time that you're spending on you and spending it on helping those in your family or others, okay? Goodness. Let me tell you one quick story, and I'll stop. I hate long talks. I hate them. Gosh, they're boring. I mean, if I had my tornado slides, this would be good. Man, I could do a spotter training session here, and it would be good, all right? I could train everybody in the street. You'd be a spotter coming out of here. You'd never look at a storm the same again. But when I moved to Tuscaloosa, I started 5th grade. Preteen ministry is hard. Preteen ministry, 5th and 6th grade. And there was a principal at this school. The school was called Werner Elementary, which is still there today. When I went to Werner, it was right across the street from Denny Stadium. Now it's across the river. But the principal was a man. It was very unusual for a male to be the principal in a school. And his name was Archie Hitson. And he knew my story. And he would seek me out in the hall, and he would say things to me like, hey, you look good today. And I know I didn't, but I started to believe it. And he would say things like, I believe in you. And I honestly believed that that man believed in me. And he would say things like, it's going to be okay. He was an encourager. And that man's words changed my life. I don't think I would be here today without those simple words of encouragement that that man offered me in 5th grade. How much money does that cost? Nothing. Encouraging words. What's so cool? Mr. Hitson stayed principal for a long time. In fact, even after he retired, if he knew I was speaking at Werner Elementary doing a weather program, he would put on a suit, come to the school, sit in that room, and he would be there to support me. How cool is that? We need more people like that. But he served as almost like a father figure to me that I didn't have. And I look back on that, but you can share encouraging words to those in your family. They need to hear the words that flow out of your mouth that are positive, about the things they can do, about what they have done, the positive things. Encouraging words change lives. I'm telling you, I've seen so many parents use destructive words that tear those kids down. And quite frankly, they're adult children as well. Those kids grow up in a heartbeat. So please consider encouraging words you can say to people in your own family, and specifically your children, specifically at this time in their life, all right? Simple things. Y'all ever done a drive-through trick? Y'all have home-cooked meals every night, don't you? Man, y'all are weird. Hey, I start my day at 4 a.m. and I get home at midnight, okay? And I have to live in these drive-throughs. So somebody taught me the drive-through trick. Next time you're in a drive-through, and by the way, this is a teachable moment for your children. It really is. You can do this as a family. Look at, hey, here's a triple dog dare. Not to go to the bathroom on an electric fence, but to look in your rear view the next time you're in a drive-through window. And you're going to see a car back there behind you, and sometimes you can tell by what they're driving, or you know that they're maybe spending their last $3 on a hamburger. Or you can tell by the countenance on their face it's one of the worst days of their life. Here's what you say. What are you going to do? You get to the drive-through window and you're going to say, I'm paying for mine, and you see the car back there, I'm going to pay for theirs too. And they'll do that. And just tell them, hey, when they get up to the window, just tell them, you don't owe me anything, God loves you. And you go hide. It's great. I've seen people get up to the drive-through window and they hear these words, you don't owe me anything, God loves you. I've seen people openly weep. And somebody they don't know bought them a hamburger. And I know it works. You know why? Somebody did it to me one day. By the way, if you ever watch us on television, we're always smiling. We're always smiling. Always. Well, guess what? We have really bad days too. We have really bad days. Everybody that you see on television or TikTok or the Twitter, the Gram, all these influencers, we have bad days, okay? We have financial problems. We have health issues. There are times where we're told, I have bad news from your physician. We have mental health issues in our families. We all have them. And if you say you don't have them, I have a great sermon online, okay? We all have bad, hard, challenging days. I do. And I was having one of the worst days in years, and I was late for work, and I was late, and everything was wrong. It was so bad. But I was starving, and I had to stop and get something to eat, or I wasn't going to make it. And there's a little Arby's by the TV station. We're over here in River Chase. Thank the Lord for a little Arby's. And I got to the drive-through window, and guess what that person said? You don't owe me anything. God loves you. I cried like an infant. To this day, I cry. I'm almost starting to cry now. If it was anybody in this room that did that for me, you changed my life. And it was a stark reminder to me that I get hung up in my problems and my concerns so quickly that that's not why I'm here. I'm here to help other people. So that is my main word today. You're here to serve others, and specifically those in your family. And you can't quit. You can't serve somebody if you just quit and give up. I've seen so many parents give up. They don't have any hope and they give up. You've surrounded yourself with these marvelous people in this room today. You're in the right place at the right time. I'm telling you, these are amazing people. I've seen some of these people change lives, the parents of the kids that I serve. But consider those encouraging words, building others up within your family, letting them know how important, how loved that they are, and how special they are. Every human being is precious. Every life is precious. Every single one of them, okay? And by showing others that love and encouragement, you can change a life, including the lives of the kids in your family, okay? But thank you guys for letting me come. I hate to go, but I got to go do a 9:30. Y'all have a blessed day and have fun, and thanks, everybody.
All right, well, I think that is the most well-known celebrity from Alabama and in Alabama. So that was really exciting and great words. I'd like to introduce now Dr. Rachel Cowan. Am I saying that right? Cowan? Okay. So a very timely talk about weather preparedness for us. She is a researcher in Spann rehabilitation.
I do.
Okay. It's over you on stage.
Makes me a little worried being on the stage without a rail. Because I like to move, and I have come a little too close to before. So I'll go ahead and get started talking so we can keep things going while they get the slides up. Really, in stages that aren't level. Maybe I'll put my brakes on real quick. So, well, I guess we'll work this out. I'm going to change the slides too. But a little bit about myself. So, like I said, I'm a researcher in physical medicine and rehabilitation over at Spann Rehab. And what you see today is me in a wheelchair, but I've not always been in a wheelchair. I was 18 when I was injured. And so a lot of the topics that are come up today are topics that were a part of my life when I got injured. A lot of these things we're going to talk about were important at that time, are still important, and I really wish I had all of this as a resource for me when I got injured. So I grew up in North Carolina, and then I got hurt at 18, and then I moved down to Wilmington, North Carolina, 200 miles away from the beach, did my undergrad there, moved back to home, to nearby to Winston-Salem to get my master's, moved up to Pittsburgh to get my PhD, went down to Miami to do a postdoc, and then stayed down there 10 years. Now I'm up here in Alabama for a faculty position, which all of that is to say that I've seen lots of weather, and what I want to talk about today is kind of more of a disaster preparedness. So when you think about transitioning, you think about your kid going out and living by themselves, or even if they're staying at home, you know, it's important to start becoming aware of your environment around you and what you need to do to be able to take care of yourself independently in those situations. And so in all the places that I've lived, I've seen a lot of different weather. Tornadoes, of course, you know, Alabama's favorite thing. Miami, several hurricanes down the coast of North Carolina, several hurricanes. Heat and humidity, because of my disability, I don't thermoregulate, so I don't sweat. I get overheated really quickly. When it gets cold, I get cold really quickly and don't warm up. So in Pittsburgh, I dealt with snow and single-digit temperatures. Also ice storms. North Carolina's favorite thing is ice storms. And so I've dealt with a lot of weather. And so what I wanted to share with you today, if you go to the third slide. There you go. So what I wanted to share with you today was a resource from United Spinal called Ready to Roll, and I'm going to have to move myself to go through it. So Ready is reflect, educate, assemble, develop, and then you being ready to roll. Again, near the edge of the stage. So when I think about my experience, all this is available online, and I told them they can have the slides, you guys can have a copy of them, you can find all of these resources. And so when I was thinking about this, I wanted to talk about what goes through my mind when I think about a weather event. And, you know, in Alabama, it's a lot of tornadoes, but back when it got really cold a few weeks ago, when we got down in single digits, it's about, well, what do I do if my power goes out? How do I handle that? What do I need to do? So the first one is reflect. So hit the slide, Vance. And so reflect is to sit down and think about what do you need. You know, so in a disaster situation, what do you need? So you guys probably didn't see me earlier. I have a backpack I carry around, and I took it off because I was worried about getting a little animated and flipped my chair over while I was up here. And so that backpack, though, is usually where I carry all the things that I need with me, whether it's coming here today, or whether yesterday when we were worried about tornadoes coming through, what do I need to make for that event? When I'm evacuated from hurricanes, my bags have the stuff that I need for hurricanes. This includes contact information, prescription information, any kind of like urological or bound bladder supplies. This includes thinking about my wheelchair, my cushion. The other part about thinking about what you need, which I think is really important, it doesn't always come up, is, you know, if you're in a wheelchair, do you know how to instruct people to help you? So let's say the worst happens, right? Let's say the power goes out, my house has been hit, and I'm stuck, and I have to get out of a physical situation. People are gonna have to carry me. They're gonna have to move me, they're gonna have to move my wheelchair, and do I know how to communicate to people what's the proper way to pick me up, to keep myself safe, to keep them safe, and to make sure my chair, especially if you guys have someone in a power chair or more complex chair, how to move the chair safely as well. So reflect is about knowing what you need, how much you need, and having that full list together. So head next. Then educate is know what's available locally. What are the resources that are available to yourself? So when I was in Miami, one really great thing about there was you could register with the local emergency management agency, and when it was time for a hurricane to come through and they were opening shelters, they would actually start with people that were registered and help transport them to the shelter if they wanted to go. And this included making sure they knew about if there were service dogs or any of that. You can also sign up with the power companies. I think you can do it in Alabama too. I haven't done it. And you have to go through a process and get certified for your position, but get signed up so that the power company knows that you need electricity. So, I'm vulnerable. I can't warm up. So if it gets really cold in my house, there's no just putting blankets on. I either need to go somewhere else or I need to get power back sooner. So it's important to go through and know what are the resources you are, sign up for them. If you have to go to a shelter, are they accessible? Are the restrooms accessible? If you have to stay overnight, what are you going to do about that? So it's about educating yourself. You have to advocate for stuff as well, right? So sometimes this is the difficult thing about living with a disability is it gets very tiring at times to have to speak up for yourself. I tell people I'm not really an advocate, at a very high level, just because I get tired of doing it for myself on a regular basis. But it's important to be able to speak up when you need to say, hey, you know what? I need this, or this is important, or this is not okay. Next slide. And then the next thing is assemble. So remember how I was talking about my backpack? I've always got my stuff in my backpack. I also have a travel bag when I travel that's full of the things that I need for traveling. I know where to find things. This includes online. So, sometimes you run short on supplies. It's knowing who you can call or contact to get supplies quickly. It's also knowing who to call and contact because maybe someone you work with or someone you interact with needs supplies quickly. So all these vendors, in the back of the room are all resources for if you're stuck in an emergency, how do you get things? And this list right here, this is just a PDF from United Spinal. You can download the checklist. There are guides that are available on there as well to go through and guide yourself through creating a plan. I also tend to keep a lot of things, also like the patch kit, so things for your wheelchair. I travel with tools. I usually have a small supply of pieces of my wheelchair that I break occasionally. Occasionally that does happen. And so I have all of those with me as well to take with me. Next. Oh, as far as the assembling, I want to talk a little bit about that too. That includes getting weather notifications. So yesterday, this is from yesterday, I covered up the times because I took all the screenshots out of sequence. But yesterday, we had storms rolling through. And so the first one is that came through at 10:37 a.m. was tornado watch on my weather radio. And I've got it programmed, as I tell my boyfriend, to scream at us when there's a problem. So it screams and blinks and flashes and talks to me. The second one is I've signed up with the county emergency alert system. So I get text messages from that system to my phone. I get emails as well. So that was the second one that rolled in. And the third one was the local weather app, right? And that was actually the last one. And the local weather app is usually pretty good, but I find that if I don't have the settings set up correctly, it doesn't alert me that quick. Right, so I really depend on my weather radio when I'm at home, and then the text messaging from the emergency agency. Those are the two primary ones I rely on. And you can set them up for all sorts of weather, for ice, for winter weather, for heat, for fire. I've only really have them set up for tornadoes because I tell people I don't run. There is no getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning and jumping out of bed and running where I need to be. There is no jumping out of the shower, or off the toilet to go run and hide. So I need advance notice, and then if there's something that happened, I need to have everything in place at that point in time. This is all things that I've learned over time. When I did hurricanes, so in North Carolina when I was an undergrad, that particular period of years was in the late 90s, and we evacuated 3 times from campus because of hurricanes. In Miami, I was in Miami in 2017, I forget which hurricane came through, but it was a Cat 5 and it was lining up to hit Miami, and I left. I tell people I am a liability for you, I am a liability for myself, and the best way for me to take care of myself and make sure everyone else can focus on recovering is to leave, right? And so I left. I've also learned if you ever have to evacuate for a hurricane, the best time to leave is 3 o'clock in the morning, because you have left after the people and you're leaving before the early birds. And so it's 3 o'clock in the morning departure time for hurricanes. So hit next. The last thing is develop a plan, right? So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do when it's tornado season here, right? I know people who grow up here are just kind of like, whatever, tornado. You know, they don't hit, they've never hit me, they've never hit my family, I'm not gonna worry about it, it's too stressful, and that's fine. But what are you gonna do if it does hit the house? So maybe you don't want to take precautions to to pay attention. But you should at least know what's your plan if an event does happen. Both the immediate plan of how are you gonna get out of that situation, and then the longer term plan of how are you gonna recover, what are you gonna do for a longer period of time if you don't have your house, right? So my plan is to go back and stay with my mom in North Carolina. Or actually, since I do work at Spann Rehab, and I do, have resources and physicians and nurses and PTs and OTs, is probably to reach out to them and be like, hey, I need to borrow equipment for a couple of days to order some new things to get to my hotel and all of that. So that's probably realistically is my short-term plan. It's also to make sure that people know where you're going, what you're doing. I actually had people call me yesterday because they know how stressed out I am about tornadoes. They're like, how are you doing? I'm like, well, I'm not happy. I'm never happy when there are tornadoes, but what I do is I know that when I have my tornado watch, I go into my little concrete storm shelter I have, and I sit there with all my stuff until it's time to go back up. And that's just how I choose to deal with it. And then I go back upstairs. But everyone knows, and everyone at UAB should know, Rachel doesn't like tornadoes, she's gonna be in a storm shelter. If you wanna know where to buy one, let me know. Found lots of local resources for that. And then I think also to know who you're gonna reach out to, right? So I also have another list of people that if something happens here locally, because I don't have family here, that these are the people I'm gonna call, because I know that they're gonna be able to connect to me. And my local fire department also knows that I'm in that house as well. So they know to look for me specifically in that house if something were to happen. Next. And then once you've done this ready, so that whole 4-step ready process, you have a plan, and you know what you're gonna do. And down here on the bottom, I just wanna emphasize, United Spinal has a whole bunch of it, it's not coming up real well. But United Spinal has a whole bunch of resources, checklists, guides, best practices to go through and to help kind of guide yourself setting up a plan, or to help educate your child to think about these things when they're out living on their own about where to look for and what to do. And that's about all I got to talk about today.
Any questions? All right, well, that sounds good. Thank you so much. All right, well, now I would like to welcome Mr. Byron White up to talk to you guys. If you work in healthcare, then probably the question you get the most is about Medicaid waivers. And if you're a family, then probably the question you have most is about Medicaid waivers. And so I'm excited to welcome him here today to talk to us.
All right, good morning. So I followed a guy that was very inspirational and motivational this morning and kind of had us laughing and also some deep thoughts. And then I'm following up to talk about Medicaid and Medicaid waivers. So if you want to get a cup of coffee before I start, you're certainly welcome to do that. Because it's probably not going to be motivational and it's probably not going to be inspirational, but hopefully you will find it informative. So, kind of used to having a clicker controlling the slides, but it's probably too far to use my clicker, so I'm going to allow the clicker back there. So we're going to move to the next slide. And I'm Byron White. I work in central office for the Department of Mental Health in Montgomery. This is my email address as well as my telephone number, and I do make an effort to return phone calls and respond to emails. So hopefully you will always find that true about me if you reach out to me. I've been at the department for about 15 years. I came there in 2008 after working for almost 20 years with the Alabama Department of Rehab Services, specifically vocational rehab. Had a great job. It was a great agency. I loved everything I did there. I was a supported employment coordinator before leaving, but it was an opportunity to take on another challenge, and I was at a point in my career that I was up for the challenge, and so I switched over thinking I can stand anything for 5 years, and 15 years later, I'm still at the Department of Mental Health. Recently, in 2021, I had an opportunity to become the director of the Community Waiver Program, which is what I'm going to talk about a lot today. And I've been in that position since, so I learn every day because my background is not Medicaid. It is complicated, I will tell you, and I'm sure if you're a user or a family member of a user of Medicaid, you will agree it can be very complicated and aggravating as well at times. Next. So I'm going to give you an overview of the department, the services, and spend most of my talk today on the Division of Developmental Disabilities, the DD division. That's actually where I work in that division. Talk about eligibility and briefly mention the 3 waivers, but specifically the Community Waiver Program. So a little bit about the department. I won't bore you with this, but our mission, of course, is to simple, serve, empower, and support people. And we have 3 divisions, and sometimes my division actually gets lost into the title of the department. When you hear Department of Mental Health, everyone assumes what? Mental illness, right? But there in that department is the DD division, among the division administration. And back in the old days, a long time ago, before I actually came to the department, you remember the MR word we dropped? We were the Department of Mental Health and Mental Retardation. After we dropped the R word, it just became the Department of Mental Health. I do think in some ways the DD division sort of lost its presence when you tell someone you work for the Department of Mental Health. Next. So Medicaid waiver program. Wow, what is a waiver? So we are referred to as the only community-based waiver. It allows persons to receive their services in their home rather than going to an institution. That's really the purpose of the Medicaid waiver. It prevents someone from being institutionalized in a nursing home or community care facility. If you've been around for a long time, you might remember that the department at one time operated many ICFs around the state. The last one that did close was in 2011 actually. Part of the Developmental Center in Tuscaloosa. So if you've been around and familiar with the department, we did have many of those centers around the state, but our last one did close in 2011. And again, it's primarily to keep people from being institutionalized, a waiver. So we operate 3 waivers, and just give you a little brief information. The Intellectual Disabilities Waiver, ID, that's the one we call the comprehensive waiver. One that many people pursue, and 70% of our department's budget supports people in residential programs who are in the ID waiver. It's a very popular service. People often call us saying they need a group home for their loved one. And for folks that are in counties where the ID waiver is available, that is our most popular requested services, residential services. And then we have the LAH, which is the Living at Home waiver, and it's simply what it says, to provide supports and services to individuals so they can continue to remain in the home with their family or loved ones or other supports. Next. And then a new project here, a brand new waiver. Well, it's about a year and a half old, but it is definitely still new, is the CWP, the Community Waiver Program. Sometimes I switch out that C and call it the Complex Waiver Program, the Confusing Waiver Program, because in some days, to me, it's all of those things. But it is an 1115 demonstration application, and it gets all real confusing and complex, so I'm not going to get into a lot of details. But we're working very closely with the Department of the Alabama Medicaid. This waiver was finally approved by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services in October of 2021. And we launched it November the 1st of 2021. The development of that waiver actually started back in 2019, and it was delayed. The approval continued to be delayed by CMS for several months. It got delayed so long, and guess what else came along the way to complicate it was something called COVID. The goal of the CWP is really to try and support people in their homes and also provide services to give them complete access to their communities with a huge focus on people obtaining competitive integrated employment. We really want to ensure supports for preserving natural living arrangements. So as I mentioned in the ID, where so many people end up in residential programs, with the CWP, we want to wrap supports around folks in their homes so they can continue to live in their homes with their families and other natural supports. So we'll get into some eligibility now and really the steps that are necessary to receive one of these waivers. The process, and again, since I'm not kind of looking at advanced slides, I may repeat some things as we move through the slides. But we have a call center that's located in Montgomery. So if you have you or your loved one is interested in making application for one of the waivers that we operate, which are three I just mentioned, CWP, ID, and living at home, you start by calling the 1-800 number here, the toll-free number, and you reach the call center. And they will take some initial information from you. And then once that information is obtained, they finish their part. They will forward that on to a 310 case management agency, where you will be connected to a support coordinator who will work with you to gather all the information necessary to determine if, again, you or your loved one is eligible for one of these waivers. Next. So some of the things that's going to be gathered that will be needed and necessary, and I know I'm going to repeat this a couple times, I'll just go ahead and tell you. But a criticality summary within 90 days of the application. They'll need a psychological evaluation that shows an IQ score of 70, below 70. Let me make that clear. The IQ, so we just as well say 69 or below. Documentation that there are challenges with adaptive functioning, which is part of your criticality assessment. You have to have documentation that the intellectual functioning, the IQ, really occurred before the age of 18. So, for example, if your loved one's 30, had a head injury, and now they have some intellectual challenges because of a head injury at the age of 30, you would not qualify and be eligible for our waivers. So the 310 agency gathers all this information, working with you, and then they send it the packet to one of our regional offices, and then a determination of eligibility is made. Depending on the county you reside in, we do have 5 regional offices. In case you don't know, they're in Decatur, here in Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, Montgomery, Mobile. Those are our 5 regional offices. So the CWP is the one I'm going to spend most time on today because that's, of course, what I do. And the CWP is one waiver, and we have 5 distinct enrollment groups. This one's different from the ID and living at home. So with the ID and living at home waiver, eligibility, let me backtrack. So once you get through the eligibility process, you're put on a waiting list. And if y'all are familiar with waiting lists, some of y'all are probably really frustrated with the waiting list, right? Because you might have been on that waiting list for a year or 2, or maybe 14 or 15, right? And that waiting list in the ID living at home waivers is based on crisis. Unless you get to that point of you're just a critical situation, you you may continue to sit on the waiting list. CWP is going to be different. So the goals of the community waiver program are this. We want to try to prevent a person reaching crisis by enrolling them into the waiver earlier. So while on the ID and living at home side, we're kind of waiting on the crisis to enroll you. In the CWP side, we're trying to enroll people earlier to get services in place so they never reach a crisis. We want to preserve the existing living arrangement, including living with a family. So we don't want people going to community residential programs. We want to put supports in the home so people can continue to live in their homes and be part of their community. And those services we hope will support that person to sustain that family or natural supports that they currently have. So what we want to do, we also want to support people to explore and find community integrated employment. I keep talking about that. In my job before the CWP, and I still have this responsibility also, I actually coordinate the employment initiatives of the DD division to work with our provider agencies to try to promote employment for people with ID. Learn skills for greater independence and use a lot of assistive technology. I know we have one of our remote support providers back there that's the CWP provider, where they're helping us help people live independent in their own homes or with their family with remote supports, where you don't have to actually have a person in that home environment with someone 24/7. We have some remote support possibilities now. And then we really are promoting more self-direction in the CWP. What that is kind of you choose your own staff and sort of manage your own waiver service through the use of self-direction. In the ID Living at Home waiver, there are a limited number of services that can be self-directed. In the CWP, we've added quite a few more services that can be self-directed. Next. So this is a demonstration, and not familiar with what that means. Think about it as kind of a pilot project. You're going to sort of test something out. So when you get a demonstration, it really offers states an opportunity to test new approaches to Medicaid. So that's what we have. We have the CWP. It's an 11-15 demonstration waiver. We'll demonstrate for 5 years. And at the end of the 5 years, we're hoping we're going to see that with the CWP, we're getting better outcomes, people are more satisfied, and also we're spending less money so we can serve more people. That's kind of what we're going headed with the demonstration. So it's only available, CWP, in 11 counties. And let me be clear, in these 11 counties, the CWP is the only available waiver. So if you're in one of these 11 counties and you contact our call center or you're on the waiting list and you're ready to be enrolled, your only option is the CWP. We have closed the ID and LAH for new entries in these 11 counties. Now, if you're on the ID or LAH already in one of these 11 counties, you will continue to receive your services with the ID and living at home, unless there comes a time after the first 2 years, there would need to be a transfer from the ID living at home to the CWP. Probably with the ID, I'm not sure you would need to transfer because, again, it's a very comprehensive waiver. But there are some services in the CWP that aren't available in the 2 other waivers. So in Region 1, it's Madison, Morgan, Limestone. Region 2, Tuscaloosa, Walker County. Region 3, it's Mobile and Baldwin counties. Region 4, it's Montgomery, Houston, and Elmore. And Region 5 is Jefferson County. And if you notice there, back to the waiting list, just under 50% of the folks on the waiting list reside in 6 of these 11 counties. So a majority, or at least half the waiting list, are in one of these, of these 11 counties. Next. So again, just to kind of remind you a little bit about eligibility. So people with ID, 3 years of age or older. Full-scale IQ below 70, that's the big one. Age of onset before the age of 18. Significant functional limitations in 3 of 6 areas of adaptive functioning measured by ICAP services score of 85 or lower. The ICAP is the inventory for client and agency planning. It identifies motor skills, personal living skills, community living skills, social and communication skills, broad independence as well as behavior, self-care, receptive and expressive language, mobility, self-direction, capacity of independent living and learning. And then there's some financial eligibility, also as determined by Medicaid, assets of under $2,000. Next. And then with the CWP, again, this is not available in the other waivers. This is people with ID ages 22 above, almost, but not quite meeting eligibility requirements for the ID and living at home waivers. And let's look at the difference here. This is kind of a unique opportunity in the CWP. IQ is still below 70. We don't change that. But if we get to that third check mark there, for the ICAP score, we only need one functional limitation rather than the 3 that's required in the ID and living at home. So this would be individuals who still have an intellectual disability, but they have a higher ICAP score and really only one of those, one limitation in those areas there that I mentioned. And then there, of course, also is some financial eligibility with Medicaid. And in our initial rollout, this new waiver, we reserved 26 of those 500 initial slots to serve people who meet this enrollment group, and I'll talk about enrollment groups in just a second. So far, unfortunately, we've only enrolled one person who met this criteria, but it was she's doing great. I mean, her IQ was under the 70, but she was doing quite well on her own, except she became homeless. And so initially, if she was in a county other than one of those 11, she would not been eligible for our waiver. So she's doing great now that we got her enrolled, and she's in our first enrollment into Group 5. Next. So as we mentioned before, criticality has been replaced by priority enrollment categories. So let's talk about them. This is what's different about the CWP. The first criteria is the length of time on the waiting list. So the longer you've been on the waiting list, you become a priority for enrollment. So rather than getting in a critical situation, we're going to start the longest on the waiting list. We're going to consider some other factors as well. You desire to preserve your current living arrangement. So I've been on the waiting list 15 years. I live with my family. I want to continue to live with my family. Also, would you like to work? And I would definitely like to get a job in my community. That's who gets enrolled in the CWP first. Or you want to preserve your living arrangement and work. So, length of time on the waiting list, that's a priority category. Maintain your current living situation with your family, or live independent with supports, and would you like to work? That's the priority. All right, next. So we have 5 enrollment groups, and this is, like I say, the complex part and the confusing part I talked about. I'm giving you just a brief overview of those enrollment groups. You're not getting into all the services, but each group includes different services. Depending on your enrollment group, which is really determined by the age of the participant. So enrollment group 1 is children ages 3 to 13 with ID who live with family or other natural supports. And those dollar amounts there are expenditure accounts. So each year that would be your individual budget for the services you would need in this particular enrollment group. Because if you think about children, there are other resources that children qualify for outside of the waiver. Group 2 is transition age youth, 14 to 21. Again, who live with family or other natural supports or live independently. That's a $15,000 expenditure cap. And the reason we're not going to get real deep in expenditure caps again, because I'll tell you those are about to change. We're currently in the process of having some rate changes within the department. We've done a very comprehensive rate study, and all the rates are going to be going up for the services. Also going to increase all the expenditure caps. And so once we get when we change the expenditure caps, it's going to require an official amendment to CMS. So we're in the process of making all these changes, but these are the expenditure caps as of today. And And then group 3 is our largest enrollment group, and you can probably understand why based on the age. It's 22 years of age or older. These are people who live at home with natural supports or live independently. If they're living with their family, it's an expenditure cap of $30,000. If they live in their own apartment, their own living situation, their own house, it could be as much as $45,000. Next. Skip to group 5. I already talked about group 5. You know who group 5 is. It's that person that almost meets eligibility, but not quite. Those 25 or 6 reserve slots. Working age adults, 22 years of age or older, who live with family or natural supports with a $22,000 expenditure cap. Now let's talk about group 4. That's our community residential program. So that's the folks that come to us probably in a crisis. Maybe because of behavioral things, families dropped them off at the hospital and refused to come back and pick them up. And trust me, we're getting a lot of those. We get a lot of referrals from DHR and from hospitals. The person's been there for a long, long time because of behaviors. They've gotten stabilized, but now there's nowhere to go. So they reach out to the Department of Mental Health, DD Division. And so these are the folks that are being enrolled into group 4. So while we've changed the enrollment process, we look at length of time on the waiting list, and if you want to live at home, if you want to work, we still meet crisis. That's group 4. So we have not forgot about those folks. Let me just make that clear. But I'm going to talk more about group 4, so we'll just go ahead and advance the slide. As I mentioned, on the ID side, this is a little bit of how it's always worked. For whatever reason, mom, dad, guardian is just ready for that person to have someone else to provide that continuous support. So we get a lot of calls, and the request is, I need a group home for my loved one. And it's happening on the CWP side as well. We're getting those calls. Rather than just kind of seeing what else is available, maybe to bring supports in the home, the desire is, we want group home. And I will tell you, we're working hard on the CWP side to avoid placement into group homes. And that is absolutely a true statement there. It is a last resort in the CWP. And it's available to individuals. You see in caps there, needs. The person-centered plan is all about needs, not necessarily wants. So we do these needs assessments to make sure the services meet the needs of the individual. So what's really eligibility for group 4 enrollment in the CWP? It's only available to individuals who require that service because of a health or safety reason, not necessarily convenience. A person, because of their current environment, are at risk of health and safety. That would be a major factor of moving a person into a community residential program. And it's really required to address a crisis. Now, what happens is when we get a referral from a case manager, from a hospital, from DHR, wherever the referral comes in, a family calls, all the information about the person is gathered, medical, psychological, history, personal, and it's reviewed by a special review committee to approve or deny the request. Now, I'm not the decision maker on that. So let me make it clear. That committee is made up of CWP folks, support coordinator, medical representative, behavioral specialist. So there's a committee of a lot of backgrounds that review the information to determine if the person truly needs group 4 community residential placement. If the person is denied that particular enrollment group, they are offered an age-appropriate enrollment group, and the family also has the right to appeal the decision if it's denied. So it can come back up for a review. It can go to Medicaid for informal conference, so there's ways to appeal the denial. We've not had a lot of those. We've had a few already. So we review the cases. Some do get approved, and some are enrolled in other enrollment groups. Next. So this is a summarized list of all the services in the CWP. If you go to our website, it's just www.mh.alabama.gov. You can search CWP and find a very detailed listing of all the scopes of services. Again, employment services, there's a vast array of employment services. The things like job coaching, job development, transportation, benefits planning and reporting, discovery, career exploration. So we're talking to folks that say they want to work, but maybe they've never really worked and not quite sure they understand what you mean when you say, would you like to work? There's a service called career exploration where the person can spend up to 30 days working with someone to kind of introduce them to work. Maybe go around, take some company tours, maybe talk to a benefits specialist about how to impact their benefits, maybe talk to somebody at vocational rehab about the services VR provides to get a person employed. It's really a pre-employment service just to kind of give the person a better understanding of work so they can make an informed choice. But again, that's a nice summary of the services, but there are some others I didn't list that could probably fall under one of these major headings here. Next. So just a few success stories to kind of tell you the difference in Jamie before the CWP. So Jamie is an individual who became known to us because of that situation of being in a hospital, because of some very significant behaviors in the home, and the family just said, you can't come back. I mean, being here and it's just repetitive, just some pretty significant behaviors. And so we got contacted, the support coordination agency did, by a hospital and said, you know, we've got this person stabilized, he's really ready for discharge, we have nowhere to send him, so the support coordination agency got involved. He was already on the waiting list. The support coordinator met with Jamie, and of course, even the support coordinator initially said, we need to find him a residential program. Let's remember the process now. Let's think about this. Is it a way to support Jamie outside of a residential program? So they started, you know, meeting with Jamie, getting to know him, and just kind of fast forward what happened with Jamie. So Jamie, CWP, because there's startup housing services. I didn't get into all that, but there's assistance with getting deposits paid to get a person in their own living situation. It's, like I said, it's a very dynamic waiver. Something's not available in the ID. So we got Jamie into his own apartment. I'll just say that's all of us working in the CWP, but the hands-on work was done by the support coordinator and others there in this county. He got reunited with his father. In fact, they're basically now sharing an apartment. So they have an apartment, he and his father. He has this support animal cat that he named after his mother. And the services are helping Jamie learn to take care of his apartment, explore employment opportunities, to get involved in his community. This is a picture of him, I think, at the library with his direct service personnel person, helping him do some research on working. Jamie wanted to work, and this was done maybe 3 or 4 months ago. And since all of this, fast forward, he did go through VR, and he is working. So Jamie's in his own apartment. He and his dad are getting along great. There's been no more of those behavioral issues with him, and he is working. And he's been a CWP participant probably since January of 2022. So he's now about 14 months into the program and doing great. Next. Anita, this is to tell you about Anita before coming to Alabama. Anita was born in Chicago, and she lived in a residential facility, you see there, from 1990 to 2005. Her mother had another child who lived in Alabama, and I think Mom felt like as she was aging, she wanted to get closer to another family member, so she moved to Tuscaloosa, brought Anita with her. 15 years on the waiting list. Anita spent 15 years on the waiting list in Alabama, once they arrived. Once the CWP launched, remember that priority category? Length of time on the waiting list. What did Anita want more than anything else? Anita wanted a job. They met with Anita. She wanted to work. And she was just fascinated with cleaning. Anita had a desire. She said, I want to clean. And so she participated in discovery and some of those other pre-employment services. And it just so happened, the story goes, that family was at having a reunion at the Residence Inn in Tuscaloosa. And Anita just noticed people working there and cleaning and kind of thought this would be a great place to work. And so she talked to her employment specialist. And they went to the Residence Inn and completed an application, and they interviewed Anita, and she got hired. and she was doing such a good job. The supervisor fell in love with her and scheduled Anita's work time, same as hers. And quickly, Anita made some great progress, and now she's working 25 to 28 hours a week, and she's earning $13 per hour. And so she's receiving employment supports. Job coach still checks on her. She gets benefits planning services just to make sure she can continue to receive her benefits and hang on to her Medicaid. And Anita's supervisor was happy to contribute to the story, just saying having staff like Anita is one reason they continue to get 4 out of 5 stars in the hotel. So a very good success story here. Someone that's been 15 years in a residential program, came to Alabama, waited 15 years for services, and enrolled in the CWP, and is having a lot of success in Tuscaloosa. Thank you. Next. So just kind of what's happened. We finished the first year of the CWP on September the 30th of 2022. So across 5 regions, we currently have 49 provider organizations offering a range of those CWP services that I showed you earlier. Many of those providers specialize while others offer multiple services. Our provider network is supported through free training for direct service professionals. They get technical assistance. We provide some startup funding, and they receive enhanced reimbursement rates for year 1, and those are continuing in place currently. Next. So as of yesterday, I've checked, we have 244 people enrolled in the CWP. The goal was initially 500 allocated slots for CWP. We had a really, we thought we were going to enroll 500 people the first year, and that did not happen for various reasons. We're always blaming everything on the pandemic. Well, the pandemic certainly impacted this, but I'll tell you, our provider agencies are having a hard time finding folks that want to work. I don't know where you are, if you're experiencing that. I'll tell you where I am. Let me say this as a promotion and advertisement. The Community Waiver Program so far has not reached 100% employment within the Department of Mental Health. I am currently looking for a provider network manager, the person that would oversee our providers in the CWP. It's a mental health specialist 4 position. I advertised it this last time. You could be based in any of our 5 regions. The first round, you had to move to Montgomery. I said, people don't want to move to Montgomery. So we got to get away from that kind of thing. And the person who was hired didn't stay very long. He left, and so I ended up getting 3 applicants for that position, 2 internal and 1 external. The other position I have is a policy and quality assurance specialist, and that's going to be the person that goes into the provider agencies just to kind of help them with their credentialing to make sure they're providing the quality services that we want. That position was advertised for Jefferson Region 5. 0 applicants. So after being advertised for 3 weeks, I have no applicants for that position. So if you think you might have some interest in working for me, please go to mh.alabama.gov and scroll to employment opportunities, and all our positions are listed there. When I went to work for the school, when I became a state employee many years ago, it was kind of I won't say prestigious, but it was a good thing. You wanted to work for the state, you had good benefits, you had a retirement program, you had a lot of holidays. I don't think that matters to people anymore. There now is, can it be flexible, can I work from home, can I do all this? Well, right now in my rigid world, it's no, you got to come into the office and you got to be here sometime after 7, and you can only, you can stay as late as 5:30 or 6, but you can't work from home. So I think that's impacting some of our potential employees because of just state government requirements of where you got to be based. Next. Some good performance measures here that we're certainly looking at as part of the demonstration. So far, 90% of the people live with family or other natural supports, or they're living independent with supports. So remember on the ID side, I said 7% of our budget goes for residential. In the CWP so far, 90% are living outside a community residential program. 53% of the folks that we've enrolled, so they do want to work. So we're certainly trying to work and promote people getting jobs. And 26 of the 173 that have person-centered plans completed are self-directed their service, but 91 of those 173 have at least one service in their PCP that could be self-directed if they chose to do so. So that's about 28.6%. So we're really pushing self-direction again because of the employee shortage. You know, if a provider can't find staff, and you're looking for personal assistance at home, personal assistance in the community, maybe you self-direct your services and you know someone that's either a family member or a church member or a friend that would be interested in supporting your loved one, and you pay them as the employer. Next. Just a more recap of performance. Total CWP participants with signed person-centered plans receiving all services in settings that are not owned by a provider agency. This means they're receiving service in their own home. Is 92%. We hope to have the 500 slots filled by 9/30/23. And we have already had attrition slots. And an attrition slot is this. Every year, people pass away or potentially they move. So that opens up a slot in the existing waiver they were in. So it would be the ID or living home. So at the end of the year, every year, we look at those attrition slots. In those 11 counties that I mentioned, those attrition slots would convert over to the CWP. So, for example, maybe 300 attrition slots in the ID living at home waiver in the 11 counties because we're trying to provide more services outside those residential programs for less money. 300 could potentially become 450 slots in the CWP. So, as a result of that, we added 597 attrition slots at the end of September. So by September the 30th, 2024, we hope the CWP enrollment number has increased to 1,097 at the end of the third year. Next. And if you go to our website that I mentioned earlier, I'm not going to show the video, but there is another really good success story and a sad story with a very good outcome here. Hannah, who again had a very protective mother, and they lived in just a one-bedroom apartment and shared the same bed. And Hannah's deaf, and she has ID. And mom started having some health issues and was taken into the emergency room and was diagnosed with stage 4 lung cancer. And a church member took Hannah in. And after about a month, the church member said, you know, I've got to kind of get my life back. And so it's like, well, what do we do with Hannah? And Hannah's mother was not well to bring her home. And again, it was initially appeared to be one of those individuals that would end up in a residential program. But instead, support coordinator worked with Hannah to find her own apartment. And so she has staff and she has a lot of remote supports in her own apartment. Mom did pass away about, I think, 2 months after Hannah got moved into her apartment. But, you know, in this video at the end, you know, she kind of closed out by saying that she feels like she's truly a woman. She's in her own home, having a lot of success, getting out, has a desire to work. So it's a nice little story at our website if you get a chance to visit the website. I do want to put a plug in for the Alabama ALSDE Conference. I'm the president of ALSDE. It's all about promoting employment for people with disabilities. We do an annual conference. It's in Montgomery this year, June the 28th through the 30th. There will be updates on our website. We also have sponsorships for individuals and families to attend this conference. Individuals will need to be working age or older, so we don't, you know, not 5-year-olds, but if you've got a kid that's in that transition age that, you know, has some desires to maybe work and do things, it'd be a really good conference to come to. And again, there will be information at that website as we get more details about the conference. All right, thank you.
All right, does anyone have any questions?
You mentioned only 11 counties. Is that 5 years? Will
Yes.
that start opening up to the other counties?
Yes, the goal is to expand to other counties, yes.
So,
Yep.
but that's for 3.5 years away.
At least the first 2 years, we are not quite sure yet when we're gonna start expanding. So again, the complex part, this has a huge evaluation component. We have an external company that's evaluating the CWP, comparing the outcomes and services, of the other two waivers. So depending on how those results of those performance measures that we have to report to Medicaid every quarter and to CMS every year, that all plays into the decision of clinical expansion. The goal is, yes, eventually, long after I'm gone, and many of you are no longer probably around either, the idea of living at home waiver goes away, but we're not removing anybody from those waivers. So eventually, as they age and pass on and move on, we don't enroll new people in those waivers. It will be the CWP. That is the goal of the agency, yes.
When we call the 800 number that you mentioned, if we live in counties other than those listed, when we explain our situation to the caseworker, will they help us apply for the one that fits, the waiver that fits our situation, our circumstances?
Let me make it clear, the call center is the call center. It's for all three waivers, and the waiting list is the waiting list. So regardless of the three waivers, you must be on the waiting list. So you're enrolled off the waiting list regardless of the waiver. So all that process is the same. It's just if they determine you're in one of these 11 counties, the CWP would be the waiver. But other counties, it would be the idea of living at home.
For the CWP, you have priority if you want to work, but you're eligible for age 3 now, right?
Yes.
So for all the families who have children, young children, they have very low priority then.
No, because we're hoping you want to keep those children at home. But we're getting referrals, we're getting calls about putting 7-year-olds in group homes. So yes, we realize that a 3-year-old is not going to be wanting to work. So yes, they would be eligible for those other services. And the fact you're trying to keep them home, that would be the priority category, not doing work.
So they wouldn't be, I just was afraid that they would be lower down on the priority list.
No. Because of their enrollment group, again, we look at the length of time on the waiting list. Are you trying to keep that person at home? And, you know, we hope a 3-year-old or 8-year-old, that's what you're trying to do. You're just needing some support to make that happen.
When the waiver first started, y'all were only enrolling in, I believe, 2 of the groups. Are you now enrolling in all of the groups?
Yes.
For the CWP?
Yes. We should have been running all on the start with, so I don't know if that was bad information, but, you know, when the waiver launched, we had folks going into all 5 groups.
I guess maybe the priority was for groups other than, say, the very young children.
Maybe so. And of course, we don't give as many 3-year-olds and 5-year-olds as we do 23-year-olds and 43-year-olds. But we have those groups for those referrals that we do receive. Yeah. And again, there's a lot of other resources for kids outside of the waiver.
I think I already know the answer, but if you have like a teenager, 15-year-old that definitely would qualify for CWP, but is not in one of those counties, the idea is to get on the waiting list.
Yes.
And then at that point, when they are at the right age, they'll get into the right one that they need to be.
Yes. I would go ahead and get on the waiting list. Since we're talking about length of time on the waiting list, if you've got it, yes, go ahead and get on the waiting list. Get through the eligibility process. And I think I was mentioning some of the delays in enrollments earlier, and I kind of stopped after I addressed the provider network not having employees when I was trying to recruit some of you. If you think about someone who's been on the waiting list for a long, long time, when they got on the waiting list maybe 15 years ago, and they just kind of sat there, well, think about all of their information. It's outdated. We have to have current. So then we have to, you know, get ICAPs updated. In some situations, it may require an updated psychological evaluation. So our 310 support coordination agencies, just like our providers, just like the department, they have a worker shortage as well. So we've all kind of had to join forces where our support coordinators have had to step away from support coordination to do eligibility updates. So that has also slowed down enrollments, just having to spend some time getting people's eligibility information updated.
Are there any of the
waivers that are available for people that don't have an intellectual disability, that are just physical, but they have a lot of mental.
Yes, they are operated by other agencies, the senior services, the elderly and disabled. E&D waiver would probably be a resource to reach out to. The SEL waiver through the Alabama Department of Rehab Services. If you go to Alabama Medicaid's website, it's probably just medicaid.alabama.gov, I'm not sure, and you just search waivers, all of the waivers are listed, and the operating agency offers a waiver.
Is it the same call center?
No. Call center is us just for our employee. Each agency probably has their own process of how they go and determine eligibility.
Do they, the people that participate in the program, do they change categories as they age? We have a 17-year-old, and that,
absolutely.
she'll be 22.
Yep, absolutely. Every year, so, when you age out of one group, the support coordinator just sends in a request for action, RFAs, a request for action, and in that situation, the action would be, this person has reached an age, they need to transition to the next enrollment group, and that's what happens.
I just wanted to clarify, the financial eligibility, that goes based off of the child's income, right?
It depends on the age of the child. Yeah, so once a person reaches an adult age of 18 or older, it would be their income, yes.
Oh, wait, so under 18, it doesn't, is the parent's income?
Yes. And here's the thing, again, this is the Medicaid part, I don't get deep into the financial piece of that, that would be Medicaid and the support program working with you. There are things like 204, 205, these are forms that the family has to complete with all of their financial information, and then the support coordinator will then work with the family to try to get the person financially eligible. But I'm not going to give you information that I'm not 100% sure that I'm giving you. So we deal with that on a regular basis. We have children, we have dependents of adults, so it's like we have some individuals who are receiving benefits off of their deceased parent, so they're getting more than just traditional SSI. But again, there are different means that support coordinator can work with you through forms to try to get your financial situation so the person will be eligible. And I'll just kind of leave it at that. I'm not the expert on that. That will be a support coordinator.
All right, so Byron, are you gonna hang around a little while?
If you're on the elderly and disabled waiver, would you age out of that, or you stay on that forever?
On the E&D waiver, I'm assuming, I know with us, we do a redetermination every year, just to make sure nothing has changed. I don't know what the qualifications are for that, but I will say this, you can actually, once we get to, I think, the end of the second year, we will be accepting transfers from E&D to the CWP.
So is that something y'all initiate, or just?
You would, you get on our waiting list. Okay. Are you already on our waiting list?
No, we already have the waiver.
You can be on the E&D and get on the ID waiting list.
But they'll kick us off the E&D?
No, they won't kick you off.
Okay.
But the thing about it is, if you reach the point where you want to transition from the E&D, you need to be on the waiting list.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. We actually have people right now, the reason I'm in conflict, that we can tell you answer this. We have people that we've tried to enroll, at first they wanted to slot, and we get to the point of enrolling, we're learning they're already in the E&D waiver. So then the family has to make a decision. You want to end that service, and like the last day of the month, you end the E&D, and you start the CWP the first day. So, that can be done. All right, thank y'all.
So Byron has a table over here, and hopefully he'll stay at least through lunch, and provide him with lunch.
All right, so several people, All right, several people have asked about the Wi-Fi passwords. I'm going to let David just
Thanks so much. If you're looking to be able to get Wi-Fi access, you can look for UA Guest, and the password is Life Without Limits, all lowercase. So it's UA Guest, and then Life Without Limits, all lowercase. And if you have any questions about the event,
the facilities or anything else, there's a bunch of people running around in inclusion equals empowerment shirts, and they're all UA staff, and they'll be able to answer any questions for you, or at least steer you in the right direction.
All right, so we are going to take a quick break, but before we do that, I have some door prizes of signed James Spann books, and so our amazing medical students out here did a randomization for me, and the first winner is Manuel Martinez. All right, and I'll announce the other winners throughout the day during the breaks, but you guys can go ahead and take a break, walk around, stretch, and we'll get started back in about 10 minutes.
Our next session. If y'all can return to your seats, we're going to be starting our next session soon. Looking for my speakers. There's Cathy. There's Marguerite. Kristi, Renneker. Okay, everybody, we're going to get started with our next session. So for those of you I have not met, I feel like I know a lot of faces in this room, but I am one of the CRS transition specialists. My name is Jenny, and I'm going to introduce our next speakers. And these are people I rely on all the time to be able to do my job, and those are our physical therapists. So we have, from the pediatric side, we have Kristi Renneker, who is one of our CRS experts on all things seating equipment. And we have the wonderful Cathy Carver from Spann Rehab. And so we're going to talk about how we've moved from pediatric equipment management into the adult world. So if y'all will give a round of applause for Cathy and Kristi.
So also, before I get to Kristi, Ben Peters is going to join us today on our panel. I don't know, is we supposed to stand up here? Maybe, I don't do well sitting here. Ben Peters is here with us today to kind of join us in a discussion about physical therapy services, occupational therapy services, and the role we play on helping people be independent in mobility activities and in their home environments, and maybe some ideas on making your home environment accessible to doing modifications. So Ben's going to help us with that part of our panel today. So I'll let Kristi get us started.
Hello. I do have to read because I can't remember all this. As Jenny said, I'm Kristi Renneker. I am a physical therapist. I work at Children's Rehab Services. And briefly, for those who don't know, Children's Rehab Services is one of the four sort of branches under Alabama Department of Rehabilitation Services. And of those four are early intervention, which is birth to 3, CRS, which is knee, and seven other districts that we have? 5, 7, I can't remember, sorry. And that is birth to 21, vocational rehab, and SAIL, which is the State of Alabama Independent Living. We are a state-funded agency, and we do a whole host of things, but what is most important for me is the seating clinics that we run. CRS offers other medical clinics, augmentative communication technology clinic, feeding clinic, cerebral palsy clinic, neuromotor clinic, orthopedic clinics, many, many more. But the one that's most relevant probably for today is our seating, positioning, and mobility clinic. Depending on where you are in the state of Alabama, you are assigned to a service district. And for those of you who do not have, know that service district, we have a booth back there that you could go and find out where you need to go. When we think about what therapy services are for our kids with disabilities, historically, it has been sort of divided among what services you would receive. Early intervention is birth to 3, as I said, but it's family training. You can still receive services of PT, OT, speech, and now I think it's special instruction, even though maybe they call it a different name. I don't know if anybody knows that, but then after 3, you would be transitioned to the school system. And of course, school can serve you up to age 21. School system services are mostly related to how to access your education. They are directly related to the individual education plan that are served in, or you sit down with your IEP team and have done. And then CRS, we are a more of a consultative model. So within the clinics that we offer to our families, the therapists, PT, OT, and speech therapy do consultation. So typically we go into a clinic and then we make recommendations or referrals for whatever the child needs or families need beyond that. We do not do direct therapy services. That's where your outpatient role comes in. So outpatient is birth to adulthood. There are a lot of variables with that though. Therapy services for all of them are usually dependent on insurance, it's dependent on age of the child, it's dependent on goals that are need to be achieved. Typically they require a physician's referral for that. So that's a real brief nutshell of what therapy services are for. I want to just speak a little bit about what a seating clinic would look like and how that would translate to equipment and equipment for the home and home modifications. Children are referred to a seating mobility clinic through Children's Rehab Services by a physician. And typically it's to look at all durable medical equipment, which includes everything from a manual chair, a power chair, a walker, a bath seat, a Hoyer lift, a hospital bed, pretty much any equipment that you need for your child. They come to us in our clinic. You can see a physical therapist and an occupational therapist, either or. Typically, there's a vendor that's in that clinic as well who's going to help get the equipment or order the equipment. We have a social worker in there. We have a parent consultant who can kind of give referral sources after that evaluation is done. In the evaluation is where we identify all of the services or equipment that are needed. The one benefit about CRS is we have what we call wraparound services. So when you come to that evaluation, whatever recommendations we make or whatever referrals we make can include going into the school, going into the home, meeting the family at their work environment to help with modifications of their equipment and or home equipment. The one, insurance doesn't help. Insurance dictates what most children get and adults. And that will change when you turn 21, especially depending on the type of insurance you have, what your needs are, what is covered. CRS has the benefit of working with the pediatric population because of that. You're going to get better equipment because of the way it's coded or billed and what is allowed under certain waivers or Medicaid programs or insurance policies. Typically, the biggest benefit for CRS families that qualify for us financially is purchasing bath equipment. Bath equipment historically has been a non-covered item by any insurance policy. They do not care if you cannot bathe your child. However, CRS with conjunction of our vendors, can order equipment and pay for that up until 21. So we strongly encourage families who are enrolled in CRS to make sure all of their equipment for home is addressed in that, but prior to 21 period. Other than bath equipment, when you start looking at home modifications, widening doors, buying a ramp, doing overhead track lift system for your house, that is usually going to have to be done through some sort of private funding source, whether that's a grant, whether it's a loan that you might get. CRS can help with make referrals for that, but we cannot fund that sort of equipment. Couple of things to remember about what changes when children go from 20 to 21 and then are transitioned to the adult world. Your location of your seating clinic or where you get your durable medical equipment evaluations will change, and so you would make sure to find out where you can go from there. In Birmingham, or in my district, it's typically Spann rehab. And Cathy can speak to sort of how that works with the insurance and being affiliated with the hospital. The other thing is you wouldn't have some of that secondary funding that CRS would provide for your family. Your therapist is going to change, but your vendor does not have to. The vendors that locally serve our families will serve adults. And then there are restrictions on what a child can get under certain policies versus what an adult can get under certain policies. And then lastly, another benefit of CRS is we have the ability to have a rehab engineer be referred for drawing up plans for home modifications. Again, we would not fund that, but we have a service that a rehab engineer would come in, make evaluations on, hey, this is what I want my bathroom to look like, or this is my current situation for accessing the entrance, and we have a power chair. Recently, I worked with a family who had a young man who's 16 years old that's in a power wheelchair. They moved to a new home. They had when they purchased the home, in their mind, it's all flat, it's one level, there's no stairs. But when you actually access the home, you realize that the doorways were too narrow in the bathroom, even though it had a roll-in shower, but it was not ADA design. Had several thresholds to get in and out, and they had this wonderful kitchen island that was built. Well, the depth of the kitchen island was too short for his power chair. And so we were able to bring the rehab engineer in and make some ideas on how to make modifications to all those areas. Anyways, I'm going to pass it on to Cathy, and we're going to have a question and answer session after the leaders.
Right. Well, good morning, everybody. That podium's probably tall for me, so I'll get all back out here. I'm just going to kind of give you an overview of physical therapy and occupational therapy services generally, then I'll talk also about the wheelchair clinic world. At most adult clinics, Spann rehab included, we see people 18 years old and older, so there's about that 3-year gap where some people will be under the 21 and have various benefits, and then once they're older, that changes a little bit. The biggest thing about needing PT and OT as an adult is, number one, know what your goals are. Most insurances are very, very specific about allotting certain numbers of visits as long as you're meeting and making progress toward those goals. Especially as an adult, there's not any of this idea of maintenance therapy, like my loved one just needs more range of motion. They need to be, stretch their scoliosis and that kind of stuff. It has to be moving toward a functional improvement. And for those that just have Medicaid only, outpatient PT is all you can get. There is no home health PT, OT, and it's very, very hard to get outpatient OT. Need some people to go shake up Montgomery about that, but I can't get that done today for you. But I sure think that's something that would be worth our work to do. So your access to therapy for those that have Alabama Medicaid only are for outpatient PT in a hospital-based system at that. So If you have a chronic condition, Medicaid will not pay for you to have an evaluation unless you have had a new onset of an issue. Let's say you have a new onset of shoulder pain, back pain that you're going to go see your therapist for, you better get to them within 90 days of that problem. So that's probably one of a big difference going into adulthood for those that have Alabama Medicaid. For those that have Medicare, that's kind of another topic, but again, it is as long as you're meeting goals and you're talking to your therapist about how many visits do I get and how can I continue to document my progress towards my goals. And you can get home health, you can get therapists. There are therapists working in long-term care facilities. We still are able to, at this point, do telehealth services. It's limited, and those goals are a little different too, but that's still an option for us, at least through the end of the public health emergency after COVID-19 ends, which is May. We have another 150 days after that we'll have access to telehealth services. That has been actually pretty critical during COVID days for us to be able to serve people that way. I'll talk a little bit about the Wheelchair Assistance Clinic. You can get a wheelchair evaluation done in the state of Alabama by any licensed PT or OT, via home health or outpatient. I would encourage people to find one that has experience doing that, because there is great benefit to know what questions to be asking, what things to help people think about when they're planning for what type of wheelchair do they need. We do have the big benefit in our clinic to have a lot of options for people to try, touch, and feel with demo equipment and a kind of full-fledged clinic. I think one unique thing we do offer is pressure mapping for anyone who has pressure sores or wounds that they deal with chronically. We can work with our wound care team and look at cushions and seating using that type of software and equipment.
Because I was not privy to this. Medicaid, I thought had to have a hospital-based therapist.
Yeah, so
not anybody can do. You can't go to
for wheelchair disease clinic.
Right.
If you have Alabama Medicaid only, you do have to go to an outpatient facility that has outpatient clinic there. Yeah, so and that's on Medicaid's website, the places you can go. So to clarify, she's like, if I have Alabama Medicaid only, can I get one evaluation through home health? No. You have to go to a hospital-based clinic with a PT or OT. They're willing to do your evaluation and work with a skilled supplier to do so. That therapist is not required to have certain credentials and stuff. It's nice to have if they're able to do that, but they can work with their supplier to do a good evaluation. So, have I confused anyone before I go further? Because that's going to totally mess my day up if I think I've confused somebody. So what I guess I would encourage you to think about if you or your loved one is coming in for a wheelchair evaluation, pediatric or adult, and then I'm going to transition to Ben, is think through. One of my favorite things is when someone comes into an evaluation with their list. Their list of what they have learned works, does not work, what they love, and what they hate about what their current situation is. You make me that list and I can go right down it and we can address every single one of those needs. So make your list and help us help you. If you tell us it works here but it doesn't work here, it's too high here, too low here. My husband can lift it but I can't. We're in a van now but he has a car. All of those things help us guide you in those decisions. And to come prepared for evaluation. What you could expect is similar what you might get in the pediatric world. Lots of questions. Try not to be nosy, okay? But we're trying to get to know you and get to know your world. We only have an hour and a half with you, right? So we got to get busy. We'll put you on the mat, measure you, and check your posture and address your goals. Let you try some things before decisions are made. You should expect anywhere you go to be a part of that process. Please don't let someone tell you what they think. You tell them, okay? And give them your input so that they can help match the right equipment to what you need. Be involved in those decisions. And if you do not feel comfortable doing that, please speak up to that, or you will be frustrated. For the next 5 years, for every insurance on the planet except Alabama Medicaid. When you become 21 or older, they want that base part of your wheelchair to last 7 years. Us and the great state of South Carolina. have that rule. Nowhere else in these brand United States, most people go 7 years. So know that if you have just the Alabama Medicaid going forward, that base has to last that long unless you have a significant change in your condition, weight loss, new surgery, new pressure sore, drastic change in your function. We can pursue that before the 7 years is up. But traditionally, most things considered that thing's got to go 7 years, so protect your bills. That's the base, the frame. Like on Phillip's chair, it would be all the things underneath him. So his tires can be replaced, his front casters, his wheel locks, the sling, the hand, all of that can be replaced along the way. But the main body of that frame underneath him has to go 7 years. And he's gonna go. This should go, man. This should go. So, and all that taken into when we're in these evaluations and we're talking about your home, your work, your school, your hobbies, where you go in your community, it's how can we help you be independent with the equipment in those environments. So I'd ask Ben to work with us today on this, to give us some examples of the environments he has had a chance to go into, and share some ideas with you on some real easy things to make your home more accessible, and maybe some things that are bigger picture, bigger dollar sign ideas. But he's got some pictures and things to share with you, so I'm going to pass it to him.
Thank you. Good morning to everybody. My name is Ben Peters. I own Mobility Central, which we're a local provider in Birmingham here in the Vestavia area. I'm also an ATP, so I do a lot of work with these two here in seating clinics. But one part of our business that we have had for many years, has kind of developed and grown over the years, is our home modification side of the business, which I'm gonna go over just some products and we're gonna look at some photos and kind of go over some different things that we do home modification wise, to see, if you guys have any questions in regards to that, if I can answer anything product wise or funding wise. Most of the home modification stuff that we're going to go over and talk about today generally is not covered by traditional health insurance. So there's all kind of funding things out there. A lot of times, like, people ask me, what's available. There's a lot of stuff out there available. Sometimes it's depending on what potentially you qualify for, and a lot of times you have to self-research a lot of that stuff. Unfortunately, when you do self-research a lot of that stuff, you're probably going to come to a lot of dead ends on some of it. But if you just kind of keep working at it, there's stuff out there and available, because we do work with a lot of like Medicaid waiver programs, ADRS, VRS, vocational rehab services that do help to fund some of this stuff that we'll be talking about today on that side of things. So there's opportunities out there, as well as a lot of people nowadays do come in and pay for it themselves, whether they pay for it, just out of their own pocket, use credit cards, or use some sort of financing option as well. There's all kinds of different things out there. You just kind of have to get creative with it sometimes, think through it, do your research, and then just kind of figure out. A lot of times what we do when we go out and do an assessment on what is needed is we try to help a person budget and look at, maybe what's most important right away, and maybe something that we're going to look at 6 months down the road or 12 months down the road or something like that. So anyways, can you go to the next slide, please? So the things that we're going to talk about today are ramps, stair lifts, bathroom modifications, and vertical platform lifts. Those are the more of the items that we do on a regular basis. If you guys have any questions about anything else, obviously after this we'll talk about that. You can certainly ask me. We can go over some different stuff as we go. Next slide. So on ramps, a lot of questions that we get continually on a daily basis is, how long a ramp do I need? Most people, when they call up, I think they think that they can, when they have 4, 5, 6 steps, pretty significant height of steps, that they can use like a short ramp, or go the easy route of paying less money to get a ramp, or maybe they think I'm not going to use it that much. So I just want something simple, and simple sometimes means short or too short, The problem with that is if you don't do the appropriate length of ramp and kind of assess what you need, it becomes dangerous. It becomes not only for the person potentially using it, but also a caregiver, a family member, anybody coming to your house, it becomes dangerous. So we just like to try to do on our side of things our due diligence to make sure that if we're installing something or you're getting something, we're trying to get you information on what you need to get, or if somebody, you're buying it secondhand or somebody's donating it or something like that, that is appropriate for the space. So just real quick, when you're looking at stuff like this at your own house, or if you're helping somebody else, the rise of the steps, so how tall it is, how many inches it is, dictates the run or the length of it. So let's say this right here is maybe 10 inches. Ideally, we want that ramp to be 10 feet long. For every inch of rise, you want a foot of run, if that makes sense. And then also times too, your space available also dictates what you can do, because we're in Alabama, so we have a lot of terrain. We go out to houses all the time. They might have 2 steps here, and then they might have another 2 steps here, but your space in between isn't long enough to transition that. So sometimes you got to get creative with, it might not be a straight shot. It might be down a turn and then somewhere else. And then also where you're coming out at, is this paved? Is it grass? Is it gravel? When you get down to the bottom or when you're going up, are you going to be able to, safely and functionally get up and down that ramp that you're going to have to either pay for or find funding for? So you want to make sure that when something like this gets put in, it gets put in appropriately and it's safe. You can go to the next slide.
Again, real quick, so the perfect example would be,
Yes.
that stage is only, what, 7 inches maybe?
Probably.
And look how long
12
this ramp
inches.
is.
Yeah. So you can kind of see right here as they got the ramp.
People don't have one step to the house.
Right. Like, I think Kristi was talking about earlier, somebody that thought they had a one-level home, and then when they finally got in there, the thresholds in there. So this is kind of like the thresholds you don't really think about because they're small. You think most anything can kind of get over them. Threshold ramps are generally inexpensive. They start at about $70, $80 and up. Each ramp, as we're looking at ramps or talking about ramps, the length dictates the price. So if you're going to say, well, how much is this ramp? I mean, the longer they get, the more expensive they get to transition. But you see the picture there where there's a threshold ramp going in on both sides of the transition. So if you're going over like a wheelchair, it's just a smoother transition. You're not bumping up, or sometimes when power chairs go through thresholds, you don't hit it just right. The power chair jerks to the right or the left because of how it operates. You got to be careful with stuff like that. But threshold ramps are generally in most houses. I mean, pretty much, people need threshold ramps in houses. We're going to look at a couple different types of threshold ramps that are out there. Go ahead to the next slide. So there's just your regular aluminum there on the left, and you see that one's a little bit longer than the previous picture, so you can get in different lengths depending on how much you have to transition. There's adjustable ones that you can adjust the legs on to fit as far as the transitions you have. The nice thing about the aluminum ones is you can move them. They're lightweight, they're very durable, and they're not going to rust. Over time, if you don't ever need them, you can always resell them. You can get some of your money back out of them that you spent on them, or you could, some people will say, well, I want to use this at this house, and then when I go over to my friend's house, I'm going to take it with me, and they've got a step over there too that I got to transition. So it gives you opportunities to be a little bit more mobile in the community. And then finally, there's a rubber threshold ramp, which are a little bit heavier. You're not going to move those around, but they're nice because they have edges on them, and when some people like these because when you throw them down, they think they're not going to slide around. Those aren't going to slide around either, but it's just kind of the thought of it that people once they're looking at them, they feel a little bit more comfortable with the rubber threshold. Go to the next slide.
Lightweight is all relative to
True. As they get longer, yeah, as they get longer, they get a little bit heavier, like when we go into these single fold, bifold ramps, and then also a multi-fold. So the single fold just folds in the middle, still keeps its length. So we deal with these ramps all the time. Most people will get anywhere from 3 to 6 foot long in the bifold. The multi-fold, one of the reasons why people would get one of these is because it folds in half right there, but then it folds in half again. So if you have a 6 foot ramp, you can actually fold it down to a 3 foot ramp if you wanted to take it with you in like an SUV or a minivan. Again, going over to a family member or friend's house, and I need a ramp over there to transition their steps when we get there, or just take it on vacation or anything like that. Those ramps come in handy. They are heavier as they get longer. I mean, you're talking 40, 50, 60 pounds sometimes. Sometimes people think that they're going to get a 10-foot multi-fold ramp, which works well in a lot of situations. The problem is that thing weighs about 70 pounds, 60, 70 pounds. It's very difficult to manipulate and maneuver. So one of the things is like, oh, I want to get up, if I got a 10-foot ramp, I can get up 15 inches or so and still be okay as far as the pitch to the ramp. Well, the problem is it's so heavy that once you get to that situation where I always say when it's too difficult to do, you really don't want to do it. A lot of people get in that situation where when I talk to them afterwards, they're like, yeah, it's great, it works, but it's just, it's a burden on somebody or it's too hard to do, then you don't want to do it. What we want to do, or what we try to do, is talk through all that stuff and look at different situations, because I want it easy to do. If it's easy to do, you're going to do it. You're going to go out, you're going to keep going. It's not, you're going to keep living life as far as staying mobile, staying active, in whatever situation that may be. If there's any difficulty to it, or if you feel like you're burdening somebody with having to do the manual part of moving a ramp around or anything like that, you're not going to use it. Or you're going to use it very sparingly, because I see it too many times. But anyways, those are two good applications, as long as, a lot of times people, they want this ramp, but the height of the steps they're going to go up is like this high. So it's just not long enough. It's not safe. The pitch is too steep on it, and you got to be careful with that. And it doesn't have any handrails on it. It's got these little lips on the side. So shorter distances, it's okay, because that short distance is generally safe to go up and down. But as the distances get higher and longer, then we're going to go to a different style of ramp. Go to the next slide. So those are modular ramp systems. And you see on the modular ramp systems, it's got the handrails, traverses over a longer area, and you can get it, kind of put this on the bottom here just to show, a different configuration. You can have switchbacks, it can be a little straighter, it can have turns and bends and stuff like that, but as you when you have to go over a longer area with a ramp, you definitely want sides on it, because if a tire of a wheel on a wheelchair or a power chair goes off the side, you don't want that to happen. That's just unsafe to do. But as you can see now, a lot of people, we installed the modular ramp systems that can be configured in any different way. They are modular, so if you're at a house or living in a situation where, hey, I might put this up now, but what if I'm moving? Well, you can take this with you. You can reconfigure it. You can do different things with it. The nice thing about that, you could resell it if you ever don't need it. So there's value in purchasing something like this. This is going to be a little bit more expensive than building a wood ramp, but it's not that much more expensive. Generally, on the modular ramp systems, it's about $175 to $200 per foot for installation. That's the ramp and to get it installed, just to give you an idea. So if you start running the numbers, you can kind of figure out, depending on the length that you need, we go back to like the rise and the run that we talked about measuring as far as what length you need. Ideally, I'm always in this thought process because of the handrails and the safety, keep everything, you know, right there inside and on the ramp versus falling off the side of the ramp. I'm sure we've all heard our horror stories with that happening, and it's just nice to be able to protect people as they're going up it. So those are modular ramp systems. Go to the next slide. Next are stair lifts. So getting from the basement to the main level, or from the main level to the second floor bedrooms, or something like that. A lot of people get stair lifts. They're battery operated. There's straight lifts that just go up a straight set of stairs. There's curved rail lifts that can go up like a split level, so it can go around the corner. And then there's ones that will operate outside that are protected. All the electrical parts are protected by marine grade components, so that if it rains and stuff, especially around here, that it's not going to damage it or anything like that. You can still use it to like get to a back deck and in the home and stuff like that. Some people, if they have a split level, will do 2 of the straight rails, but you have to remember you do have to transfer from one to the other, and if you ever cannot transfer at any one point, then the curved rail would be the way that you have to go in order to stay in your home. And a lot of people do this around here because we have a lot of houses that have stairs in them around the Birmingham area, central Alabama area. We install a lot of these. It takes about a day to install, and they start at about $3,500 and go up from there. The curved rails are about 3 times more just because they're custom made for your stairs. So they're measured specifically to your stairs and built for your stairs. So if you try to go put it on another set of stairs, even though it looks like it's the same, it probably won't work, because they're down to probably about the 1/8 or 1/16 of an inch built to your stairs. So the straight ones can be, you know, bought, sold, used, and you know, most of the people buy them new. They come with a warranty on them, and we install them right here in town. We have certified installers, and we also service them. So go on to the next slide. So bathroom modifications. When we get into the bathroom, I know Kristi had mentioned it. This is just kind of a general picture. We got like a 0 entry shower, like a wall-mounted sink to get underneath with a wheelchair. There's grab bar components and stuff, and space around the toilet there to kind of get in. It's hard to see, but there's a flip-up grab bar right there next to the toilet that flips down. So when you're getting on and off the toilet, you have something there to assist with that. Go to the next slide. So on the left there's a roll-in shower with like a transfer tub bench in there, and you see some of the components in the shower with grab bars, like a sliding shower grab bar there that goes vertically. So there's basically a shower head on that can be lowered or raised, and then it has a hand wand on there, so you can take it off, and then while you're on the bench, you know, do your showering stuff in the shower, as well as the vanity right there. See how it's cut out underneath? If a wheelchair user was there, they could pull up closer to the sink and be able to do all their grooming activities, brushing teeth, combing hair, all that stuff a lot closer, and have access to the water in the sink right there. On the right here, we have a walk-in tub, and basically the user gets into the walk-in tub, fills it up. You see right there in the walk-in tub, it's got the faucet, but then it also has a handheld shower attachment there too, so you could really get into that walk-in tub. You wouldn't have to fill it up. You could take a shower as you're sitting down, because some people just can't stand for long periods, and some people like the idea of being able to do a tub or a shower, but you could take a shower in that tub as well. And those walk-in tubs have all kinds of features on them, everything that you could think about as far as that, you know, you just see normally in other aspects of tubs and showers with jacuzzis and air jets, and so you could add oils and all that kind of stuff for bathing needs. Usually when we put these in, you can see it's kind of built out around it, where they have a towel bar there to make access to the towel. and other things. When we put these in homes, generally we're taking out a tub and a shower combo that's in there, and then in that space, you do have a little extra room to kind of put some shelves and stuff like that to hold everything real close to the tub there, so when you get out, it makes it easier for access. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So grab bars. Grab bars are pretty popular with us as far as people calling all the time. Grab bars come in a lot of different sizes, a lot of different finishes. You can match the hardware that you have existing in your bathroom with the grab bar, so you can make it blend in. A lot of people are like, I don't want it to look like a grab bar, or I don't want it to look institutional, or I don't want it to look medical or handicap. You can make it blend in to your space by picking different finishes. We kind of put them all different places, to be honest. It just depends on each individual situation. In the next picture over, you can see like some of the grab bars, like there's an L shape in the shower there. You got like a flip up grab bar next to the toilet, a smaller one on the other side. So generally when we go out and we do an assessment, we talk to the person, see where they're needing the grab bar, and then give them recommendations on where to put it, just to make things safer, easier to use, stuff like that. Also, there's a lot of different things, dual purpose grab bars. That one right there is, a lot of people like a grab bar next to the toilet. That one also serves purpose as a toilet paper holder. There's also other ones that are like a towel holder that you can have next to the shower as well, so that when you put a towel on it, it's just less, it's not as, doesn't stick out so much, mostly in the user's eyes versus anybody else. But there's a lot of different things that like Moen and Kohler and a lot of the other manufacturers come out with as far as design. It gives you an opportunity to kind of like pick out what you like. So it's nice in the fact that it does give you some choice, and you can design and do different things to make it in your living space, more enjoyable for you as well. You can go to the next. There's some elevated toilet seats on this side with grab bars and stuff sticking out on the next side. I do want to mention one thing, which the first picture right there is an elevated toilet seat with handles, which is pretty popular. There's a grab bar mounted next to it, which is just like an L-shaped thing that comes up from the wall. The next one, the middle one, if you notice, the elevation is put here on the bottom. So it's underneath the toilet, so the toilet is installed on top of it. And that's typically just, something that the user might want to have because they like their toilet, or they like the shape of the toilet, or how much room it gives them, different things like that. So there's different options, and then the one on the end is kind of like a lift assist that when they sit down or when they get up from the toilet, it actually gets their hips higher, so it gets them to a safer position to transfer from or stand up from. The other one here is just another picture of a different shower. It shows the grab bars, the handheld shower there, and then the bench there. And benches are where you can put them in. They can be just sit there, be a standalone, or some of them even are becoming more popular, a fold-up bench, so that if it's multiple people are using the shower in the home, and somebody's using it that doesn't need that, they can flip it up out of the way and have more space in the shower. Those are getting more popular. Next slide. So lastly, the vertical platform lifts. If we go back to like the ramps, let's say, see how high these landings are, where you have to get to either on a front porch or on a side door or back door, or even if you think about that as like a back deck. If a ramp has to transition several inches, and your ramp's going to need to be 50 feet long, 100 feet long. A lot of people will use these vertical platform lifts, which is a smaller footprint, and they can get up to where they need to go, a little bit easier. There's a cement pad that needs to be poured, and they bolt down into the ground, but then they just plug into electrical outlet to use, and then you can also have battery operated ones, but they're a good, option. Once you get a ramp so long, sometimes purchasing one of these is more cost effective than doing a super long ramp, whether it be wood or aluminum. Either way, once you kind of get into that realm of, hey, I need a 100-foot ramp, well, the vertical platform lift might be a more economical and better way to go because it's a smaller footprint, doesn't take up as much space, and it's maybe less expensive for you. But it's a good option that's out there. Not a lot of people, we don't do as many vertical platform lifts as we do ramps, but they're a very good option to have and to use in certain situations that you have out there. So next slide. So that's my contact information. If you want to write it down, if you have any questions after this event, or just want to call us to, go over some of this stuff as far as options and whatnot, or just even pricing. Each pricing on a lot of this stuff is going to be specific to an individual home. So a lot of times we have to go out and do a home assessment. I can give you like generalized pricing if you guys have questions, just to kind of get you going in the right direction. But you can't hold me to it because it might not be accurate after you come out and do like a full home assessment. And I would recommend doing that anytime on any of this home modification stuff. There's a lot of great stuff out there, home modification wise, but you really need to come out and, or we need to come out and take a look at it, measure, and see what's going to work best, and hopefully give you as many options as we can, but try to condense it down to what really is going to work best and what's going to be usable, functional, and safe for you to use. So. Like flip down changing tables, as far as.
I've had several families that requested that. I've had families that have asked about that.
Yeah.
They don't know dimensions, how it works in bathrooms. Is that something y'all would do? Do they need a contractor to do that?
Normally, it would really fall. So our grab bar, we have a couple contractors that install them.
You guys do not do that.
Well, it runs through us, but the contractors are like subcontractors that we use, that are guys that we've vetted and know that when they install stuff, it's going to be installed properly and securely. Changing tables would be the same thing because they install into the wall. You wouldn't want to install them into sheetrock, and then all of a sudden, they're falling off the wall, pulling the wall off, damaging anything behind the wall. So when we go out and send somebody out to install grab bars, they make sure that they're installed properly. Because grab bars, with them all being different lengths, when they traverse over your wall, your studs usually are on 16-inch increments. If you got a 24-inch wide grab bar, you have to install it properly in order to make sure it's secure enough that if you were to fall or someone were to fall, it's not going to pull out the wall. There's stuff out there that you can install in order to make that happen, but you have to have the proper person to put them in generally, or if someone knew how to do it, obviously that'd be fine too. But on the changing table, depending on the weight of the person, when they fold it down and get on there, as much moving around as you do. When you're working with something like that, you're going to have to make sure it's installed properly. So there's stuff out there to be able to do that. As far as we don't install a lot of changing tables, but it would be installed just like a grab bar would be installed. Something like that. Overhead track, ceiling lifts is always a popular question. So they can be set up numerous different ways. A ceiling lift is like a Hoyer lift, but it attaches to the ceiling, which makes it a little bit easier because of spacing in most rooms and homes and stuff like that. The traditional Hoyer lift is a roll around, and then you have to keep it to the side. If it's manual, it's electric, you have to keep charging it up. The ceiling lifts just stays up in the ceiling, so it kind of stays out of your way, and then when you need it, you use it. They can be set up to where they can just be right there in the bedroom. Any other part of the house, they can actually have tracks that go from one room to another room, bedroom to a bathroom type of thing. So the more that you do, or the more rooms or the spaces you traverse, also dictates like the pricing. So if you're just doing something real simple, it's probably gonna be around $5,000 to $7,000 for a ceiling lift. If it's gonna be multiple rooms, it's probably gonna get up to $15,000+. I got somebody that's getting a quote right now that he wants it to use in his bedroom, his bathroom, the living room, you know, so I think the quote was around $15,000 or $16,000. When you look at stuff like that and stuff that you have to pay for or fund yourself or find resources, the time that you're going to be using it, which is going to be probably 5+ years, maybe 10 years, think about the pricing over that time span and where you're at as far as, you know, because initially, like if I tell you something's going to be $10,000, you know, for a bathroom remodel, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money. But when you look at how much it costs on a lot of other things, like if someone has to go into a facility, you could be spending $6,000 to $7,000 a month, you know, or $80,000 a year. The time that you're going to be using that per day, per month, how much that really costs in the life expectancy that you're going to be using all that equipment generally doesn't, you know, you'll see advertisements on TV with all kinds of stuff as far as pricing. They break it down to the day because breaking it down to the day is not that expensive over the time that you're going to be using it. And this is stuff that is on the healthcare side of things going to keep you safe. It's very functional and it makes sense. It's not, you know, going out to buy a new cell phone or a new TV or something like that. This is a little bit on it's on a different level of spending money on something that would really make a difference, not only in the person using it, but also all the caregivers involved with it like that too. So I guess hit me with questions.
Well, that, or I want to be mindful of our time. What we love to do at this event is, you know, part of the goal and the purpose of having an event like this is throw us all in the same room together. So we have a beautiful day here of healthcare providers, resources, some of our patients and caregivers and therapists, bunch all right here. So what I want to encourage you to do over this lunchtime is share your ideas, your experiences with the home occupation experiences you've had. Ben's table's there, some others are here. We'll hang out for a little while and answer questions. But this is where the magic happens, okay, is over this next hour where we interact with one another, learn from one another, and share those resources with each other of what's worked and not worked for you all. So kind of out of respect for our time, I may just hold our questions. We'll hang out. I'll pass it back to Betsy. But thank you guys so much for giving us a beautiful Saturday to be here, and really appreciate your time.
All right, and Cathy won't tell you this, but this conference is actually her brainchild. She saw a lot of families that were coming over to UAB and coming into Seating Clinic and needed resources and didn't know where to find those resources, and she thought, wouldn't it be great if we could bring all of that in one place? And so, thank you, Cathy, for... And also, this event is being live streamed, and so if there's something you heard today and you're like, oh, I really wish I could remember that one thing, you can go to the United Ability Facebook page and you'll be able to see the whole day's event. Or if you hear something and it's kind of like being at church and a sermon and you're like, oh, I really wish so-and-so heard this, you can send them a text right now and say, go to the United Ability Facebook page and listen to that. So on your schedules, it says we're going to take a break, but to keep us on time, I'm actually going to roll right into the next session, and then we'll have a long break for lunch after this next session. So I'm going to invite up our medical panel. If Dr. Carly Stein, Dr. Danielle Powell, and Campbell Scott will all come to the stage, and we will have our medical panel session. So I have some questions prepared, but we really want this to be informal, and so I'll ask a few questions to get us started, but then whatever questions you have, we want to be able to answer those as well. So I'm going to first give the microphone and let you guys pass it down and tell who you are and where you work and all of those things.
Hi, I'm Campbell Scott. I'm a nurse practititioner at the Hub of Medical Care. I work here at Lake Point at the Ability Clinic now, seeing adults and pediatric patients and their families. I've been with Powell Medical Care for the last 5 years doing internal medicine, just daily medicine, chronic diseases, high blood pressure, diabetes, and then I've been working with kids also in our school supplements.
Good morning, I'm Danielle Powell. I am a physiatrist, physical medicine and rehab, also known as a rehab physician, and I work at UAB, but I kind of see myself as all over the place, so I have clinics at Spann Rehab, I have a clinic with Dr. Somerville with STEP over at Whitaker, and then I also come here and will be starting with Cahaba Medical hopefully in the next month or so. So I see myself as an individual that tries to help patients have the best mobility possible, best quality of life, so help address equipment needs and any other mobility needs that patients may have.
Thanks. Hi, everybody. I am Carly Stein, Somerville. It gets confusing. You'll hear people call me Dr. Stein and Dr. Somerville, and that's me. I also work at UAB in Children's. I am a Birmingham native, grew up here in Birmingham, did my training at UAB, and then took the boards in both internal medicine and pediatrics. So I'm an internist and a pediatrician, and am lucky to basically started my career working at Children's and UAB inpatient and outpatient. I have a full primary care practice over in Leeds where I see families 0 to 100 and do really just primary care. And then over the years, working in that clinic and working inpatient at Children's and UAB, what really stood out to me is I saw this huge gap for my patients when they turned 18. My personal patients were lucky enough to stay with me, right? Because I did it all. But for most patients, you have a pediatrician, you then all of a sudden turn 18 to 21. You start this kind of really difficult conversation of what's next and where do I go and who's going to keep taking care of me. And I saw inpatient, my families and patients were struggling with this. I saw outpatient. I found that a lot of people would just call me on the fly for advice of my patient is at Children's and they're turning 18, help me find them an adult person. I don't know anyone in the adult world. And so I really felt through my own experience and through my patient's eyes that there was something really missing. I mean, we live we're really lucky, we live and work in a place that UAB and Children's are a crosswalk apart. And I felt like even though we're attached and many of us know each other and work together, there was no clear path for patients to really make that walk across the street. And so that led to me meeting Betsy Hobson, our moderator today, and we really had a shared passion and interest in how could we create a pathway to improve this, and that led to the beginning of STEP Clinic, which we're now 2 years in, and I'm the medical director of that, and she's our administrative director. So I have shifted a lot of my time over the last 2 years to doing this work in STEP and really building out this adult medical home for adults with any disease of childhood, autism, intellectual or physical disabilities. And then I am super lucky, I am now the program director of our MedPeds residency program. So doctors coming out of medical school who want to do internal medicine and pediatrics, I get to be a part of their education and mentorship and hopefully creating a pipeline of more doctors to do this work and care for this patient population.
All right, so Campbell, when you think about medical care and what changes from pediatric to adult years, what do you think are some things that are missed or what looks different in the adult world? What should families be thinking about?
I think it's really important for adult patients to be thinking about their preventative care as they grow into adulthood, that they need their pap smears and they're going to need new creams and they're going to need all of their preventative care guidelines that we all get, and then there's other specific preventative care guidelines that are specific to everybody's specific needs, and it's really important for those patients to know what those are so that they can share that information with their primary care provider if you're not in a clinic like step or something like that out in the community with an internal medicine that doesn't have experience in the disability world.
All right, and Dr. Powell, from a rehab standpoint, what changes for rehab from pediatric to adult years, and what things should families be thinking about when they're thinking about their mobility and going on to college campuses and things like that?
So first, one of the big things that changes from pediatrics to adult care is resources. So you go from being more resource heavy and rich to an environment as adults where, for some reason right now, there's a lot of even simple wheelchairs where you have to wait a little bit longer to get that approval to get a new chair. So I would say that's probably the big thing that changes. And then as you move from pediatric to adult care, you know, you're getting ready. Some people are going to college, but then you're also going into the workforce. So thinking about what things may change, what equipment needs may be different as you're going into any of those arenas that we can help you with. So one of the things that I noticed with my patients is that sometimes they're just not aware of the resources, and that's what we want to do. We want to make sure that if you see any of us, that we're equipping you with the right people, and that's why we have this conference today, to have all these various organizations to really help you know about the resources that are available. My dream down the road is that there will be a site that everyone can go to, and you can plug in what you want, and those available resources will be there, but that's down the road. So what to expect, I would say also from me, like when you come to me, one of the things that I look for is I'm looking for the equipment. So when you come in for a visit, bringing all that stuff in, because some people will say, oh, my equipment is fine. But then when you see it, you're like, it got a crack in it, it's some duct tape over here, and we can help with those things. I'm really good on trying to figure out resources, and I'm really big on not taking no for an answer. So I would say one thing that I want patients and families to realize is that we really want to make the impossible possible. So the dream that you have for yourself or for your loved one, do not say, no, this won't happen. Tell us what it is so that we can hopefully get you to that point where you can have the job that you're looking for, or you can go on to college or some type of trade. But if that's what you want, let us help you with all those pieces of the puzzle. And for me, it's more of, I'm thinking mobility, I'm thinking of physical activity, I'm thinking of your quality of life, all of those aspects, even bowel management, think of all those things on how we can get you to the point where you can feel like you are successfully able to have a purpose in this world.
All right, and Dr. Somerville, tell us a little bit more about STEP Clinic. Who are the patients that are benefited the most by being followed there, and what does a typical STEP visit look like?
All right, so yes, STEP Clinic. So as I mentioned, we opened about 2 years ago, and we have just been really lucky. The stars seem to continue to align, that we continue to find just incredible partners to bring into our clinic. So lucky for me, I just sit here feeling grateful hearing Dr. Powell talk, that we have had Dr. Powell with us since the beginning, partnering in our rehab medicine. And from the beginning, a big part of our mission is really, how can we find the partners that we need to do this work well? For many of the patients we care for, you're seeing many specialists, many doctors, need lots of support services. How can we consolidate this care and us do the partnership and work in the background, so when patients come to STEP, hopefully you can see as many of your specialists in one visit, see your social workers in the same visit, see Dr. Powell, see the physical therapist, and really it's a long visit, but we hope that when people leave that it's worth the time that you spent, because you really have this coordinated team who care about you and your success and your medical plan. And so what does a visit look like for those who haven't been and might be scared or hesitant or thinking about the future, because we hear that in every first patient, every first visit. Really that first visit is our fabulous nurse Beth, who's over there, who I can't
not shout out, because I tell every patient, if you heard nothing I said in your first visit, remember Beth and how to get in contact with her. She's our nurse and really holds everything together. But really that first visit, Beth is going to be the person you talk to on the phone, answering any of those initial fear questions of what it may look like. She's going to make sure we have all of your children's medical records, your PCP records, that we've got all of that in the UAB system ready to review. And then when you come, like I said, it's really going to be this head to toe, learn everything about you, from your medical history to where you live to the things that matter most to you in life, what makes you happy on a daily basis, what kind of things are you struggling with. And really for us, the process is really individualized to every family and every patient. One family might walk in the door and say, we're done with children, find us adult doctors, we're ready to jump into this adult world, we just need to know where to go, and we'll go. Other families, it's a much longer, harder process, right? And that's really normal. You have had 18 to more years finding your way in that children's world, and it really is a big shift. And so for others, it might be, we're going to meet you today and learn about you. We're not going to move any of your care to UAB. We're going to take it slow. We're going to get to know you. We're going to work through each of those fears and make sure we connect you to all these other amazing people and resources. And come back and see us once a year, or come back and see us every 3 months, really whatever it is that makes you comfortable and your family comfortable. So really that first visit is very individualized, but again, just getting to know you and how we can help you succeed in life. We know that doing well medically and having a good medical team is really critical in being able to go to school or live independently or get a job, or for your family who serve as your caregivers to be happy and supported and doing the things they need to do to stay healthy. So we really look at it from a family lens, from a patient lens, and then really after the first visit, we kind of do an assessment of what specialists do you need, what supports do you need, and how can we do all of this in our clinic with coordinated visits. You need to see a neurologist, a rehab physician, a pulmonologist, an endocrinologist. We have all of those specialists coming to clinic with us, and we will make an appointment for you where you can meet a lot of those folks in a coordinated fashion. And then we're super lucky. We found out this week that we're hopefully going to be having a psychiatrist join in July, which has been a huge gap and barrier for our patients over the last 2 years. And we are just thrilled. Honestly, the more we are problem solvers and we are collaborators, and we're like, anyone who wants to join in this mission, we'll support you. Come to Step Clinic and see our patients and families. So that sums it up. Okay, sorry, the patients who we best serve. So when we opened the clinic, we really wanted to just show UAB and Children's this was needed. We all in this room know this is needed. Critically, it's way overdue. We needed this a million years ago. But so in the beginning, we really had very loose of anybody with any disease of childhood from anywhere around the state, just come and we'll help you. And we've tried to narrow in over the last 3 years as we've gotten busier, but we've also seen who are the patients we best serve in this clinic and who best benefit from what we have to offer versus other patients who maybe we can just serve as a connector to a community PCP, or you live in Huntsville. I know a great primary care doctor and neurologist in Huntsville who I can connect you to. The patients who really stay with us more long-term for primary care and ongoing care are typically going to be people who have underlying autism or intellectual disability, or patients who have 3 or more pediatric specialists. And so multiple organ systems of involvement based in their disease, because again, those are the patients where we're bringing the specialists in, we're bringing psychiatry in, and patients who really have more extensive needs.
All right, so now I want to open it up and give any of you the opportunity to ask questions. Are y'all too hungry to ask questions?
At what age did they start, 18 or 21? At what age are you shooting?
our
What age are the patients starting?
So, here at the Hodge Medical Care on United Abilities campus, we have a pediatric clinic from the seed all the way up through age 18, 21, and then I start the adults over here at Lake Point. At any time in that transition, when we feel like it's needed and necessary, then we'll transition over to adult care. So we see throughout the lifespan.
I would say for rehab is 18 to 21. I have several good pediatric rehab physicians that I partner with. So we usually work well together and they'll let me know when someone is ready.
And then for STEP clinics specifically, we start seeing patients at 18. We do know that there are certain multidisciplinary clinics at Children's that keep patients until 21. And so we work really closely also depending on patient population. But for some of our families, 18 is when we can start seeing them. Our clinic is housed within UAB Adult Primary Care in the Whitaker Clinic. And that was really intentionally, right? Like if we are going to transition to adulthood, we want our patients and families to emerge into the adult primary care setting with other, similar age adults into that world and really start to experience what it's like to walk into UAB. So really in that system, we're kind of 18 and up along with all of the other primary care doctors at that site.
I'll just say, as my role as the administrative director of STEP program, I spend half my time at Children's and half of my time at UAB. And so my role at Children's is really to work from a system level with providers and infusing transition readiness into their existing clinics. And so the visit should change around age 14, where your providers begin talking more directly to the patient and not necessarily to the parents first. In some of those clinics, you may be asked as parents or caregivers to leave the room, and that's scary, but it's really necessary and really okay, because what we're trying to do is to increase some of that patient autonomy, where patients get used to making their own healthcare decisions, and we really want to support that. And at no point will any caregiver be left out of the care plan. You guys are still very central and the experts on your child. And so if providers begin doing that, and it's in an effort to increase that patient decision making and involving them in their health care. So you should see a difference in your existing visits at children starting around age 14. That the bridge into the adult world should begin around age 18. Any other questions?
So I'm hearing adults, and is there a maximum age or just continuum of care?
No, there is no maximum age. We've seen new patients in their 30s and 40s, honestly, and I think to me that just speaks to the lack of resources that we've had, and I think that speaks also to the work Betsy's talking about that really all of us are committed to in our different clinical roles, is how do we infuse this at an earlier age so we are ideally having patients come to us 18 to 21 ready to talk about some of these things and adult things and talking for themselves in visits when they can. So we have no limitation on what age we will see you. And so if you know someone who is in their 30s, 40s and is struggling still to find the right adult care team, or still has never heard of a waiver, or still has, we are seeing that on the ground. It's honestly very frustrating and sad in some of the cases where we have seen people driving hours from rural Alabama and no one in their life at age 40 has even mentioned that they might be eligible for a waiver. So I think we're way behind the curve, and thus we're willing to help any family who's not had access to this level of care or resources.
Do you have plans to bring on a geriatric practitioner?
That is such an incredible question. Not at this time. I will say we're really lucky that we have incredible geriatricians at UAB, and we actually do partner with them in some of our initiatives and how to best care for our patients who have intellectual disability, because we find that we do share common struggles throughout the healthcare system. So I would say we do have good partnerships, and if we needed their assistance, I have no doubt we could consult them or involve them in our care plans.
I was just gonna say, we also, see patients throughout their lifespan, here on campus.
Okay, next question.
Over here, I just wanted to, also the question about at what age do we start earlier? So we also have a partnership with UAB where we have pediatric rehab physicians here 2 full days a week. So with your child, I know some of you have children that are 13, 14, 15, not exactly, you're getting ready for the transition, but they're not exactly at that age yet. Then our pediatric clinic has rehab medicine clinics Tuesday and Thursday of every week. And to reiterate what Campbell said, the life spectrum, but it's also an integrated primary care model. So it's primary care with behavioral health. Yeah, same for adult, primary care integrated with behavioral health.
Quick question. I'm also a healthcare provider. I'm educated as a nurse practitioner, but I have a child with special needs. And something has come up recently in our personal situation that made me really look at the systems in Birmingham to see if this type of service is available. My son had an issue that needed to be addressed by a specialist, or potentially will need to be addressed by a specialist, and he just turned 18 this week. My question is there some type of, and the only way I know to label it would be a transitional unit where my son is 18, but he functions maybe more like a 4 or 5-year-old. And we recently had surgery at Children's, and they were wonderful with him. So and he has autism and some other disabilities as well, but they were wonderful with him. And I just know as a nurse, if we jump straight into the adult world, if he goes into an adult hospital, he's not going to get the care that a 4 or 5-year-old would need. He needs someone who approaches him like a pediatric patient in an adult body. And so I know Children's has the equipment to handle kids his age, but is there some type of transitional unit, like maybe like the Balm of Gilead used to be for hospice at Cooper? Is there some kind of transitional unit where, yes, these are adult patients, but intellectually we're dealing with somebody younger? Does that even exist in Birmingham? Do we know?
Yes, I'm going to let Dr. Stein answer this, and if you'll tell about the sensory work that we're doing and also the consult service.
Yeah, it's a great question. It's so needed. We are facing struggles related to these topics every single day on the ground, and so I'm glad to also speak with you after about individual situations that I can help guide you. But so you're so right. I mean, the first part of our model was showing the health system that we needed this landing spot in the outpatient world. And you're right, now we've transitioned over 400 young adults through STEP, and we're seeing more and more patients now need inpatient stay or hospitalization or procedures with our procedural specialists. And we're learning a lot on the fly about barriers and gaps and how our program can help to fill in those gaps. Like a unit like you're talking about does not exist at UAB, but we are very aware of some of these specific issues. One thing I can tell you is if you are established with STEP and we are a part of your care team, we ask that we're notified whenever there is an ER visit or a hospital stay. And right now we kind of serve as really, we try to follow along in those stays and be a guide and make sure we're talking with your primary team and helping navigate. But one thing we're looking to do right now, we're in discussions really this week and next, honestly, about how to build an actual consultant team as a starting place where we are actually formally consulted to help work through some of these issues inpatient. Because we're doing that work informally, but to create a formal process means that we wouldn't be forgotten if somehow we don't realize the patient is there or something's not going well. So that's something we've been really actually messaging. I've been emailing with people all week all over the country who have created these types of programs already. And then the other piece of that is that we have been working with leadership across UAB about how to improve the inpatient experience, specifically for adults with autism and intellectual disability. It's a huge problem, and a huge piece of it is really just how busy UAB is right now. It's all-time high census, there's not even bed availability, and so we've had really great conversations about where are the right beds, and is there a unit where we're not like beeping at all times and like in front of a nurse's station. So I mean, these are conversations that UAB leadership are having and are aware of are important. There's not a specific unit. I will tell you within psychiatry, I met with their leadership this week, and they do have a closed unit now for these patients. But that doesn't account for patients who are admitted to medical services, right? So if there was a psychiatric hospitalization specifically without medical issues, they have identified a good place for patients with autism and intellectual disability where it's more closed off and quiet and less just, sensory stimulus around. So it's such a great question, it's such a need, and the positive is UAB is invested in working through this at the current time, and we're doing everything we can to work with them. And Betsy's other point, one thing we're doing in our clinic for our young adults with autism is we've learned a lot from our partners at Children's. There's this beautiful sensory pathway that's initiated for patients when they're admitted to Children's, and that is how they look to think about the unit that you're placed on and how the nurses interact with the patient. And we are about to pilot that in our clinic, so that all of the people who interface with our patients at STEP and our specialists and their nurses will have had this training of how do I approach these patients and make sure that I'm creating the most positive healthcare experience for them and their families. And some of it even involves equipment that we'll now have in clinic, headphones, lap pads, spinners, things that our nursing staff, and if Beth has to get blood work and we're like, this is a really scary experience, how can we use some of these tools to help our patients and families cope with this? And I strongly believe if we can launch this in our clinic and show success with it, UAB will be excited to launch it in other clinics and other inpatient places and learn from Children's work.
My question's about some of the medical legal aspects of transition. So a lot of times some of the things when it comes to who is the primary caregiver for this child or now young adult, that happens, some of that is established before they come to you. And it may be too late to establish guardianship and power of attorney. I mean, power of attorney I think you can do later on, but guardianship, when it comes to things, I've had a nonverbal patient who has her parent has guardianship, and in order for her to get her Humira, the insurance company wants to talk to her. And they're like, but the mother has guardianship of this child. So we don't want to wait till this is too late. So what are the things that we can do within the community to make sure we're starting to inform our families, and whether we're healthcare providers or educators or even parents, so we can be better prepared when we do this transition when it comes to medical legal aspects, but then again, also some of the things that you talked about with insurance, things that we use for pediatrics are not necessarily accessible for things that we use in the adult world. G-tubes are different. And if you go to UAB today, they do not have the tubes that my patients use at the UAB Highlands Clinic. The parent has to figure out how to do this because they don't have it there. So again, it's about pushing for parent advocacy, but making sure that they're ready for this transition before they get to you, because sometimes it's a little bit too late.
I'm going to pass this to the panel, whoever wants to answer that. But I just want to make a brief comment about some of the work that we're doing, just so that you guys are aware of it. So we formed the task force at UAB called the Vulnerable Patient Task Force, and we're working with geriatrics and working with other populations so that it's a broader group that's thinking about this. And one of the things we're thinking that we are trying to implement is a supported decision-making document. Since we don't have a current law in Alabama, this would be a document that UAB recognizes on the type of support that this patient needs and decision-making. We saw a lot during COVID where parents weren't allowed at bedside and things like that. And so this is designed to kind of help with those things. And then I'll also give a plug to March 15th is an advocacy day that is for Colby's Act. And I think there's probably somebody else in the room that can talk about this better than me, but at lunchtime or a little before on the Capitol steps, they're meeting, having lunch. You do need to register ahead of time. Talk to me during our lunch here today, and I'll get you in touch with somebody who can give you more information. But I think that's a huge piece, because what you talked about is advocacy and getting the information in the hands of people earlier, and I think that's what Colby's Act is designed to do, is to really create language around that and legal status around that. So I'm going to also pass this to anybody else who wants to weigh in.
I'll just say in our pediatric clinic, we're lucky enough to have social work resources and things like that can teach parents about the things that are needed and making sure that they have these paperwork on board when they make the transition. And so that's, I think, how we're handling it here.
The only thing, and I'll let she'll chime in, but I think one of my thoughts that I have is that we have to make sure that we engage every department and have a champion for this topic. And we've engaged some, but I think what we have to do as a group is really try to make sure, like with every department, because our patients will touch everyone. And it may touch certain departments, not as much as others, but there still should be a champion to make sure that if a patient does see a provider in that department, that their needs are going to be met as well. So I think we need to raise the awareness more than what we're doing a great job, but just continue to raise the awareness and get others that may not be involved currently involved in the things that we feel passionate about.
Beautifully said. And I mean, I would just shout out, I mean, Betsy Hobson, who won't give herself enough credit for this, has truly sat down with folks in every single division and department at Children's to champion this work and to talk about transition and to talk about the gaps and what do we need to be talking about at 14? Because like I said, when they come to me in step clinic at 18, it's like, how have you, even at 18, I'm like, no one's ever talked about guardianship or waivers ever, and you've seen 20 doctors for the last 15 years. And so again, I mean, the work has to happen earlier at Children's, and we are so fortunate with Betsy's work and the work we've done in STEP. I mean, there is somebody in every division at Children's that we have a cell phone number and can call and ask for help at any time of day. And we tell them to call us and ask us for help when they need us, and that was honestly some of the most meaningful work we've done in all this, because every division who we sat with at Children's and even at UAB, we have found people who care and want to be our partners. And maybe, adult GI, I'll make fun of, because that's our biggest probably other barrier right now, is that there aren't a lot of adult GI doctors who are comfortable with the G-tube changes and all the GI and nutrition, and so that's been one of our biggest struggles. But even in that division, we've identified people that are like, oh my gosh, I don't really know how to take care of that, but I want to help you guys, and I'm an adult GI doctor, so I'm going to help you however I can. And so that, I think, would be the most powerful piece of this. It's all about the partnership and collaboration. And we've been so fortunate that we found United Ability to put this beautiful event on, and we want to work with them and troubleshoot all of our shared barriers, because none of this is in isolation, right? And then across UAB and Children's, I mean, there's just such a wealth of knowledge and group of people everywhere we turn that want to help make this better. And we have a long way to go, and really all of our patients should have known about all the legal implications of these things way before they meet me. But if they meet us, I will tell you, we are just also so fortunate to have incredible social work. In every first patient visit with us, you will talk with our social worker, Linda, who's back there, one of our beautiful CRS friends who's back there, and they will make sure if no one has talked to you about waivers and guardianship and all the other, like lead power of attorney and legal documentation, you will leave our first clinic visit with a wealth of knowledge and information to be able to start processing those decisions. So.
Any other questions?
Tracy and I work in rehab medicine and children's, so we're not talking the children's side. But so far as transitioning to the step clinic, as you know, some parents call us back and they're like, oh, I didn't get this and I didn't get that and I didn't get this. How can we better prepare them for what they are going to get? Because honestly, when they first said step clinic, we thought, okay, you're gone, we're washing your hands, washing our hands, you know. But that's, I'm glad you said that. There's still that, we still have some shared patients. But it's kind of confusing for the parents because they think now they're all UAB, you know. So what can we do? How can we prepare these parents for this is what's going to happen in your first step clinic? If this happens or if this doesn't happen, call us back. You know, just how can we make that easier for them and for us as well?
I'll pass this, but I want to say real quick before, two things briefly. So the STEP model is called the Individualized Transition Plan, and that was first developed in Spina Bifida, which is where I spent the first 16 years of my career at Children's. And one of the biggest transition home runs was the Spina Bifida program and partnering with Dr. Powell and truly being able to see patients that I'd watched grow up and transition them successfully. And not just from me as their care coordinator on the pediatric side, but to Julie, the adult coordinator, who is absolutely wonderful. And I could look at a family and say, you're going to be okay, and then go to the adult clinic and make that warm handoff. And hear, you know, Julie meet them, and then 2 weeks later they would call me and say, well, no, Betsy, I need to come back to Children's because so. And I'm like, no, I know she told you that. I was there. And so there is, you know, families grow up at Children's, and that's a very difficult thing, and my personal phone number was what was stored in their phone, and so I'm the first person they're going to call back. So there is a piece of that it takes to build that trust, but I think the thing that's most important to convey to families is that the STEP clinic was built based on what a decade or more experience of what worked at Children's, and so we tried to bring interdisciplinary care into the UAB system, and the biggest thing, care coordination. And so one of the documents that I'm working on creating right now are these storyboards where it has a picture of Beth, and this is going to be your easy point of contact, and this is who you call. So I think just from, you know, a starting place of saying you're going to have one easy point of contact. You don't have to call that access and then sit on hold forever. You're going to have an easy point of contact, and Beth is your person now. I think conveying that message to them gives, at least for me, that would give me a peace of mind to know in this big system I have a person that's going to be my person. And so that would be the first thing I would say would help.
And one thing we've done with some of our other specialists, because this is not, this is not happening in isolation, what you're talking about. Some of our specialists, we've worked closely with creating new plans to let them know when someone is fully transitioned. So having that closed feedback of like, we're ready, we've had the conversation, and the family feels comfortable and is telling us they feel comfortable. Because again, every patient is so different. We have some patients who need 5 specialists. It's going to take time to get them to meet these 5 specialists. All of us coordinate. Everybody's schedules are crazy at UAB and Children's. So sometimes it can take a full year just to have a family meet all the right people. And I think us meeting behind the scenes would be great too, to share the language we use, because then you can model that language. Because my language when I meet someone at the beginning in the first visit is, today we're going to transition you to pulmonary and neuro. It sounds like you're stable in both those realms. You had this conversation with your specialist at Children's. You feel good about it. So next up, I'm going to see you back here with me and the pulmonologist and the neurologist at that visit. And we'll assess how that visit goes. And so sometimes the family doesn't want to make all 5 new leaps at the same time too, right? Some families, again, are going to say like, I'm done, I don't want to see my providers at Children's ever again. And some families really do mean that and are ready to move on. And so we'll move 5 specialists and kind of check back in. Other families are like, I want to do this slowly, one at a time, make sure I trust each of these people, make sure I trust you and your team, and kind of see how it goes. And so it's hard, I think, for us at Children's to be able to word it as like, oh, you're off to step, it's all done now. Because then we see them and we're really trying to go based on how the family feels, right? It's not safe or healthy for anyone to make an abrupt transfer of care, right? We want to transition, and we want to be engaging with the patient at every visit. How did you feel about how that visit with Dr. Powell went? How did it go when you went and met with my physical therapist? What was that like? So that we can really get to know how we can make people more comfortable before we totally take the lead. An example, I had a patient we saw this week who we have been seeing for over 2 years. And every visit, mom has been in tears telling me about like, I'm loving this, I feel good about this, I'm not ready though, I don't want to go to UAB hospital for any procedure or any admission. And that's been our conversation for 2 years. And she's now met all of her specialists more than once. We checked in every 6 months, and this week she came on Wednesday and she looked at me and said, I'm ready. I have now met all these people, I like all these people, I trust all of you, this experience has been good, and I told my pulmonologist last week at Children's goodbye. And so, again, I mean, it's so different. And so she was like, I'm ready to take this leap. If something happens, we're gonna call y'all and we're gonna come to UAB. And so, again, every patient's different, and I think the more we can communicate in the background and close the loop on like, here's the list of patients who came from rehab who have all made their successful transition, who we all feel will do well in the adult health system, and close the loop with you all. So then when they call you, you can say, what's going on? I heard that everything was great. And then we are very open to feedback. If there's something that you think that has been missed or dropped, we want to hear about it so we can do better.
I would just add to, like, if it's a specific rehab patient, Julie Baker as well is a great contact as well. Me and Dr. Davis try to communicate with each other too, just to make sure that transition with rehab is going well too.
I got a quick question for y'all. On referrals, we're referring for rehab, but if our kids got more than one, well, this would need, do we need to be referring to STEP or straight to rehab? Say a pump kit, for example.
So that's a twofold, because there are patients that have procedures that they need to continue to get. So depending on the timing of when they can get in the STEP, it may be that I need to see them first at Spann in order, like I was just saying, like botulinum toxin injections for spasticity. They need to go ahead and see me so that they can stay on that same like schedule instead of like getting off schedule when it comes to their procedures.
So would you then refer to STEP?
So I would still put in the STEP referral because we communicate with STEP because we're part of it as well. So a lot of times if I see a patient, I'm looking in the computer to see have they been referred to STEP, and then if they haven't, Julie will make sure to message back and say, hey, this patient needs to get in with STEP as well.
Was there one more question? Yes, I was just gonna let y'all know that the People First table has the forms to fill out for. We have the forms available for Advocacy Day, it's Disability Alliance, and that is next Wednesday. Yeah, in a week, the 15th. But it's really important, we need as many people as we can to sign up and to be down there in Montgomery to show them that we as voters, this is important to us. And the issues that we need, that we can discuss with our legislators. And also, we have an information sheet on the COBE Act, the supported decision making. So if you want more information on that, we also have that. Any questions you need about that?
Thank you so much. Okay, we are going to break for lunch. I'm going to let David do a final announcement to break us for lunch. But if you'll look at your session agenda and just be thinking during lunch about which session you want to attend. So there'll be some Ask the Experts going on here, and then there will be a sexuality session going on in a breakout room kind of around this corner to the left. And so there's going to be more sexuality sessions later in the day. This one's going to be geared more towards medical professionals and educators, that kind of thing. But just make a decision over lunch on which one you want to go to. Thank you all to this panel and David.
Terrific, thank you so much. Give a big hand. As Susan said, we welcomed it, and everybody. The goal is that you would find this inspirational, educational, but then also one of the goals is that you would get to make connections. Well, lunchtime is a great time to make connections, and lunch is served. It's right over there. You are able to go outside in the back, and you can enjoy the picnic tables, the beautiful weather. Also, don't forget to visit all of the vendors if you have any questions. All of the experts are also going to be available. But one of the things about making connections is there's a group in Birmingham. It is the Birmingham Dads of Kids with Special Needs. And that group meets the first Tuesday of every month, and it meets at different places around the city. We have fathers who have 3-month-olds. We have fathers who have children in their late 40s. There's some information about it over at the United Ability table. I kind of head that group up, and so if you have any questions about the dads group and making connections there, the one thing that we always say is dads need love too. So come talk to us about it. Enjoy lunch.
I'm a nurse with Dr. Danielle Powell, you guys met earlier. I work over at UAB Spann Rehabilitation Center. I also go to STEP Clinic, and I'll also come over here to United Ability. So no matter where you live, Julie's probably going to see you at some point in time, okay? I try to be everybody's buddy. Anyway, can't get away from me. The panel that we are going to have today is called Ask the Expert. These are my experts up here. But before we get started, I do want to acknowledge Ms. Nicolau and her family. Without Ms. Nicolau's help, we would not be able to do this event every year. This was, I know Betsy told you, but Cathy Carver's brainchild. Cathy Carver was walking down the hallway at Spann one day. She said, "Julie, I have this idea." And if anybody knows Cathy Carver, you know that it was not just an idea. She was figuring out a way to make it happen. So Cathy, I, a social worker 3 years ago, said, "Hey, let's try this conference." Well, it was a real rough draft the first time around. And so we brought in our friends with STEP and all of these wonderful vendors that you see around you, and every year it's just growing and growing. So we are so thankful to have your support to reach all of these families throughout the state and Southeast. We do have you. Okay. We have it back on board. I was going to put her on the spot. So the point of our panel today is to kind of talk to you about real life independence. You have heard, everyone talk about, hey, we have this option, hey, we have this resource, hey, all these things are available, but what does that look like in real life for adults, navigating the world, and particularly in Alabama. So I am going to let them introduce themselves to begin with, and then I'm going to ask them probing questions, and then you guys, this is a very informal panel. They're ready to answer anything, I think. Yes, sir.
I'm Marguerite Fondren. I'm Brooke Grissom. My son comes to United Ability. We're so thankful for United Ability. He's 43 and he lives in a group home. He's been in a group home since he was 15.
I am from Birmingham, Alabama, and I have cerebral palsy, and I'm a patient of the STEP Clinic. My name is Carissa Patton. I am 32. I have spinal bifida, and I am a patient of spinal bifida.
Hey, I'm Amy Morgan. I'm 32, and I have similar nothing like them. I'm a spinal cord injury. I got shot, so it's pretty much me. And I work with Spann. I do the role model program.
Phillip Crain, at CP, and I actually work with the subclinic as their patient advocate.
I am Becky Helms. I have arthrogryposis, and I get help from the ADRS in Dothan, and I also teach at Troy University, and I'm the academic advisor there, and I also do the disability services for the Dothan campus.
Stay tuned. There's going to be more from Becky in a little bit, okay? All right, so things that you wish you would have known when transitioning into not just adult health care, but like adulthood in general. You want to start this one? Who wants to start? Okay, we can go back here, that's fine. If you want to go first.
Sure, I'll go first. I was very lucky to have a strong support system and my parents. So when it came to healthcare, my mom was still very involved. I would say probably within the last 3-4 years, probably when my husband now moved in. We got married 2 years ago, but he's on the front row here. Raise your hand, say hi. Once he moved in, I guess my parents really saw me as adulting, and they kind of cut the cord, and so I started doing a lot of my own calling the doctor and advocating for myself. I would say it was challenging, especially when I had a lot of health issues last year with UTIs, and the nurses of my kidney doctor didn't really want to believe me that the pain was that bad, and they would just keep giving me different antibiotics and then ignore me. So once I was in tears, one day my mom stepped in and got a mama bear on them. So I was grateful. I still have them, but she still, she tried to let me do it. And she still does, especially now that I'm married. She wants me to do everything by myself. Transitioning, I mean, when I came to college, like my parents both really didn't go to college, so my mom's like, you're on your own there. So I had to do all that by myself, making sure I took the right classes, deciding my major, just making sure everything was on point so I could still graduate. And now it's my career to help others do that. So yeah, I mean, my transition was a positive one, but it still had, its bumps in the road. I guess just myself navigating life, dating, being a girl, and all that stuff.
Which is why we have our experts here today. Wink, wink, stay for all sessions.
Transition for me has been pretty positive. My experience, my dad's a physician, former internist care at Grissom, and so having that in the back pocket, it definitely gets docs and nurses' attention, because anything that they're, not that dad will like step in, but it's more like if you do something wrong, I'm going to know and I'm not going to have to do it. So I'll never forget I had a post-op week from my spine, and the doc was going to go do the suture in a week, a week, and he didn't do it totally sterile. And my dad stopped him mid-procedure before he was going to do it. He's like, you didn't do that totally sterile. Started. And it was just like the awareness of the medical side of things. There's a lot of stuff where it's like, when your parents having that strong support system and they know the medical world, and they know, like, if they're getting medical issues, my dad can handle 99%. So that's been good. Just for any, like, issues that come up, there's not, it's not, oh my God, dad first, and then we'll go from there, because that does help. And then as far as college for me, kind of like Becky, I had a pretty easy transition. I went to Auburn for my bachelor's, my first master's, and Auburn accessibility department for resources and stuff like that is very good. They have improved a lot in the lab. Since when I started, they were very good, and they got to that point. The other thing that I got lucky about at Auburn is that Auburn's campus was actually redesigned prior to me coming by the lead designer of the project. Daughter has muscular dystrophy. I actually know the daughter. And she ended up going to Stanford, which, Stanford's campus is not accessible at all. But I benefited from, because he said, I'm going to design Auburn's campus to be accessible for my daughter when she comes. She didn't come there, but I did. So I benefited from it being flat and pedestrian. So that helped me out a lot.
So mine is a little bit different. Again, I actually got injured when I was 19. So I was almost an adult, and I didn't have like a mom and dad and siblings and people to like support me and tell me go. So I kind of learned things on my own. It was never like, oh, I got this person I can call, or, hey, how do I figure out about college? I just had to go out and like, what I do? Like, hey, I don't know about this. I just got like this. Can you help me? And that's how my, stuff went. Like, I didn't know. But I'm cool now.
Growing up with Somerville, my mom tried to make sure that I was kind of set up for when I turned, of age into an adult. She would send me to Independence camps in Tennessee for a week just to learn how to take care of myself and things like that. So I did that up until I was 17. I started going at 14. So by the time I went to college, I was pretty much prepared to live on my own. I would say the things that I wish I had known transitioning with is stuff like paperwork, like insurance, and how you get kicked off your parents' insurance when you turn 26, and things like that. They don't really tell you until it happens. So those are things I kind of had to figure out along the way. I went to a very un-wheelchair-friendly campus. I went to the University of Monterastelli, which is a very old campus in Cosmo Rex. And it was very hard to navigate in a power chair, trying to make sure that I didn't fall off the sidewalk and get stuck and have to call cops for like the third time, or getting stuck in the old elevators, or just getting locked out of a building, or an elevator actually breaking. So it was kind of, I didn't have the traditional college experience as far as like learning things to do. Like, yes, I lived by myself on campus, but I had friends that would help me whenever I needed it. So I wasn't really alone. And when I decided to move out a few years ago, that's when I really learned my independence. Like, I figured out, okay, for this, I need to make sure that I schedule my bus trips 3 hours early to make sure that I'm on time. I need to make sure I call this doctor for this and this doctor for that. But thankfully, for a place like the center, they helped me to make sure that all my stuff is in one place, and I don't have to go chasing all over the world to get things that I need.
My story is a lot different than here. I'm a parent, and my son is severely disabled. He had meningitis when he was 2, and he was severely brain damaged and had seizures and needed everything done for him. When he got to be about 7, 8, 9 years old, I started realizing that I was not going to be able to take care of him full time when he was an adult, because even as a small child, he required a whole lot, which I didn't mind. I wanted to do what was best for him. So his dad and I started looking at different, group homes, just to see what was out there, and we quickly learned that there was a long waiting list. And so he he ended up transitioning to a group home when he was 15. And he's 42 now. The biggest challenge is, trying to be sure as a mom that everything can be done for him, is done for him. So, and that's a day-by-day process. So,
you're still very active in his care.
I know we've seen you. Yes.
I was going to say, the biggest thing I found with the biggest issue with transition is that when you have that comfort of children, we all spoke on it, I know Dr. Stein spoke on it, that comfort of children's where it's, okay, I know what I'm getting when I walk in the door. Whether it's for surgery, or for a follow-up appointment, I know I saw the same nurse for the last decade and a half. The neurosurgeon nurse, like, she knows me by first name. She's, it's just like, come back and see us, just for fun, just to say, hey, even though, you get that rapport with those people because you see them for 20 years. So that rapport, I understand why transition can be hard for parents and for patients, because it is, you're leaving your comfort. Pediatric care does a great job, children especially, does a great job of taking care of us. And a stat that I keep going back to, for myself, having CP, 90% of people with CP live to age 20. At least age 20, and then obviously longer than age 20. But pediatric care has gotten to the point now where we live to that and get to transition. But that creates the next question of, okay, now adult care comes into play, and that comfort zone isn't there. So you have to kind of make that up as you go. And so that's kind of the
I think that's kind of what we've heard all morning long, and that's probably what you guys have experienced. And you've been in healthcare for a while, it's, children's has been a comfortable place, and, UAB was a big scary place. Not to knock any of the other local entities, but, a lot of people have children transfer over to UAB because of the complexity of care. And, everyone's trying to do a good job, but like patients that have CP, spinal bifida, it's like, okay, well, this patient population is living, and pediatric care is doing a great job of keeping everybody alive. Now, what do we do to make them thrive? And so, that's kind of what this is about. I know we were talking about, different college, different educational opportunities. Becky, if you don't mind, I'm interested in now. I know you have a whole spiel that you're doing in a little bit, so I don't want to steal any of your thunder from them. But from when you were a student to now what you see with your students, can you give us just a little bit of that?
I guess when I have a wide range of students, like some are non-traditional and some are coming straight out of college, and some of them I've seen come in with their parents and the parents are helping them transition. But a lot of them don't even know accommodations are a thing in college. They may have been out for a couple of years, not gone straight into college right away, and just never thought about getting accommodations. Mental health is probably the majority of the disabilities that I receive documentation for to get accommodations. But some of it's physical disabilities, and I had my very first service dog I did last fall. And so that was a different dynamic to help her with that. There was a concern about the service dog, I think, eating treats. It was distracting, and she would give the dog treats every 20 or 30 minutes, and the classes were long, they're 2 hours long. So the teacher brought that to my attention. I'm like, well, are treats there to keep the dog long? I was trying to play devil's advocate with the teacher, and then I think he understood better. But I have a wide range of people coming prepared or unprepared. It's really word of mouth. If they don't know it's an option. And I just hope my presence being there and through, because I also do advising, and a lot of the students that I get are my advisees, my students in that capacity. So I try to tell them about those services too, even if they don't tell me they have a disability or not. I'm like, well, you got the writing center, you got the library, I do disability services. I try to just have a whole list of spiel, hoping it may catch somebody that doesn't know accommodations are an option. So, yeah.
All right, thank you. I know Amy and Carnisha do a lot of advocacy work, and so thinking about ableism, stereotypes, and those sorts of things, individuals getting out and educating the masses is super important. One of the reasons why we're doing this today. So wanted to touch base with you guys on how you feel advocacy has really played a part and what you would have, the teenagers coming through do to not only advocate for themselves, but advocate for others. Like if you had 2 points.
I would say the main point is, if you feel like you're not getting what you should have, don't be afraid to speak up. You can take it to, if you're in school, you can take it to your professor, but like she said, disability resources on your campus is the best option to go, because they will tell you what you need to do, or they'll get it done for you. But as far as outside of college, there's a little different way of, getting it out, or getting what you need. You can start with reaching out to your fellow politicians, or if it's medical, you can tell your doctor, or if you have to go to human resources, sometimes it's just what you have to do. But you cannot be afraid to speak up for yourself. That's the only way it's going to get done. You can be helping someone else in the process.
Self-advocacy is definitely key. Once you get in the college workforce, self-advocacy is the only route. Your parents are welcome to that. Up to you. Speak up. And yeah, it's a matter of you need to be aware of what you need, what accommodations you need, and then go from there. But yeah, it's all of you.
All right, so I know we were talking about employment and kind of going to HR and those sorts of things. And I know you guys have been in the workforce for a while now. Can you talk about experiences that you've had, and more than just experiences you've had, but what you would have parents and these young people know going forward about the workforce?
I had a not so good experience with a boss who never had somebody with a disability. And he was like, oh, you're good. And I'm like, no, I can't reach that. I was trying to reach the copier and it's too tall. And he's like, oh, it's fine, I'll just help you. And I'm like, that's not the point. I want to be able to do it myself. So we got him to move it, and he decided that he wanted me to do a task that to me was not what I went to school for. I have a degree in computers and I'm a licensed insurance agent. And he had me doing stuff for marketing, putting stickers on Kleenexes. Yeah. And it was like, really? As a person with a disability, I'm more than what you think I am. I'm more than this chair is. It just goes along for the ride. It's not who I am, it's just a part of me. And I feel like for a person that's going to enter the workforce, to know that you are whatever you think you are. Don't let the world tell you you're any different.
For me, for the workforce, I feel like the first step is actually getting someone to hire you. And I think that's where we need more self-advocacy in those areas, because a lot of these jobs take one look at you and some will flat out tell you, I'm not going to hire you because you have disability. I'm sorry.
This is why I brought them, guys.
So I don't know if they don't understand that you can't do that,
but they don't care either. So we have to try to do a better job of understanding that people with disabilities are capable of working. Oh, yes.
Did y'all hear what she said? She couldn't fit in the bathroom?
Yeah, I couldn't fit in the bathroom, so I didn't get the job, which was a blessing because it led me into something better. But, you know, having a disability, I had to think outside the box. I'm in the job that I'm now because I put my resume on Craigslist. Let me just say this also, I've transitioned from the workforce to entrepreneurship. So I was looking for an office space and I couldn't get in the bathroom, so I could not get that office space. So there's so many factors. Even if you decide to work for yourself, it's still working against you.
I think we've all dealt with the access to bathroom issue. It's kind of ridiculous that 30
so far.
Right, it's 33 years post the ADA. They're about 1990 to 33 years post the ADA. Just and accessible bathrooms in buildings, much less workplaces, is like not necessarily guaranteed. And yeah, I remember one of the first jobs I had, I kept having to go up the elevator, and finally it was accessible enough. But my boss went, stop that. Like, one, it just cuts down on, it's so long to go up the elevator because there's a big giant bathroom down the hall. Like, but it was in another, office of the building. It's like, they don't care, just go use it, we all use it. But no, you weren't aware of it. It was like, yeah, and how can you get that elevator could break any day now, like you'd be stuck. Good luck with that. Yeah, so yeah, we all have that issue with bathrooms because it is still an issue.
I would say definitely advocate for yourself because accommodations at work are an option. I've been through quite a few things with the HR at my job. Not to be super negative, but like at one point, after it was just me and my secretary for 6 months after my boss had been fired, and I've been doing the whole center for like 6 months. I asked for a raise because I was out of all the Troy campuses. This is back in 2018. I was the lowest paid advisor. I was at $24,000, and everyone else was starting at $32,000. And even new hires after I'd been there for like 2 years. So I kept asking for a raise, and my boss and her boss kept approving it, but it would be like stuck at this other guy's desk, and there was a lot of transition in that position. So I just started going straight to HR. I had downloaded, because you can see if you work for a public institution, you can see everybody's salaries on, I think it's Alabama Public Checkbook, or I don't remember the name of it, but it's public info. So I downloaded all the advisors' salaries. Because, I'm a history major, I'm good at research. And I think they underestimated that. And so I had all this research, I had all the past emails I've written, and it kept getting still stuck after all that. So there was a very nice lawyer in town that talked to me and gave me the language I needed to use. She's very sweet. She even asked me to pay for anything. So she was willing to go and talk to him directly, but she said, usually once a lawyer gets involved, it gets very, kind of contentious a little. So I just used all that language, and at one point, the head of HR said, I've been working with this guy for the last week to try to find the funds in his department to apply to yours. We're working on it. And I'm like, okay, I guess that language worked. And so no one tells you when you get a raise there. You have to see it on your check coming in. And it was March of 2020, and I'm like, well, COVID hit, I'm probably not getting that raise. They approved it at the end of February. So I ended up getting it, thankfully, and I'm very appreciative. I'm very blessed for that, because it probably wouldn't have worked out for anybody else. I used my disability, and I'm grateful that helped because of my rights and everything. And then last year I tried to ask for accommodations for remote work for a day or two a week, and that was denied, so I'm a little frustrated about that. They're not gonna approve exactly what you asked for. And if they give you some kind of alternative, then they're fine. Like, if they do the interactive process and they provide you something, then even if you try to get USC involved or something, they're not gonna really, they're just gonna say that the employer provided what you needed. And so I'm a little unhappy with how the laws are for disability and employee accommodations, but that's just me on my little pedestal. I could talk all day long about my frustrations about that, but I was talking to the very nice people at the advocacy booth in the back corner, and I wish I had known about them for both of those issues. I know about them now, so if there's any issues, I'm definitely going to go straight to them. But yeah, use them. Use any of your resources and advocate for yourself. So definitely.
Is there anything that you guys want to say to the audience before we start the question and answer segment?
I had COVID in June or July of 2022. And thanks to the STEP program, which you've heard a lot about, I was able to get the medicine I needed because I had gone to the doctor box by my house because it was closest, and I really thought I had the flu, and I had COVID, and they just tried to ship me out the door without medicine, and I have, complex medical condition, and I had to have special treatment or whatever. I could have landed in the hospital, and if it wasn't for Beth and the doctors advocating for me, I don't know where I would have been. So that's why I believe that what they're doing is so important, and I'm glad that I found it.
We'll open the floor to questions. Phil's got something. I'm sorry.
I was going to say it before we do the Q&A, I was going to say this later too, but I'll just say it now. As I mentioned before, 90% of people with CP are living longer, living to at least age 20. That's across the board, disabled people are living longer. We're here. When I say we're here, but when it comes to medical care especially, but other things in life too, the biggest issue is access. It's access across the board. So, and as part of my role with STEP, I'm doing a lot of research for various papers for Betsy's writing and I'm helping with it, yada yada. But part of that is looking at what we can do or where issues lie in medical care as far as access. And so one of the things I keep coming across is that people with disabilities get vastly under served when it comes to things like cancer screening and OBGYN care and even just stuff like bed sores and stuff like that. And the reason is because you can't actually either A, you can't get in the clinic, B, you can't get on the exam table, or C, the diagnostic equipment isn't accessible. Right, the room is too small. So if all of those things, obviously physicians and nurses can't fix all of those things. You can't build a new CT scan or an MRI that's bigger. Y'all can't do that. But there's a lot of things when it comes to accessibility that can be done simply just by thinking through the process, because that's where we're at. We're living to this point. Pediatrics did their job. They got it. They got us to adulthood. Whether it's the PTs, the OTs, or the docs, they got us to adulthood. But now it's on adult care, and it's up to y'all to kind of continue to progress and allow us to live to, 45 and 65 and 85 in quality good health care, in quality health, because that's where we're at. We're living to that.
I can speak to that just a little bit. Yes, absolutely. Just saying, Spinal Benefit, so that is, I'm the adult spinal benefit coordinator at Spann, and so that was the thing. I transitioned from children's. I knew that they were getting fantastic care at children's, but they're continuing to live. Like, we've got patients in our clinic that are in their 70s. So it's like, okay, so what do you do with a 70-year-old with, X, Y, and Z kind of complications? And so as the population continues to age, that's another transition question. One more second. Is that, what do you do? We're talking transition into adulthood now, but there's a really big problem area in transitioning as our caregivers age as well that we face in adult medicine. I see your heads. I'm liking the head shakes. And so that is, I know we talked, Ms. Fondren kind of talked a little bit about, her son that was living in a group home. And part of that is so that he is cared for and she is cared for. So we'll let her talk about that in just a second, because I feel like I've left you out down here. And then we'll go to Q&A.
Yes, that is a really big aspect, because from the beginning I knew as I aged that I definitely wouldn't be able to take care of my son as he needed. And just to be sure that, everything is in place like it needs to be. It's kind of hard to define in place, because you never know from one day to the next what's going to happen. But did I answer your question?
There's multiple options, there's multiple agencies to help out with, and just independence. If you get anything from our panel today, independence doesn't look the same for everyone, and everyone that's independent doesn't look the same. So if you guys just kind of think for that, we're going to open it for Q&A. David, I really am ready for you to have this mic down.
Several of you talked about self-advocacy, which I think is crucial, but this isn't really a question, I guess just a comment, but I think I want to remind you that once you start doing that, you are not alone. I think it's kind of a reminder to all of us that you really have this network around you, and as soon as you start advocating for yourself, there are a lot of people around you who are just waiting to jump in and be part of your support system. And I'm not talking about your initial support system, your friends and your family, but there are people who you may not even know well. You may be in a new job, and then something comes up, and you start advocating for yourself, and you may have a coworker who you just met, but they hear you start to advocate for yourself, and that gives that person an opportunity to then jump in and say, you know what, this is wrong, and this situation is wrong, and what you are asking for is totally fair. It gives them a chance to jump in and advocate for you. And also, in addition to all that, when we talk about healthcare and lack of access to healthcare for people, as somebody who's able-bodied, something that I have just started doing in the last couple of years, when I've gone, a couple years ago I started this when I went to get my mammogram, just innocently, I asked questions. I asked the technician, what do you do when somebody comes in here who's in a wheelchair? And she looked at me like that was the strangest question. And I asked all kinds of people when I go places now. I asked my hairdresser recently, well, how do you wash the hair of somebody when they're in a power wheelchair? And I just ask people everywhere I go, in normal places, not only in healthcare, but other places. And it just makes people think. And I think that's something as an able-bodied person, if we can just start doing it, gets other people thinking. No, it's not going to make somebody build a new MRI machine, but if people will just start thinking, then maybe when somebody does roll in there in a wheelchair, they at least they've started planning what they could do. Because at least with my hairdresser, he started thinking through all the different ways he could accommodate somebody. And it's reminding you guys that you are not alone, and it's not just your family. There's a huge network of people who want to be a part of your team.
Is there something that you could think of that your parents and family did when you were younger that helped you to be self-advocates?
Yeah, they made me do it. I'm joking, but I'm not joking, but that's the short answer of it. it is, my parents said, you're doing it, like, you can do this, you can, you know, I just read the joke around my pediatric PT was, we're gonna make you go in with the Crains because they'll make you do stuff. Like, and that was the short answer of it, was my parents said, okay, you can't, there are things physically you can't do, but academics, you got that. So you're gonna make good grades. You're going to make, you know, there's no reason you should be making all A's in high school, and probably all A's in college for the most part. There was no, and so that, just one of the biggest things because I, like Becky, I worked as an academic advisor for a couple of years, working with, actually the Western Basketball team at Auburn. And so one of the biggest things that I saw from those athletes and those students was that the expectation level of what a student can do academically and just sets the standard for so many things. If the expectation level is they can't do it, well then the teachers tend to an extent say, okay, I'll just pass them along. Not they're trying to say, not that they're trying to not do right by the student, but ultimately there's a lot of legal stuff with that too, because IEPs have started being written to where I feel like they're putting teachers in a hard spot because IEPs are written where teachers can't push students to do better. And the parents, a lot of times, for various reasons, don't want to help their students be as good as they can be in the classroom. So when all those expectations are kind of set to where, okay, we'll just, little Jimmy can make his B's and C's and it'll be fine, that kind of sets the bar where, okay, college isn't in the picture. But it wasn't really not in the picture, or was the academic standards set forward wasn't in the picture. So it was kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. So my thing is make your kid do stuff they can do.
So my example comes in third grade. On the second, third, they wanted to give me speech software for writing and stuff, and my mom said no, because I can handwrite. It may not be exactly as fast as everybody else. I can text on my phone. I can do everything. She felt like speech software would make it where I wouldn't learn spelling as well, because it would do all that for me. And I use speech software now. My caseload increased in my advising job, and I had to write like emails all the time. I started using it, and I didn't really understand until I started using it how my mom helped me, because it does spell for you. It will do so much for you. And I've had students in my class, when they write essays on my exams, they'll spell words as it's like autocorrect. Like it's a word, but it's spelled differently because they just let autocorrect do whatever when they're texting, and that's how you spell a word. So I'm very blessed and very grateful my mom did that for me, because she set me up to be a good writer and know my spelling and grammar and all that. So I think it's just making, if your child has the ability to do it, make them. I had a first grade teacher trying to teach everyone how to hold a pencil. She was like, you do it your way. I'm not going to try to tell you how to do it. And then my dad is very good at building things. So he built me a stand for my keyboard so it's propped up vertically. And I type with the end of a pencil, the eraser. So I'm just like one key at a time. I've gotten pretty quick at it, and I still type, even though I have the speech software, I still type, because I can do it, and I want to do it, and just making them do it. I mean, my mom's very involved in healthcare, but when it came to all this other stuff, she was very good at trying to teach me to be independent.
I have a little caveat, not really a caveat, a little caveat. When we say they can do it if they can do it, we don't mean necessarily like stress your kid out. If your kid can't, like if it is a challenge for your kid to do something, figure out where that line is and then don't cross it. Because a like for example, I remember the various assignments in elementary and middle school. It was like write out the spelling word 5 times. I get nothing from it. Like I was very much an auditory learner, which is ironic because I carry lots of CP. But if I hear a word and I can very easily learn how to spell it just by spelling it out. So, but writing for me is very difficult. So making me do the homework assignment where it's write out the spelling word 5 times it's not helpful. It's not only is it not helpful to the extent the teacher wants it to be, but it's physically taxing on me. Like, no, don't make your kid do the assignment that isn't going to be as beneficial and is going to be physically taxing. Like, figure out where that line is and then go from there. Don't just make your kid do stuff. They can do it.
Mine would be, don't let them believe when somebody says they can't do something, and let them know that they can make noise until someone pays attention. Meaning, if someone says, oh, they can't do that, say, yes, I can, until they take notice. Because I've had people hundreds of times say, oh, she'll never be anything, or she won't do that, she won't accomplish that. And they just kind of would, tear me down, and I just didn't listen. My mom said, we're going to make noise until somebody pays attention. Either they'll get annoyed or they'll learn to listen.
My question would be for those of you who don't have built-in support systems, like what was your first step when you initially realized, oh, I need some resources? What was your first step? How did you start?
I knew this was for me So basically how I started was, I was just like, okay, I didn't have anybody that looked like me. When I say that, like how they all look alike and like they have similar stories, I was like, okay, what do I do? Like, I need help, I need to figure it out. So I just went to my doctor and was like, hey, what's up? Like, what I need to do? I ain't got this, I ain't got that, so what can I do? And it went from that doctor to me talking to this person to me talking to that person. And I'm like, okay, I don't want to live alone. I don't want to live like that. Y'all don't clean up like me. Snore, I don't want to be there. Like, nah. So it's just the little steps. Like, I kept saying what I want to do. And like, it was like, okay, well, go here, do this. Talk to this person. And that's how I did it because I didn't have a mom or a dad or a cousin or none of that. I just went to the people that was there. I was like, hey, I want to do this. And that's how mine happened, so.
Now you're being that person for so many other people. Anybody else?
To speak to our point, that's where you all come in. That's where all the medical professionals sitting in this room come in. Because oftentimes, especially with new injuries, parents whose kids were at birth, they get thrown into it at 0 or 1 or 2. So they have about 16 years to figure it out, thereabout, until they turn 18. If it happens at 17 or 18, they've got about 6 months. And if there's a parental involvement. But that's where Dr. Stein was talking about earlier about medical professionals not knowing about waivers. The reality is that everybody involved with us, and to Marlise's point as well, is on our team. Now, some people can be very good teammates, and some people can be very bad ones. Be good teammates.
My question is about safety. How do you make your parents or loved ones feel comfortable that you are capable of being out in the community and handling certain situations that could be dangerous, even though y'all adults? How do you make your loved ones feel comfortable that you're safe?
You can't. I'm 32 years old and my mom was still pushing every move I made. You take them on the Max bus and show them what it's like to go around. Then they don't question anything anymore, because they don't even know what you're doing. That's a
I
whole,
can't figure out the next bus.
no.
Brooke tells me she goes on the next bus and she makes all these plans. I'm like, Brooke, I couldn't figure out the next bus. How are you doing this? It's complicated.
So I drive my own van with the joystick and touchscreen. ADRS set that up for me, and it's wonderful. I've been driving since probably about 2013, 2012. My first van, within the first 5 years, I had about 3 wrecks, which, I mean, when you first start driving, you have wrecks. And they terrified my parents. 2 of them were like very big wrecks. Thankfully, I came out really, well, I broke my leg in the last one, but the first one, I came out unharmed, and I could have died from it. I could have died from both. And so my dad was talking to the guy that owns Gulf States Mobility in Somerville, and was talking to him like, you know, I'm terrified of her getting back in a van and driving because I totaled it with my last wreck. So now I have a Toyota. I love the Dodge, but the Toyota's great too. You always love your first car. And so he was talking to him about like, I'm terrified of her driving and all that, and the guy's like, look, my daughter who's perfectly able to drive, I'm terrified of her driving too, but she's gonna do it. And so, you know, you just have to let go. You have to let them do it. So now my parents are like, cut the umbilical cord. You know, they want me to check in. Like I drove up here from Dothan, and so like we just text back and forth. Thankfully, I have a good co-pilot. He eats me snacks and gives me drinks and DJs. But you know, we just check in with them. You know, we don't go completely silent. But thankfully, knock on all wood, I have not injured this man at all. So I think I'm out of my early driving wreck phase. It just came late in life because I started driving at 25. So, you know, I got all that out of the way, and now I'm 34. I hate that. I'm gonna have a midlife crisis at 35.
So I think mine's a little bit opposite of people being scared for people to go places or do things and stuff like that. Not me. They're like, as soon as I ain't open her mouth, she ain't gonna be scared to do nothing. Like, I just go out and do it. Just go ahead, put a phone. Oh, okay, come get up. So being scared is not an option. And nobody should be scared, but let's try to do something.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there's any parents who has a kid at any age that isn't slightly scared of what their kid can possibly get into. But yeah, I just remember my grandmother like asking my mom, he's out in Auburn. I'm like, he's Auburn. Like, and anyone who knows Auburn, like, and I don't even downtown. And it was like, he was downtown at 8 o'clock at night. And I'm like, it's 8 o'clock in a college town. There's about 500 people out on a given day. Like, it's not like he's walking alone in the dark. It's like everybody around. And also, I don't drink, so I don't worry about that. Because I don't need any help falling over people.
I'm a little daredevil. I honestly think my parents have a heart attack every 6 months. So, all you can really do is just ensure them that you know what you're doing, and if you're gonna make a mistake, it's yours to make. You know, they've done their job. And that's about all they can do now. Along with technology, like I have a watch, so if I do fall and I need to call for help, it calls 911 for me. And I have a tracking app, so if they want to know where I am, if I don't answer the phone and they think I got lost on the bus again, they can see it. They don't have to think, oh, she got kidnapped downtown.
Yeah, technology is definitely in our favor. But I want to say on our honeymoon 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, we went to Disney, and it was great. The first day was great, and then on that night after the fireworks show, in the midst of all the crowds, I was trying to go across to the store, and my chair was raised up, and I fell off a curb because I didn't know there was a curb there. It catapulted me. My chair was great. My chair was fine, thankfully. But I face planted on the asphalt, and I was okay. But we scheduled a trip in January to go back to Disney. Trust me, my parents were terrified. After the first trip, they were like, "Don't go back." And then I broke my armrest at that trip in January, and they were like, "Stop going to Disney."
Never children will suffer. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break if there's no other questions. Unless you guys go to the restroom and grab a snack. There's so many snacks. We have even breakfast left. If you guys want breakfast today for tomorrow, there's plenty of food back there, guys.
Thank you.
Come on, you gotta get in there.
James Spann, Phillip David. All right, let's get back in your seats. We're about ready to get started on session 5. And I don't know about y'all, but that last session's a really hard one to follow. I think that was amazing, hearing from the experts. And so it's so hard to follow. We have Renneker joining us once again up here as one of the experts. So we're happy to have her back on the stage. All right, so on to our panel now. This is titled Community Transitions. So we all know once high school is over, we have that whole concept of what to do when the school bus stops. We don't want couch potatoes. We don't want anybody to stay home. So these experts are we've got 2 folks from the education world, 3 folks, 2 from the State Department of Education, Alicia and Tiffany. And then we have Rebecca, who is with the University of Troy, to talk about transitions to that world. Then we have some employment experts up here. We have Cathy from our Employment Services Department here at United Ability, and then Andrea is quite the expert from Alabama Department of Rehab Services that can help you understand that world. So I'm going to let them each have some time to chat, and then we'll have some questions.
Call everybody back to the seats again. So
all right, we're calling everybody back to your seats again.
Hey there, my name is ADRS. I'm the Director of Employment Services here at United Ability. And what we do is we work with the Alabama Department of Rehab Services and with the Alabama Department of Mental Health. And we serve, starting at age 15, we go into the local high schools. We do pre-employment transition services with classes of students. We offer work-based learning for students. And we offer supported employment services. So it's a full circle. We want to train students while they're young and in high school on those pre-employment skills, whether that be going into the workforce once they graduate or going into post-secondary opportunities. And then once they graduate, we hope that they will come through to us if needed for employment support. So through referrals from ADRS and the Department of Mental Health, we can work with individuals on finding a job and maintaining that job. We work with a lot of employers on hiring individuals with disabilities and the benefits of that. We do disability etiquette training for employers and for other individuals in the community. I think the last panel spoke a lot about how hard it was to get into employment opportunities as someone who has a disability, and that is something that we too are trying to combat and trying to educate. I think it's all about education because you only know what you know. So it's important for us to get out into the community and to educate employers and individuals and our legislators as well on the benefits of hiring someone with a disability. Most employers will tell you that the individuals with disabilities in their workplaces run circles around their non-disabled employees, and that's what we see as well here too. Once we place someone on a job, we stay with them for the life of the job. So even after they may not have a job coach on site anymore, they go on our extended services. And if they've been working there for 20 years, we are still giving them and their employer a phone call twice a month to ensure that everything is well, because we want to help employers maintain valuable employees. So that's just a small snippet of what we do in our employment services program here.
I feel like I just want to say ditto, but I won't do that. My name is Andrea Carroll, and I work for Alabama Department of Rehab Services. How many of y'all are actually familiar with ADRS? Okay, so quite a few. Awesome. Oh, I see people in there. So what we do is we start with students in high school. Actually, we start from infancy to old adulthood, but I work for vocational rehab, and we start with young adults in high school around 9th or 10th grade and work with them until they are ready for employment, or maybe they go the school route first, and we help them with all kinds of different supports throughout that transition. And then we help them find that job, the career that they want, and support them until they are successfully employed. And if they need changes or a different direction or whatever, they can always come back to vocational rehab. I actually work at ADRS Lakeshore, which is a community rehab provider, very much like Ability. And we have a lot of similar programs that they have. So we do a lot of job readiness, career exploration, helping students maybe practice for interviewing, resume help, all kinds of things, social skills classes, just pretty much whatever they need to be a little bit more independent and successful with employment. And we're, to make sure I didn't forget anything. College prep, I forgot about that. And Brooke, that was on the panel in our last session, reminded me that she came through college prep, I think she said 2005, and that's why we both thought that we looked familiar, but we didn't know why. So, yeah, we've been around for a long time and having these services be very successful for people. We do also have vocational evaluations at Lakeshore. So if you go to ADRS and your counselor meets with you and decides that you need to have an evaluation for whatever reason, they may send you to Lakeshore for that evaluation, and then through that evaluation, they figure out you might need some of the services that I supervise, which are employment development. So the job readiness, college prep, career exploration, those types of things. And then we also have the adaptive driving program. And so if your student is not able to get that permit through school or has a lot of trouble with learning how to drive on their own or with parents, then that is a service that's available for us as well. So I'm sure y'all will have lots of questions and hope they can answer those for everyone else to speak.
Good afternoon. My name is Alicia Hodge, and I work with the Alabama State Department of Education. And I also work with, in collaboration with the Alabama Department of Rehabilitation Services. And so I have some good news, I guess, that I'm going to share. We have, in collaboration with ADRS, we are going to start the PREEDS, or the Pre-Employment Transition Services, beginning in 8th grade. There is a letter that is available. We worked tirelessly on this, and it has been approved. And I have a copy of it. It's actually in the presentation that we were going to show through the PowerPoint today, but your 8th graders that are in school can become consumers now, so that they are able to work on the work-based learning skills, the job readiness skills, and all of the things that she just mentioned previously. So that is something that is new, hot off the press. And so if you're from a school system or if you are a parent, you would be happy to hear that information. So that is something that we are going to be sharing. Next week, there is a transition conference that is going to be held in Trustful. So teachers will be informed of that as well at that time. I will be given a transition update. Also, something that I wanted to remind you of is that students, there's what we call age majority, and students in the state of Alabama, the age of majority is age 19. However, in the IEP meeting, when the student is 18, that information should be discussed, that the rights transfer to the student. That does not mean, as a parent, that you are not still invited to the meeting. But I wanted to remind you that if you have a student that has significant cognitive disabilities or that would need support in some manner, that you make sure that during that meeting, that when they're discussing age majority or that the rights are going to transfer, that you make the necessary adjustments so that you still have those rights as a parent to sign necessary paperwork so that that child continues with those services and that you are able to continue advocating for your student at that time. Tiffany is going to talk to you about the diploma pathways and some other information that we have at this time in the State Department.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Tiffany Moore, Educational Specialist at the State Department of Education. One of my main responsibilities is the secondary transition plan for students. And so when we talk about students preparing for life after high school, one of the first things that you probably already experienced at some point, depending on what grade your student is in, you have to discuss what that transition will look like for your child when he or she exits high school. In Alabama, we have one single diploma, but however, we have 3 different pathways. We have the general education pathway, we have the essentials pathway, we have the alternate achievement standards pathway. So when you go in for that IEP meeting, your as a team, you should decide, depending on your child's interests, needs, preferences, which pathway would be most appropriate for them. And so we have brochures on the back table that specifies which courses that the student would need to take for each pathway. Again, all the pathways lead to an Alabama high school diploma. However, the coursework is different. So when you're deciding which pathway would be most appropriate for your child, you want to consider what your child's plans are for once he or she graduates high school. There a pathway that may necessarily not allow your child to attend college or enlist in the military, but you want to make sure that you're choosing the most appropriate pathway for your student and understand the coursework that is needed for them to complete based on what pathway that they're on. And also, if you're not, the State Department changed the graduation requirements I think the end of January. So those requirements have been amended. Right now, they only apply for students that are on the general education pathway. They haven't provided guidance yet for those students on the essentials and alternate achievement standards pathway. But if you do have a child that receives special education services that's on that general education pathway, just want to make sure that you look at what those requirements are now for those students. And this is only for the cohort of students that will be entering the 9th grade this upcoming school year.
So I work as the academic advisor / disability support disability services specialist at Troy University Dothan campus. So I'm not the only one that does accommodations at Troy. We have multiple campuses, but I do the one in Dothan. And so I guess my advice, if your child is going to college, is go ahead and have a meeting with your accommodation specialist. It could be before they even start, like if they're admitted to the school in the fall, you can go ahead and meet with them. You can go ahead and give them documentation. So what they're going to need is documentation on the disability. So you just get your doctor to write a letter saying what the diagnosis is and what will help them in college. You may not know at that point what will help them in college. So if the doctor is just kind of vague, that's okay, because your accommodation specialist will be the one that will actually talk back and forth with the student about what will help them most. And even as they're in classes, it can be adjusted at any point if there's a need that the student doesn't realize yet. But I would say go ahead and meet with them. You're allowed to go in with the student if you want to, or the student can do it on their own and start teaching them, advocating for themselves. But when they're approved, they get an accommodation letter that they give to their instructor, or that gets sent out, and the instructors have to go by what's on that letter. Like by law, they have to go by what's on that letter. If they don't understand what's on the letter, of course the student can talk to them about it, but the accommodation specialist also works with the instructor and kind of acts as mediator. There's something I was going to mention about. Anyway, so I would just say communication is key. Encourage your child to check emails, because usually at universities, their university email is the main form of communication. So encourage them to check their emails. I have grown adults as students that don't check their emails. So, it's a common thing, but just tell them to check it. Tell them to put it on their phone so it comes through as a notification like a text. I have students that email me like they're texting. Not even a subject, just like a line. And that's okay, as long as they're communicating. So yeah, encourage your child to do that. But college is definitely possible. It may look different than what the student received in high school, because some accommodations don't translate over to college, but most do. So it's a back and forth. It's a lot of back and forth, but the accommodation specialist has your child's best interests at heart. So definitely just communication is key.
All right, so we're ready for some questions.
Before you start the questions, the exiting year for your student in high school, please make sure that the summary of academic achievement and functional performance is completed. That document explains what level your child is actually functioning academically. It is to be completed by the IEP team. So the year that your child is exiting, there is a document that's called, we call it the SAFP, but it's called the Summary of Academic Achievement and Functional Performance, and that is documentation that you could have to go to the next step, whether it's college or to a job or wherever you're planning on your child going post-school.
I have a question about the essentials pathway or the different pathways for education. So I have some families that are very anxious about making this decision. I was going to ask, when does that decision have to be made of which pathway you need to be, and could that path ever change if the family or the child's needs change over time? So, I've had some families that are in middle school making this decision, they're like, I don't know what it's going to be like. So I didn't know if there was a specific age that they make that delineation, and is there an ability to change that over time?
The decision to, where the pathway has to be selected is the 8th grade year. It's the end of the 8th grade year. So it's for the IEP for the student entering into 9th grade. The IEP for the student entering into 9th grade. The pathways must be discussed annually. There's a form that's called Selecting the Highest, Most Appropriate Diploma Pathway. That form should be discussed with the parent at each IEP team meeting, starting with the 8th grade meeting, at that spring IEP, and thereafter annually, so that that team is determining whether that pathway is still the most appropriate pathway.
So my son turns 18 next week, and then a month later is IEP. So you mentioned maybe some different paperwork or some different information I need to take to that. What was that again?
Okay, in the IEP, on the IEP, I don't know if it's the next to the last page, but it talks about age of majority. So the age of majority, or where the rights transfer to a student, is at age 19. If you feel that your student is, I don't want to use the word incompetent, but unable to make decisions for him or herself, then at that time, you want to make sure that there is some type of paperwork that says you as a parent will continue to make those decisions regarding his or her education. So, at age 19, it will be discussed at age 18. In that meeting, they should talk about transfer of rights. In the meeting, when the child is 18. But then the rights actually transfer at age 19. Ma'am, you had another section of your question.
Is the document, you said make sure that there's paperwork on file, is that a power of attorney, or is that just an informal letter that says you're going to be involved in the decision-making process after 19?
That is going to depend on the school system. Okay. In other words, we work at the State Department. Each school system determines what will suffice. Okay. So that school system will tell you what will suffice in that case.
Okay. Okay.
Can a student who is placed on like AAA assessment during the elementary school years still move on to the essentials pathway in high school?
That's an IEP team decision, and the alternate, if the student is working on alternate standards, that is just the course of study that they are following. So that is going to be an IEP team decision. Remember that students, we all are different. We all are unique, and we all have strengths, we all have deficits. And remember that in the IEP, that IEP is written to address deficits, and you want accommodations that are going to help him or her achieve their long-term goals. So make sure that when you are going to those meetings that you talk about appropriate accommodations that are going to support your child. And not base it on where, you know, a course of study that they've been following, you know, in elementary school or middle school. You want to choose what's going to be best for your child.
Hey, both of you two ladies talked about a similar service starting in 9th or 9th and 10th grade, where you go to the schools and help the students with job skills and so forth. And you're in United Ability, right? And you're ADRS. So is it a matter that we kind of just choose and get a case manager from one or the other, or is there differences?
It is your choice. When you meet with your both rehab counselor and talk to them about what your students' needs are, what your wishes are. They should give you some choices of places to go, and you may decide, for whatever reason, that you would like to go to United Ability for one thing, or maybe you want to go to ADRS for something different, or one place for everything. It's totally up to you.
Okay, so you do offer different things where I might use one for one thing, one for another. And who helps me decide who to go? Is it at school?
It's the counselor that should be assigned to your school, to your high school. It's called a vocational rehab counselor who works for Alabama Department of Rehab Services, ADRS. I would ask the teacher who the ER counselor is, and they can kind of pick you up with them, and they will come meet with them at school.
Okay, thank you.
Remember that those services are going to start in 8th grade.
We're in 8th grade. We're going to 9th grade. We did just have our IEP about it, but yeah, we're there.
I think this is a question that's kind of been asked a couple of times, and I guess I'm seeking clarity on the pathways. If a child goes where it is determined by the IEP team that he or she would follow AAA starting in 3rd grade, they really couldn't go back to another pathway, could they? Or even if they go AAA, then they haven't had a regular course of study that would follow that to lead to a general diploma. So, with the question, I didn't know that it was answered. Can they go to a higher level of diploma once they've gone to AAA?
You're speaking two different things.
Okay.
Alternate standards are a course of study. Pathways are pathways that are leading to a diploma. There is an alternate achievement standards pathway, an essentials pathway, and a general ed pathway. So a student that is in elementary school is following the alternate standards, or could be following the alternate standards. Just because they're following the alternate standards does not necessarily mean that they are going to follow the alternate achievement standards pathway. We have had some students, and I didn't serve on the IEP team, but students were following alternate standards, but they were able to actually complete coursework on the essentials pathway. So don't just assume because your child is on alternate standards. I don't know anybody's child. Remember that everyone is unique. But just because they're on the alternate standards, what I would do as a parent is look at the course of study. You're able to look at the curriculum, and from the curriculum you can determine, is this something that my child is going to be able to do with accommodations? So that is how I would look at that, because the course of study and pathways, we're talking two different things, okay?
Yes, and real quickly, I was a special education case manager in a high school setting for 9 years. And I also was a middle school teacher. So as a middle school teacher, when I was preparing my students to leave middle school to high school, I would always encourage parents to, of course, look at those standards, but to give the child an opportunity to at least try a different pathway, because you can always adjust and meet as a team to decide, okay, we've tried the general pathway, this is not working, let's look at the essentials pathway. It's much easier to move down a pathway than it is to start on one pathway and move up. Because remember, when you get to high school, you're dealing with course credit. So courses that you take for the essentials do not translate to general education pathway course credits.
To answer the question from a parent perspective, my child was put on AAA in 3rd or 4th grade. You can't pull them off unless, like the previous panel said, you've got to advocate for your child. But I do have a question. What is the benefit in elementary school of putting them on AAA? Is it just so they don't have to take standardized tests, or what could they get on AAA in elementary school that they couldn't get just with an IEP alone?
That is like, we would need to talk to you individually because, like I say, all of us are unique. Like, for instance, sitting here, I have a hearing impairment. You can't see that. I wear hearing aids, but I compensate for that. And there are things that your child may need to compensate for in those early grades. What is that teacher doing to compensate? Does your child, just because they're on the alternate, does it mean that he or she needs to be in a self-contained class all the time? Or, can they be in the general ed classroom? Just because they're on the alternate, or working on alternate standards, does not mean that they have to be in the self-contained unit. So there are different things that parents should be advocating for, and it's going to be on a case-by-case basis. And also I want to say this too. We think that just because, don't let someone put you or your child in a box. There are students at this point who are on the essentials pathway that are attending four-year universities. Now, they met the entrance requirements. At one point, we were saying at the State Department that they could not go to a four-year university. That is what I was told. However, I've had LEAs or school systems to contact me to tell me differently. That was a couple of years ago, and those students are still there, and they are maintaining, and they are doing the work. So please, as parents, as educators, as advocates, let's not put people in a box. Let's think outside of the box, and let's talk about what people are able to do, not what they can't do. That's how I like to look at it.
For people graduating that are interested in college, who are they supposed to get in touch with at the college campus? And do most colleges offer the accommodations you're talking about? Is it just state schools that have to offer that, or is it private schools as well?
I would ask when you start the process of the application, I would ask your admissions counselor or the recruiter to be put in touch with the Disability Services Office. And it's all colleges, because it's, required by law, so it's not just state colleges. But yeah, definitely when you're in those first steps, just ask for the contact info. And they can start talking to you even if you're in the process of applying, but they can't really set up a file and start everything until the student's been fully admitted. So that would be my suggestion.
Andrea, you want to speak to that?
I would highly recommend, if that is the situation, to have a vocational rehab counselor, if you do already or not, because they can provide lots and lots of services to help with that process, including possibly sending them to ADRS lecture for vocational evaluation, college prep classes, anything. We try very hard in the college prep classes to help the students advocate for themselves and learn how to talk to disability support services coordinators and their professors about getting accommodations and just understanding their disability better and how to handle that. So that's my recommendation.
I refer students all the time, to the Dothan ADRS, so yeah, we definitely always work hand in hand. I got my teacher voice, I'm good.
Can you talk to us a little bit more about the adaptive driving and how you access that and what that process looks like when somebody starts it?
At me or? I got the driving too.
If you want to talk to someone that went through the driving program,
Sure.
and then I'll talk about the process.
I started with my Brooke rehab counselor. I asked if there was an option for driving because I couldn't do hand controls. And I was referred to Craig Rogers, he's amazing. And he came out, he he has guys that come out, but Dad, when I started driving, it's mainly him and another person, and he just got in his van, he has a van with new equipment, and put me in there. He was very patient, figuring out what was best for me with the joystick and the positioning and everything, and then we went and just drove on country roads for like an hour or two at a time. And he actually was the person who signed off on me getting my license. So I had to go out and get my permit, do the permit test with the state trooper's office. But as far as the license test and the driving test, that letter that he signed got me my license. He did all the driving with me that, the person at state trooper's office would do. So it was about a 2-year process because they didn't come down very often. They probably come down more often now. But he's like the main guy for Alabama, and like he's like states on him, but he's with Alabama. He's okay, I'll give it back.
And how did you get the accommodations like for your permit? How did you set up the accommodations for the permit? It's hard enough just to get a permit for a typical kid, so how did you set all that up?
You mean as in like taking the test?
Just to take the test for the permit.
The lady, one of the state troopers ladies, actually sat there with me and touched the screen for me. One of the questions, I guess he knew I was like almost passing. And I was like deciding between one or the other, and she's like, when I would say like B, she's like, and I'm like, oh, C. So that's pretty much how it went down. And they had to, Craig had written down like what exactly to put on the license. If you look at the back of my license, there's like a whole bunch of letters I don't understand, but it's all the limitations, like, stuff I can't do. And if I somehow start driving without my equipment, it's illegal, I guess is what that means. But yeah, so it was pretty easy. I mean, they were very nice at the office to do that permit test.
I'll add to that too for the permit training. So at United Ability, we offer through referrals from ADRS permit training for students. And so we have transition specialists that can go into the high schools or individually do the permit class with students, and we'll go through the book with them. We've created ourselves a lot of adapted activities to help students understand what's going to be on the test. And then we can also, or we do, take them to the DMV to take the test. We'll pay for the permit for them if they pass, and we'll pay for the license. So that's something that we can assist with. Like I said, it's a referral from ADRS, but we have a team of transition specialists that can teach the class and go through the test and hopefully help students pass. So that's another service that you can get from ADRS to a provider.
I hate to say this, but we've had some recent changes in our driving referral criteria. So I do want to talk about that just a little bit today. I'm glad that you said that you guys have permit training. We can offer permit training, and we can offer driver's training, and everything that you would need to become licensed as a driver. However, if it's possible for your student to learn at home, to be able to read the book and get the testing done on their own, or with your help, or with a CRP, a community rehab provider like United Ability, if they can be referred there first, or can go through the school program and be able to get driver's training, then they have to go through that avenue first before they can be referred for the driving program at ADRS. And then they have to have coexisting diagnoses in order to be able to go through the driving training. So if, let's just say, for example, your student has ADHD and you just don't really want to try to help them drive because it's scary, because I have a 19-year-old now, and it was terrifying driving with him. And that's just not one of those things. So it has to be a significant disability that would prevent you from being able to assist with their driver training and all of that. But the same as any other referral, you would just talk to the vocational rehab counselor about it, and they would make sure that they were appropriate to be referred to ADRS Lakeshore, and then they would go through the program. At that point, if they needed permit training still, we could help with that, and then they would be put into the driving program after that. And they go through tons and tons and tons of hours of training on through roads or parking lots or whatever until the drivers feel comfortable letting them out on main roads. And we have lots and lots of different vehicles that they use, vehicles that don't have any accommodations, all the way up to big trucks and vans where the doors come out, come down, you can wheel onto the ramp and then get in the driver's seat of the truck. It's pretty amazing. Every time I see different things that they're doing, hand controls, head controls, foot pedals only for steering, lots of different adaptive equipment. So we definitely can do evaluation if you're interested.
I started doing the truck right after I chose van.
Yeah,
I was
sorry.
like, I could have had a truck. I was a little like, I don't think I would pick the truck, but still, the option.
There's so many more options out there now than there used to be, and even that you can dream of. So
Is there a rate for your vehicles, and or do you help families or schools accommodate their vehicles?
So we do not do purchasing of vehicles through ADRS Lakeshore, but once, I believe, the way it works with the vocational rehab counselor is once you purchase a vehicle, then they can help you with the adaptive equipment that's needed for the vehicle, or if it needs to be accommodated, or like if a side of the van needs to be cut out to put a ramp in, or whatever, then we would work with our driving program for that as well.
So if a family did not have any adaptations, they would need to be, and they were appropriately referred, and were able to train with you. Is there a way for that? Like, are there just one in the state? Is Craig?
Craig Rogers is the only guy in our state that does the training. However, we do have 14 driving guys, we call them driving guys, driving instructors that are trained. And so once you go through the evaluation with him, the evaluation part is where he will put someone in a car, do measurements, figure out what all of the equipment is needed, eye testing, reaction testing, lots of different kinds of testing. And when he feels that you would be an appropriate driver, then he would set you up for driving training, and that's when he would work with our other guys to drive around. And so that happens. We have people housed all over the state doing the training, but he stays pretty much on the road every week. He's in a different office. So the way that they schedule it is if they know he's going to be at Dothan or Tuscaloosa or whatever to do the assessments, then they would schedule everyone that's been waiting for those appointment slots.
Well, I guess I shouldn't try to pin you down, but I'm trying to pin you down. Like if someone has a sophomore, oh my gosh, I need to call them. Or what's too, are they likely to wait a year for a driver's? And just so we know, just so we know we have to tell parents.
I would say as early as possible, ask your DR counselor for the referral if they're appropriate. Start even when they're 15, because you can still drive with them even though they don't have a permit. We did not used to be able to do that, but they have been cleared by ALEA to be able to drive with students even if they don't have a permit. So yeah, start early.
Yeah, it took me about a year to get it all set up. And regarding purchasing of the van for the high-tech equipment, like the touchscreen and the joystick, they prefer it be a new van because of the high-tech part of it. So we had to go purchase a new van because we had an old, clunky, brown, big van with a ramp that was like folded down. Anyway, it was very old. They said no to that, putting the equipment in that because it was such an old vehicle. And when we, I don't remember the years, but when I got my new van, I got a new van just because the equipment can last a very long time, and they don't want to put it in an old vehicle and then have to take the equipment out and put it in another vehicle. So, but that's with high-tech stuff. I don't know about hand controls and all that.
Yeah, I think hand controls can pretty much be put in any vehicle, but that high-tech equipment is very, very expensive, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, yeah, if you're going to have high-tech equipment, that's why we're recommending brand new.
I was going to confirm the process that I did do a vehicle. So yes, it's once you get the approval from ADRS that you pass your license testing, that is when insurance will then cover the hand controls in the vehicle or whatever adaptive equipment you have. That's when insurance will go forward and cover some portion, because they, insurance is gonna cover all of it. But that is when they will go forward, and insurance will cover some portion of that. Speaking to Becky's point as well, because I just added King controls to a new car in the last year and a half. Because I'm still working driving. So a lot of the providers of adaptive equipment will not put equipment in cars that are beyond like 5 years old. It's a very, very narrow window. And I think some of it is a safety issue, some of it is, as Becky said, they don't want to put it in a car that's old and then have to take it out 7 years later. But I also think it comes down to some of the equipment they have will work with new cars, and I don't know that it works with old cars. If that makes sense.
So I'm trying to understand this process. I have a very eager 15-year-old who I could wait 2 or 3 more years, but she's very eager. So she's already plugged in, like I didn't realize the two and y'all were connected because I want to be both places. So ADRS has already like set up the boat rehab, but I'm not sure if the driving part. So is there something I need to do separate?
You can just ask your counselor about it.
You're good. Okay.
You got me.
And she answered your question.
Can you talk a little bit about day programs and like how do you get on the list for a day program? Is there any resources or support to help pay for day programs? So kind of what that move after high school if work is not what you're going to do.
So ADRS does not fund day programs. That would be through the Department of Mental Health or private pay. So if someone is interested in adult day services, you would want to make sure that you're on the waiting list for waiver services early, like Byron was saying earlier, at 15 or 9th grade. To go ahead and call that 1-800 number and get on that list. And then as they continue to get closer to the end of high school, you can start looking into different providers in your area. I highly recommend going to several providers and touring them and talking to them to see what they offer. And then some providers offer private pay options as well for people that can afford that. And yes, thank you. We also, over at the United Ability table, we have a transition manual that we've recently updated, and it has instructions and topics in there that pretty much we've all discussed today. So it has a discussion about the diploma pathways that Dr. Moore actually gave us a ton of information on, so thank you. Department of Mental Health has updated it. It has medical services in there, Social Security, and it also talks about day service providers as well, and employment.
I did want to bring your attention, definitely, thank you, Katie, for mentioning this. In the back of this, there's a really nice diagram that describes the differences and the similarities of ADRS, Alabama Department of Rehab Services, and Alabama Department of Mental Health. They're two completely different funding sources that many people qualify for both of them. Some qualify for one of them, etc. So really, take one of these. If you leave your email with us at our United Ability table, we're happy to send it to you if you're a provider and you want an electronic copy. We're happy to send it out. But this is hot off the press. Literally yesterday, it was most recently updated, I think, in 2017, so it needed a good overhaul. So, but as far as any ADMH services, go through that 1-800 number that Byron shared, and he has a few more brochures over there, I think, too. So.
This is sort of comment, sort of question. Okay, and I'm not gonna reveal the location that I'm talking about because I love my son's school and his teachers and everything, but I do have something that has been brought to my attention, and I wanted to see what the best way to go about handling this is. As far as field trips go, and bus services and things like that, I recently found out that, okay, so in my son's IEP, we request that he wears a seatbelt on the bus. Not a harness or anything like that, but a seatbelt. So I recently found out, because of the way our buses are configured, we have, and the way that like the spaces are allotted on the buses, and the different kiddos' needs, that because a child requires a seatbelt and it causes them to need an extra bus to carry a bus that has a seatbelt in it, it was costing the class up to $300 more per field trip because they were having to take 2 buses versus someone coming from transportation services to temporarily install a seatbelt. Should that be happening? Because that cost has got to be passed on to someone. And some families might not be able to afford a higher fee for their kids to go on a field trip.
What needs to occur is that the special education coordinator and that LEA just needs to call the transportation director and then have that person put a seat belt on that bus so that that didn't have to happen.
Okay, because
it's simple.
And that was not a suggestion.
It's
So
simple.
it came from the top, okay.
Yeah. It really is simple. And if they need some assistance, they can call me and I will help them.
Thank you.
We're wrapping up, so I think these folks will hang around a little while during our 10-minute break if you have more questions. But we have another book to give away. I believe it is Dr. Cathy. Well, I'm just going to pronounce it right. Y'all enjoy your break, and did you want to make an announcement?
Sorry, 2 quick announcements. If you need social work CEU, so any of my social workers in the house, we will have them at the end of the 3 to 4 session available at the CRS table. So come see us at the CRS table before you leave if you need social work CEUs. And then the second announcement is about an upcoming conference with Family Voices of Alabama. So let me make sure I get this right. Okay, so Family Voices of Alabama will have their Partners in Care Summit. That is going to be April 17th through the 18th. If you would like to register for the summit, it will be on their website. And we hope that you all can make it out there for that particular event. It's a great way to connect with other families and to learn more about resources in our community. All right, enjoy your 10-minute break. We'll see y'all back soon to talk about legal stuff.
Hey, let me get a panel photo, you know, because I'm like, it goes on Facebook.
Ooh, one more book. Woo-hoo. Our last book is going to Nancy Smith.
Nancy Smith, come on down.
Are we ready to talk legal and all the joys that come with transitioning from childhood to adult world? There's all of the legal challenges involved. So we have got 3 attorneys. Oh, 2 attorneys and a law clerk here today. Very exciting. So we've got it's not Karen, like on the no, it's Jack Carney from Carney and I, and we've got Shandra, who is from ADAP, and she is one of the amazing lawyers with that program, and then we've got our law clerk. So we thought maybe we can have them talk and tell you a little bit about some of the legal issues that are going to arise, but this might also be a great opportunity to just do some question and answer. So we'll have you both
speak a little bit, but then I think we'd love to just take questions from the group. Does that sound good? All right.
I'm not sure how much I can do this. So when you put the live. Okay, I'll try not to yell too much. Okay, so my name is Shandra. I'm an attorney with the Alabama Disabilities Advocacy Program. This is my law clerk, Cole Adams. We work together very closely, mostly with Medicaid issues. And so I know when I was initially approached about coming today, we had planned to speak on Medicaid waivers. And so I want to be mindful of our time. Jack, I know you'll have some other planning things to discuss. I don't want to put too much of that time. So I do just want to cover a little bit about Medicaid waivers from kind of a broader sort of your rights perspective. So just kind of broadly, I first want to note, right now there are 7 waivers in Alabama. 3 of them are under the auspices of the Department of Mental Health. You heard a little bit about those this morning. 2 of them are under the auspices of the Alabama Department of Senior Services, and that's the elderly and disabled waiver, which I've gotten some questions about today, and then the Alabama Community Transition waiver. And then under the umbrella of the Department of Rehabilitation Services, there is the SAIL waiver, which I haven't got any questions about today, interestingly, because I normally do. So I do want to note a couple things sort of off the bat. I know there had been some discussion of the living at home waiver this morning for folks with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I do want to note that waiver is currently closed in all counties to applications. So right now, for folks who are already on it, they'll be allowed to remain on it, but there will not be new applications taken for it, as far as my understanding. So I want to talk a little bit about the eligibility process, the eligibility determination process more specifically, and what to do if you end up in a situation where an adverse determination has been made in regard to the Medicaid services that you or your family member or your loved one are trying to obtain. So all of the waivers have 2 main buckets of eligibility, and then some of them have a 3rd bucket of eligibility. So all of the waivers have what's called medical criteria and financial criteria. The medical criteria essentially is that the person applying for the waiver would need long-term care services in an institution if they did not receive the waiver. So that's essentially what is called nursing facility level of care, or for the ID and DD programs, it's called ICF-IID level of care. And they're very similar, like I said. It's essentially that the person applying for the waiver would need care in an institution if not for the waiver services. And then there's also the financial eligibility aspect. Now there are a few different categories of financial eligibility, but I think the most important thing to note, and this did come up this morning, and I kind of want to clear this up, for a child who is under 18 years of age, the parent's income is not considered when they are applying for the waiver. So it's a process called institutional deeming. And what that means essentially is that if the child was going to receive care in an institution like a nursing facility, obviously their parents' income would not be considered their income. So it's the same concept if the person's applying for a waiver. If they would otherwise be eligible if institutionalized, they are eligible for the waiver services. So I just want to note that for everybody. For a child, their parents' income is not counted. There are also rules related to spousal impoverishment and things like that. I'm not sure how pertinent that is right now, so I'm not going to get super in the weeds about it. But we do have a lot of materials at our table that cover some of these things more in depth. So that's the general medical criteria and then the financial eligibility criteria. And then the ID waiver and the community waiver program have a third bucket of eligibility, which is called program eligibility, and that's the IQ requirement that was being discussed this morning. So that's a category of eligibility on top of the general financial and level of care determinations. Now, the eligibility determination process is usually fairly straightforward. Where we run into issues the most is for people who are trying to apply for the ID waiver or the community waiver program, and they've had an IQ in their past of more than 70. And that can sometimes create problems with determining eligibility. Some of those rules are pretty strict. They've been relaxed a bit in recent years, in part due to ADRS advocacy. But sometimes those higher scores in the past can cause some complications. So I would encourage anybody who is looking at applying for any waiver, but especially if you're looking at applying for the ID waiver or the community waiver, and you're in that position, to please contact us. It's something we help with a lot in terms of helping people apply, challenging eligibility denials, things like that. I'll get into that more in a second. I want to also make sure I cover person-centered planning just a little bit, because it is a really important component of proceeding waiver services. And I know I'm kind of moving through this at light speed. There's a lot to cover, and we don't have a lot of time. So again, we do have a lot of materials as well as our contact information back there at our table. So very, very broadly, person-centered planning is the process by which the services a person receives are determined. Now, waiver recipients have rights related to the person-centered planning process in terms of where the meeting is held, when the meeting is held. They have the right to have an advocate there. They have the right to an objective determination of their need. The most important thing to remember with regards to person-centered planning is that for a waiver service to be covered, it has to be in the recipient's person-centered plan. And so that is a space where we see a lot of room for advocacy, because sometimes when a waiver recipient maybe is not fully informed of their rights, they may be there with their family who also isn't fully informed of the recipient's rights, it can get easy to end up in a situation where maybe you're not getting everything you need because you don't fully know your rights, you're not being appropriately advised of your rights. And so that's also something that we participate in quite a bit, is the person-centered planning process. Just make sure, of course, that the recipient's rights are being preserved in that process. Is there anything I didn't think about there?
I would just add generally as well that you have the right to due process in terms of constitutionally whenever you're applying for services, but also whenever, like Shandra used the phrase adverse determination. So whenever those services are reduced, whenever they're changed in a way that negatively affects the individual recipient, all of those things, you have a right to formal due process, which
I'm actually about to get into that.
Sorry, I'm going to give that to Shandra because I apparently took it.
So when you're talking about a violation of rights, what typically should our families be thinking about as an example of something that might be a violation of rights when we're talking about person-centered planning and maybe not including something within that plan?
That's a great question, and actually a really good segue into the due process stuff I'm about to get into, which Cole was kind of talking about. So the biggest issue we see when we receive calls from folks who are having trouble, when we're attending person-centered planning meetings, are verbal, informal denials of services. So this kind of gets back to the adverse determination phraseology we were using. A lot of times what we're seeing is folks may be at a person-centered planning meeting, they may ask for some certain service or some certain level of service, like a certain number of hours of personal care, for example, And they are verbally told, for whatever reason, oh, that's not possible, we can't do that, we don't have any providers for that, I've never seen anybody get that service. That's not how it's supposed to work. And this gets to the due process issues. So when you receive an adverse determination related to your Medicaid services, whether it is a denial of eligibility, a termination of services, a reduction of services, or being told no when you ask for certain services, you are, by federal law, mandated to receive written notice of the denial and appropriate procedures for challenging that denial. I see some very enthusiastic nodding from the crowd. I definitely want to talk to you later. So what the notice, the written notice, is supposed to contain is a justification for the decision, whether it's the denial, the reduction, the termination, and the law or rule governing that decision. You are also supposed to be provided with procedures to challenge the decision. So for the ID waiver, the living at home waiver, and the community waiver program, there's 2 steps. The first step is what's called an informal review. And when they say informal, they mean informal. You will appear via Zoom. There will be a panel of 3 disinterested people, which just means they weren't involved in making the decision. When I say disinterested, but technically what that means is that they just weren't involved in making the decision that's being challenged. You'll appear in front of them, you'll kind of state your case, they'll issue a decision, typically upholding the denial, and then from there, you can go to a fair hearing before the Medicaid agency. For the other waivers, there's a similar process. It's more of a documentary review, so it's not really an opportunity for you to appear and state your case. Documentation will be reviewed, and then assuming that the denial or reduction or whatever the initial adverse determination was is upheld, you will then go to that fair hearing in front of the Medicaid agency. Now, in this fair hearing process, you do have a variety of federally protected due process rights which cannot be taken away from you by Medicaid or anybody else. I'm not going to go through the entire laundry list. Again, our materials back there cover all of this, but the thrust of it is that you have the right to make your case. You have the right to call witnesses, to present evidence, to make an opening and closing statement, and to have everything you present meaningfully considered. Now, if you're going to this fair hearing process and you have not sought legal counsel up to this point, which I would encourage you to call us before you ever get there, but if you're at this point and you have not sought legal counsel, the fair hearing is the time when you need to have legal counsel, because they are effectively mini trials, and it's very, very easy, I think, to get steamrolled when you're not familiar with things like the rules of evidence and the rules of civil procedure, and all of these apply in this administrative hearing context. So it's a very long answer to your question, which is what are the most common violations we're seeing? It is these due process violations where people are not being given formal denials of the things they're asking for. They're just being told no, and they don't have any way to challenge it. So one last tip related to that I would give to all of you is that if you are ever in a person-centered planning meeting for yourself, your child, your family member, your loved one, a person you may be advocating on behalf of, and you ask for XYZ and you are verbally told, no, we can't do that, or you are discouraged from asking for that, ask for a denial notice in writing. Always make sure you do that, and if you're not given one, record the fact that you asked, because all of that will be meaningful later on when you're working on challenging that determination. So that is a very, very 30,000 foot bird's eye overview. I really wanted to focus on kind of these challenging due process issues, Cole didn't think of anything I didn't, okay, so I'm gonna hand this off now to somebody.
Well, yes, my name's Jack Hardy, and I'm an attorney as well. And I'm going to focus, that was great, by the way, and I'm going to focus on estate planning. And that's a lot of what I do. I'm going to be very brief, because I want to make sure you all have some time for questions for both of us. One of the things I was nice to see in the transition manual that's available over here, it really lays out perfectly the things to do when it comes to legal estate planning during that transition. And it's really two things is where I would focus on. We heard about it earlier. One, when someone's becoming an adult, they can make their own decisions. That's what Alabama law says at age 19. And so something has to be done at that point legally if that individual cannot make their own decisions. And that's part of the analysis that we do. And that can be maybe something as simple as a power of attorney. If someone has that ability to sign a durable power of attorney, we have adults do it all the time. I have a power of attorney where I appointed somebody to make decisions for me if I can't make them for myself. It's very important. And I had a situation where someone was dealing with their school. They were 20. They were in community college. The parents tried to talk to the dean of the school. They would not speak to the parent because they said, your child is an adult, and we cannot speak to you without her present. Well, they didn't want to have her present, nor did she want to be present. So we were able to fix it by having the daughter sign a power of attorney that had powers to talk about education. So you have to have some type of legal delegation in order to speak for your adult child. That could be somebody, that it's obvious that they can't speak for themselves. I've had parents that say, my child's nonverbal and they want to speak to my child. They will not talk to me even though I've showed them that fact. That's true. You need some type of designation. So if you can't do a power of attorney, it's a guardianship. And that could be a limited guardianship, that could be a full guardianship.
Tell us a little bit more about what capacity somebody would require to go power of attorney versus other options.
It is, and capacity, and that's a legal question, is does somebody have the capacity to sign a document? And if you want to write something down, there's a tool from the American Bar Association, the ABA. It's called the Practical Tool for Supported Decision Making. Practical is an acronym, and it is a workbook that the ABA has online. It's very good. It's when you have an individual who might need some help with decision making, that helps you walk through the process to see what might be needed. And it addresses capacity. And capacity is when someone comes to see me, do they have the legal ability to understand enough what this document means to sign it? And that is a determination really that's case by case is the way to look at it. I've had people that have asked me to sign a power of attorney sign for their mother, and they needed to handle some things for her. I walked in the room, she wasn't aware I was even there or what we were doing. She didn't have capacity. I said, unfortunately, you're stuck with guardianship or conservatorship. But it's basic. I tell folks all the time, do you understand the basic nature of this, that you're giving your parents the authority to make financial decisions for you? And if I feel you understand that basic fact, that's what you want and that you trust them to do it, probably have capacity. That's a good question. So those are the scales. In guardianship, the practical tool starts. The P for practical says presumed guardianship is not needed. Because we want to start there. And ADAP has some good resources on guardianship on their website as well. And I know they sometimes get involved when people have a guardianship and they probably shouldn't have a guardianship. Because I think the old way to do it was if you have any incapacity whatsoever, even if it's physical, you get a guardianship. And guardianship means your rights are taken from you and given to somebody else. That's not where we want to start. We want to start with some dignity for the person to make their own decisions. And then we want to help them and protect them. So, I sometimes refer to guardianship as a nuclear option. If something's really going wrong and we really cannot protect this person and they're not helping us protect themselves, we might have to do guardianship to protect them. And so that's the analysis she made. And again, it's 19. When you start to, when you're going to turn 19, you become an adult. The other thing I want to mention is just what I would call basic estate planning. Good materials in there about special needs trusts. We talk about getting on a Medicaid waiver, maybe getting SSI when you turn 18, starting to qualify for government benefits, Medicaid. If you have more than $2,000 of resources in your name, you will lose those benefits. So it's very important to ensure that our beneficiaries do not have excess resources. And it's pretty easy to do. We have more tools than ever now. And again, we can get specific if we need to, but we have a special needs trust. And that's just an instrument that you as parents, instead of leaving an inheritance to your disabled child that's on needs-based assistance, you can leave it to a trust. It can take care of them, and it does not disqualify them from benefits. It's wonderful. It's an amazing tool. The old way to do it, and I've still seen people do this, and it never works out well, is people would disinherit their child that was on needs-based assistance, would leave it to the sibling of the child and say, they'll take care of them. I've seen firsthand them not taking care of them. Or they take care of them under their standards, not mom or dad. So a trust is a wonderful tool. We also have the ABLE accounts now. ABLE is, you can Google two things. Google the National ABLE Resource Center. National ABLE Resource Center has information on ABLE accounts across the country, because you can go to any state, but we have one in Alabama called the N-ABLE account. Just so Google Alabama ABLE. And that is a savings account for somebody that qualifies for it, and you have to be disabled prior to age 26. That's changing in a couple of years. It's going to be 46 in 2025. They passed a law recently. It's something they've been trying a while to do it. So now it's going to be disabled prior to 46. You can get an ABLE account. That's a savings account where, let's say you're getting a Social Security disability benefit and it's building and it's getting close to $2,000, you can take that money and put it into the ABLE account and not lose your benefits. You can have up to $100,000 in an ABLE account before you lose your SSI benefit. So it's a great tool, but two things about an ABLE account: it's not a replacement for a special needs trust. I've had families say, well, I don't need a trust anymore, I have an ABLE account. ABLE account is limited in that you can only put $17,000 a year into an ABLE account. You can put a little more if the owner of the account is working. So it's a little more than 17. It's called the Able to Work Act. Added about $12,000, $13,000 extra you can put in. And then also, you don't want to use an ABLE account for gifting because there's a Medicaid payback. So if there's anything left in the ABLE account when the owner dies, Medicaid is paid back for services. So just some little things. All this is readily available on the ABLE website. It's easy to set up. I've helped somebody do it. It takes like 10 minutes to do it online. Very simple. It's just such a nice tool to have. And it helps. What it has done for us is it's given folks on needs-based assistance the dignity to save. Because before, they were encouraged to frivolously spend. Because if you can't have more than $2,000, you're going to look for things to buy. And you might not even need them, but you're going to buy them anyway, because you can't have more than $2,000. Well, now you can. So ABLE is a good tool. So that and the trust, again, all that's in the transition manual too. It's really well laid out with the special needs trust. So I just want to turn it over if there's any questions or anything else to...
I'll start with one question and then open it up to the group. When would you advise that a family start speaking with an attorney?
Because we get this question a lot.
Yeah.
When am I supposed to start this process?
Sure. So I can speak to the Medicaid aspect of it. So as a threshold matter, I would say in terms of trying to get your child or loved one, family member onto the waiting list for any of the waivers, you should do it as soon as you even think they may be eligible for a waiver. Now, we have a lot of great materials that kind of answer those questions sort of at a glance. You can get a good idea of what the individual who you're wanting to help apply on behalf of may be eligible for. So, and the reason I start with that as a threshold matter is because my personal opinion, I think kind of our sort of practicing guide, is that you should contact us at the outset of this process. And the reason for that is because in the event an application is denied, if we've been able to help you construct that application, if we've been able to communicate with people, then when we go to an appeal, we know that we have built the strongest possible record, and we're not ending up in a position, you know, like I've ended up in the past, where I was kind of using things to sort of put together puzzle pieces based on the limited information that a family had submitted. And if they had submitted all of the information I ended up kind of cobbling together, we probably never would have gotten to the appeals process. And so the reason that I suggest, strongly advise actually, that you contact us right at the outset of that process is that we can help you decide which of the waivers you should apply for. We can help you make sure that you've got all the correct documentation compiled. We can help communicate and collaborate with people at state agencies to make sure everything gets processed quickly. We can identify any potential problems right at the outset, rather than, you know, letting them snowball, and by the time we get involved, things have really gone off the rails. And we know that if we do have to appeal, we've already put ourselves in a very strong position. The other thing, and this is something I know you've said in the past, Cole, is, like, this is what we do for a living. Like, we have time to sit here and put together paperwork and make phone calls and send emails. You guys all have a lot on your plates. This is what we do for our work. So if we can take that burden off of other folks and incorporate it into the advocacy we're already providing, that's something we really want to do. So a very long way to say, I have a habit of doing that, I'm sorry, a very long way to say, contact us at the outset. If you're even thinking about mounting a waiver application, give us a call and we'll get going.
Yeah, I can speak to our two things. One about the supported decision making, maybe 3 to 6 months before 19 is a good time, because, and I was talking to somebody earlier about this, that when a court, if you have to do guardianship, you know, that might take some time. That's a court proceeding. And you know, that's one of the easiest court proceedings you're ever going to attend. It's still court. And courts take a while sometimes. And so I was saying Shelby County's doing a nice thing where they'll let us file a petition just a few months beforehand, maybe 2 months before. We'll put in the cover letter when the child turns 19, and they'll schedule the hearing either on the birthday or as soon as possible after. Because you can't technically have the hearing, you don't have jurisdiction until they're 19. And if you wait to file until after 19, then you might have a month or two where you're in limbo. You don't have authority because if you can't do a power of attorney, and that's okay, but there's a risk. The other thing about the special needs trust and planning is just as soon as possible. And here's why. I mean, I look at a special needs trust or just estate planning in general. It's one of those things that's important, but it doesn't feel urgent. And it's not urgent until something happens and you need it. Then it's urgent. So it's kind of like homeowners insurance. You know, you can't wait till the house is on fire to buy it. You have to get it well in advance. Same thing, and God forbid, if something happened to you or something happened to you and your spouse and you left resources to a disabled child or somebody who's on needs-based assistance, and you don't have a special needs trust, that's going to create some hardship. You know, and it's not going to be the best possible outcome for that family. So it's one of those things that just, it's good to get it as soon as you can. Just go ahead and get it in place, because it's emergency planning. That's what estate planning is. Same for me, you know, with young kids. I have a will with a trust for them, just in case something happens.
Thank you. So, who's got questions? Who's got specific questions? Crazy. Whoops.
I have a question about guardianship. So some of my families have adopted children from foster care, and so their resources are kind of limited. And so what can they do in order to because I think there's a cost for when you petition the court. Are there resources that families can have? Many of these families whether they're in foster care or not, I mean, they have, or previously in foster care, the cost can be, tremendous for things. Is there, are there programs that are available to help offset costs so families can help get guardianship for their children or power of attorney for children as they go into transitioning into adulthood?
So from the social work perspective and the community resource perspective, that is one of the areas that we do struggle with at CRS. We have to talk to families early on about savings, about ways to potentially have that money available. It is also the biggest barrier that I find as to why we cannot pursue guardianship. Jefferson County court costs are pretty high compared to some of the other families I serve who are in Walker County or Holman. They're able to get their guardianship done fairly cheaply. It's not quite the same here in Jefferson County. If anyone has found a resource, please share it with the group because I think we'd all love to disseminate that across the area. Anybody have a resource?
Yeah, I don't know if you got it. I don't, I mean, I think that's something that, I mean, I've talked to other attorneys, and I think that's something we talk about more, besides me just discounting my bill to what folks can, we can do that a lot. I mean, or just tell folks to pay. There's a lot of attorneys that will do that, that just explain kind of the situation, and we know it's different. And again, this is not, like I was saying before, this is not like complicated legal work. This is not me getting to research things. It is just paperwork, but unfortunately, most courts will require an attorney. And then you get a court-appointed attorney called a GAL, guardian ad litem. You go through that process. In most counties will do that. Some have actually started to not do that. And
I think Jefferson's still maybe charging for it, but I'm not
they
certain.
do, and sometimes that's up to the attorney. I've served as a GAL before, and a lot of times I'll waive the fee. Or, but again, some people that do that work, that's how they're making their living, is being a court-appointed attorney. So they can't, it's just a balancing act. I don't know about y'all with resources.
So I will say, so ADAC, we do not do guardianships, we don't help with guardianships, but we do help with alternatives to guardianship, like powers of attorney and stuff like that, and we do not charge for our services, and we cover all out-of-pocket fees, like filing fees and stuff, now, which obviously you wouldn't have with power of attorney because you don't file it with a court, but so yes, we can help with alternatives like powers of attorney, supported decision-making, things like that. Okay.
In general, how much does it cost in Jefferson County? Like, what's the ballpark?
I have heard families be quoted up to $3,000. That is often for a full package of legal services that also includes potentially a trust being set up and a few other pieces. But that is the highest I have heard a family be quoted. I would think the lowest I've heard is Walker County for like maybe a couple hundred. Is that about?
I just think of something as well.
I don't know if they do it, but I know potential resource could be like legal services in Alabama. They would be it'd be based on income, but if it is like a foster family that has income issues, then they could potentially qualify. I don't know that they do guardianships specifically, but I know they do a lot of other civil legal aid. And then the other thing would be the Volunteer Lawyers Association of the State Bar. So if you go to the Alabama Bar website, you can file a referral or call it. You have to call a number. Maybe there's a number there that if you can call that, and then they can refer you to a lawyer who might do a pro bono, and that could be a potential option as well.
That was the same question I had, but I will say this. I just finished the process of guardianship in the state plan in Jefferson County. It was about $4,000.
It was for?
Yeah, and we're not talking about a big state, so about $1,500 was the guardianship.
And then the court costs are pretty high, I've heard.
Yeah. It was uncontested, so it wasn't it wasn't a hard case at all. I had already, this was COVID, I had already filled out the paperwork, the guardianship paperwork, which you can pull offline. And I gave it to the attorney, and she looked at it, she said, why did you not just file this? She said, if you want to go file it, you can. And I didn't because I was worried about running into some problem. After it was all said and done, she filed my paperwork, I wish I had. So So it's not that hard, I mean, they may feel differently, but it's not that hard to do if you've got a clear case of your child needs guardianship.
Yeah,
But
I think that's,
let me say one more thing. That is, the cost is a big part we run into in the pediatric. We do talk to our families about guardianship. Most of our families, it's a one-parent income because the other parents are home taking care of this child. They don't have the finances to go after guardianship. So that's a huge problem.
That is my barrier. I would say the main barrier I have with any of these legal decision-making issues is, it is the cost component and you know.
Yeah, and I think that's about right on the cost for guardianship. When you do court costs and fees and things like about $1,200 to $1,500. And what we've run into is I see people do this, and courts are just inconsistent, and that's okay. They're like any government agency sometimes, that you can try to file it, but you mainly have folks being told you need an attorney to file it. So they'll go to the counter, and because what ends up happening is I think the courts are turning people away because it might not be filled out like it needs to, and there a lot of the judges have made a decision, instead of trying to like teach everybody how to do this the right way, we're just going to make you an attorney. But some of the smaller counties, they'll probably still let you do it. I mean, I've seen that.
Yes, I've seen that a lot in smaller counties.
Yeah, they'll just say, they'll help you fill it out, because they have more time. Jefferson and Shelby just don't have the time. There's so much volume going down. But yeah, hopefully, I think now that we know that, I mean, that is definitely something we can talk more about, is there's just got to be a better way to do guardianship, because especially these uncontested guardianship. Now, if it's contested, you know, then you're taught it's litigation. If you're talking $3,000 to $5,000, if you're trying to get guardianship over maybe a parent who doesn't want to give you guardianship, that's different. That could even be a lot more than that. But yeah, this is not. This is all pretty straightforward.
Yeah, that's typically.
My question was, can you file it yourself? Which you already answered that.
And it would go through the probate courts.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you can try.
it doesn't hurt to try.
I've just been told by so many parents, I did it myself. So, I guess it depends.
I think if you can, yes.
So I'm working with a family that moved to Alabama. They already got guardianship done, because, you know, he's 18, but in Alabama, 19 he's the adult. So would they have to go through this process again, or what does that look like?
Yeah, I can address that. There's actually a process to transfer guardianship from one state to the other. And there's like a uniform transfer of guardianship jurisdiction act that most states have adopted. And we've done that a couple of times, where if you'll get an order from the court where they're moving from, and then just file that order in the county of their residence here, and it affects the transfer. It's pretty easy.
Would they need an attorney, or can that be done just through fairly straightforward?
Again, I think it's the same exact thing, because you have to file a petition in both courts. So you need the attorney in the other court, you need the attorney here. Just like before, you can try. And just the worst that can happen is you'll be rejected and say you need to get an attorney. I mean, that's the worst thing that they can say. But there is an easy process to do that. I had one recently though when we were going to do the transfer, but then the guardianship court in Texas, I believe, just closed it. And so we just filed a new one here in Alabama. But because it's so easy to file this, it wasn't a big deal. But there is a transfer process.
Does anyone else have any questions? Is everyone going to go out and get an attorney? Oh, yes, no. Makes me realize I need to get my stuff in
I have a question regarding the ABLE account. Does the account allow for a beneficiary? And you said that in the event of the owner's death, SSI gets your money back. Do they just get the amount that SSI was paying that individual? And for how long?
It's Medicaid gets their money back. And it's Medicaid, this is the difference, Medicaid from the date the ABLE account was established forward. So it's the Medicaid services that were provided. That's what gets the money back.
And what if you weren't getting a lot of Medicaid services?
And if there were zero Medicaid services, it's a zero payback.
So if you never got Medicaid, let's say we never made it that far,
Yep.
you don't pay back.
Yeah, there's no payback. And so it's not SSI, so that monthly SSI payment just keeps coming in. It's just a Medicaid payback. And you're right, their money can go to wherever it's directed. Usually it goes to the estate of the individual, the beneficiary, because it's their bank account. Maybe that's one way to do it, but no, it's a Medicaid payback. It's interesting, by the way, there's another Medicaid payback for a certain type of trust. It's a first-party special needs trust. I have a handout over here on this table that talks about ABLE and special needs trust. You can grab one. I have a card if you have any questions. I have a little sign-up sheet. We do a little newsletter at our practice if you want to get our newsletter. We try to make it helpful. But there's something called a first-party special needs trust. So you can put money into that if you're under the age of 65. You can qualify for Medicaid and SSI, but there's a payback. And so that payback is for lifetime Medicaid. When you do a payback trust, it's Medicaid you receive from birth, so it can be very high. ABLE is only from date of account forward. And why I bring up that payback trust is if you don't do a special needs, if you do a special needs trust in your will, if you're proactive, there's no payback. You know, you leave it for your beneficiary, and then if that beneficiary's death, it can go wherever you want. It's called a third-party special needs trust because it's set up with your money. Third party. If you fail to do that, and this happens, we can fix it, but we have to put it in a first-party trust. So I had a situation where grandmother left $100,000 to disabled grandson. It was not in a special needs trust. We put it in a special needs trust so he didn't lose his Medicaid, but we had to put it into one of those payback special needs trusts. If she would have done it proactively, there would be no need for a payback. So I want to just kind of say this, you'll hear that term payback a lot in this world. And ABLE, the nice thing about ABLE is it's deemed to be a more favorable payback because it's not lifetime. It's just from the date you set up the account. And you never get Medicaid, you never pay anybody back. So it's a great deal.
Everybody get an ABLE account, it sounds like. Any more questions? Oh,
I just speak louder. He's so fast. Look at how quick he is.
Hey, so I created a special needs trust a few years ago, and I was told not to file it or anything, just to kind of hold on to it. Is that right, first of all?
That's generally correct, yes. Okay. I don't know where you would file it anyway, so you know.
Okay, it's yours, right? But secondly, some of the names that are appointed in there as far as responsibilities, I want to change those. Do I have to go back to that same attorney? Can I go to any attorney? Do I just make a note? What do I do?
Don't make a note. Because a lot of times people will scratch out a name, and I saw this just the other day. They'll just scratch it out and write a new name in. I was like, that really doesn't work. But you can go to any attorney to get that changed.
Start over like a whole new cost, drawing a whole new one?
Usually not. Go back to the document itself, and a lot of times the documents will tell you what you can or can't change. So for example, and maybe it'll tell you how to change it. So if a trust, sometimes they're revocable, not usually with a special needs trust, but sometimes they're revocable, and you just do an amendment to that trust. And whereas the trust might be 30 pages, the amendment's 2. And you just attach it to the trust.
That's not something I can just do on my own. I have to do it.
The same way you can technically do it on your own, but you know, it's kind of the same thing, like, I don't know, I could fix my car on my own, but I just don't because I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, but if you know what you're doing, you can, or if you read it again, it's always like, it's a risk too. You can certainly, but look at the document, because when we do a special needs trust, we'll say that the grantor, which is the person who created it, can change the trustee lineup by attaching an acknowledged document to this document with the new trustees. Acknowledged just means notarized. So you know, look and see what the document says, because a trust is like a self-contained little world. Whatever it says, that's what the rules are. And that's how you can make those changes. Because that's very common, you're right. When you do these trusts, you'll want to make sure you can change them over the years. And I was talking to somebody earlier, we're talking about putting a trust in place for the life of your child. That could be a long time, hopefully. And so you want to make sure the trust has enough flexibility in it to allow for somebody to even change it after you're gone. We sometimes call that a trustee appointer or a trust protector. That in a lot of documents, but read through your document itself and then just see what does it say about changing. I imagine it says something. maybe has some rules, but as for filing it, general rule is you just keep it, it's an empty vessel ready to receive assets. Now, if it's funded with any assets, and you might, for some reason, you might fund it, you have some obligation to share it with the Social Security Administration, with Medicaid. They have certain rules that if you have a funded trust, only if it's funded, would you share it with them.
Okay, so I'll call you.
Right. Or anybody, you don't have to call me, call anybody.
Okay.
Thinking about several parents, and you talk about reading and, making sure, and there are lots of parents that reading level is not, unable to read documents like that. So the ADAP team, we'll call you the ADAP team. Do y'all help with that stuff too? Like if the parent bring a document to you guys, would y'all help them navigate through that document? Or having services like that?
Not if it's a guardianship. So we're the protection and advocacy agency for the state of Alabama. P&A's federally funded. There's one in every state and U.S. territory. And our goal as the P&A is to preserve the rights and freedom of the individual with the disability. Now, our organizational perspective is that guardianships do not do that. So we can help, like I said, with alternatives like powers of attorney and stuff like that. But really anything involving helping obtain or maintain a guardianship is not going to be something in our wheelhouse.
Yeah, and I can say, in general, you sign a legal document, not be able to read it, as long as someone explains it to you. What the law would say is you just have to have that understanding. I had somebody sign a special needs trust for herself, because you can create your own special needs trust. She was legally blind. And so we actually read her the document and went through each one, because we had to make sure before you signed it, you understood it. The only way you understand it is we got to make sure, and we want to make sure it was read to you, so we did it. And say that's not required. And I've had people even sign X's before. Again, that's your signature. Yeah, absolutely. It's legal. And we'll both be around too if anybody has any questions.
Oh, yeah,
I don't want to.
We might need to just take a few minute break, but you can certainly talk to our panelists privately. And I think we're only going to do a 5-minute break and then come back. But if anyone needs their social or CEUs, we'll be over here at the CRS table.
To the very last session of what's been an amazing and informative day. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as much as I have. I'm really excited and want to thank you guys for recording and keeping us live all day. The room has been full, but we've also had a huge impact online. I've had people texting me all day that they've been watching and keeping up with what's going on. So very exciting. I'm really excited to announce our guest speaker today, Terry, and help me say the last name so I don't butcher it.
Cowan Holden.
Cowan Holden, okay. So Terry, I sent all of you her bio last night so that you had a chance to review that before today, so I won't go back through all of that again. But she is at Children's Hospital of Wisconsin and works as the clinic coordinator and program coordinator in the Downs program at Children's Wisconsin. And then I'm also going to welcome Dr. Carmen Tong, and she'll come back and we'll have, I'll be up here and then we'll all be together. But Carmen is a pediatric urologist at Children's of Alabama, and she'll be here to answer any of the questions you have about resources that are available within Children's Hospital. I'm going to turn it over to you.
So I'm going to speak from the side of, mainly working with people with intellectual disabilities, because that's what I do. And then I think Carmen can speak to spina bifida specifically, and since there's a lot of questions. Are you turning my slides? Okay. You can go. I think you all know this, but I'm just going to talk a little bit about some problems and issues we have sexuality. You guys probably are right. But I've been doing this work for a long time, and we still have a lot of work to do related to accepting people, both with physical and intellectual disabilities, as sexual human beings, okay? There still is a lot of negativity. I think in general, as a society, we have issues with sexuality, but when we start talking about people with disabilities as sexual human beings, that discomfort becomes magnified, whether you're a parent, whether you're a professional. And also, my perspective is I tend to work with people who are having issues and concerns about sexuality, so I'm probably a little bit skewed. My bias is probably a little bit skewed from the problem standpoint, right? We know that there is overall, in all the literature we look at related to people with intellectual disabilities, they just have way less information about sexuality than when we compare them to the typical population for people who do not have intellectual disabilities. So we still have a lot of work to do related to that. There's also, when we're talking about people who need support, we know there's also magnified reliance on caregivers in a variety of ways. I'm going to talk a little bit about sort of body desensitization and how that works and what we can do about that. And then the living environments that people are in, we still have a lot of work to do with policies, sexuality positive policies. Right now, I think we focus on abuse prevention and abuse policies, but people struggle with how do we support healthy relationships when people are living in different environments? How do we support sexual activity for people who may need some help from caregivers or positioning, those kinds of issues? Okay. But today, and just some general data that we have on people with physical disabilities, similar rates of sexual activities as their peers, but we know they're less likely to receive sexuality education, and that together is a dangerous combination. Less likely to use condoms and contraceptives, less likely to receive testing, more likely to experience abuse, more likely to experience, we're not sure, we don't have really data on more likely to experience STIs or orientation and gender differences in people with physical disabilities. But I can tell you, as somebody who works in the field, that there's a lot of oppression and lack of recognition of diversities in sexuality in general. Okay, next slide. Let's talk a little bit about people with intellectual disabilities. We don't have as many studies related to sexual activity and sexual activity, but we know that there is tons of literature on how, people with intellectual disabilities having less information about sexuality. So a big need there. Lowered rates, we don't know if the sexual activity that does happen is typical or they just start later. We don't have a lot of data on contraceptive use in people with intellectual disabilities. Again, diversities in sexuality. Very little data on pregnancy rates, but we have a lot of data on increased rate of sexual abuse in people with intellectual disabilities. So my thought is all of those things that at the top of the list are contribute to that. So when we're talking about sexual and reproductive health care, these are some of the issues that come up. Hygiene, menstrual management, relationships, sexual expression, fertility, and pregnancy prevention, and I should have family planning on there as well. Let's go to the next slide. So I wanted to talk just a little bit about each of these related to people who have intellectual disabilities. You can go to the next one. So, why do I talk about hygiene? The common experience of people who have intellectual disabilities needing help or care. This is, I think, true for people with physical disabilities as well. But I think parents and professionals often make an assumption that just related to people's capacity to do these things. I'm here to say that I've seen a lot of success with people managing their hygiene and self-care, but it does take a considerable amount of time, a considerable amount of persistence, and energy from the parents and the professionals who are supporting the individual. We look at how we can do this, how we can teach, and we know we have to break things into tiny pieces and work on segments of health self-care over time. You can go to the next one. For people who, and there are going to be people who need support with hygiene and care. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this respectful care model, but David Hainsberg was a famous sexuality educator and behaviorist out of Canada. He passed away a few years ago, but he did talk a lot about this respectful care model, and this model becomes important because one of the things that we know about people who receive care is oftentimes they feel like there's a desensitization that happens with their body, that people are doing things to them rather than for them, okay? So this model really talks about how you provide intimate care, how you can provide intimate care in a way that supports body autonomy in an individual who may need support. So the first step is really asking permission before you move into somebody's space, rather than sort of doing things to people, okay? Asking permission and then waiting for a response. And even if somebody does not have language or words, this can be, a head nod, a turning in the right direction, an eye blink, but there's a wait. And that wait really gives people the power to decide when somebody is going to move into their space. We know there is kind of a body desensitization that can happen, and that makes people vulnerable, can make people vulnerable to abuse. We're going to always justify why we're there. We're going to describe what we're doing. There should be a reason why we are touching someone or in their personal space. And then always encouraging as much participation as possible. And this is really occupational therapy stuff, but we want to help people to understand that their body's their own and they have some control over what happens to their body. So this is a way that you can be thinking about how you're providing intimate care for somebody who may need support. Menstrual management, I think everybody here has adults, right? I'm not going to spend them. No? Okay. Go to the next slide, please. So menstrual management is a piece of sexual reproductive health care. You can click to the next slide. Thank you. I just want to say that my experiences, one of my goals as a professional is to make this as easy as possible for families to address sexuality issues across the lifespan. And so I do some programming for puberty age kids that's modified and adapted. And I will tell you that I have seen in people who have moderate to mild intellectual disabilities, they do quite well managing menstruation. And I'll tell you that many times parents are very surprised at how well they do. But the key there is repetition and reinforcement over time, preparing them in advance, and concrete education for people. When there are issues with difficulties in menstruation, we talk about the least restrictive medical intervention when people are needing help and there are complications or issues, just like there is with anybody in the general population related to menstruation. And so, by least restrictive approaches, medical approaches, we talk about, minimizing risks for the patient and maximizing self-determination. So, helping them and supporting them to do as much as they possibly can to take care of themselves. But we also know that some people need more than that. So hormonal methods sometimes is another step, and then obviously we're going to go to surgical interventions absolutely last. That's most invasive. Yes? These are some of the reasons why we might move towards menstrual suppression or elimination. Challenging behaviors that are clearly cyclical, and so the only way you can tell this is really by gathering data. tracking if you see changes in behavior, to kind of validate what it is that you're seeing. Sometimes health conditions are exacerbated by the hormonal cycle. Seizures, diabetes, can be really difficult during this time. Sometimes the presence of gynecological conditions that have been unresponsive to less invasive treatments is one of the reasons we move to menstrual suppression. Difficulty, sometimes people really are challenged by managing their own menstruation, so even with good training and support. And ideally, we want some informed choice by the patient, so they know they can be a part of that decision making. Okay, let's talk about relationships. I'm going to get into this in more detail in the next session, but go ahead, you can hit. Where is he? Okay, all right. And I'm sorry, this shouldn't be common concerns. These are normal, healthy, sexual goals we might all have. But there is certainly no difference in the population of people that we see with intellectual disabilities as far as the desire to date, having sexual feelings, wanting to have a meaningful connection. That's just a human need, I think, that we all have. And so sometimes how they go about doing it isn't necessarily appropriate, but we'll talk more about that. But because of the script of having less information about sexuality, sometimes understanding how to handle feelings and crushes is a little bit more difficult. We know that one of the common concerns with relationships for people with intellectual disabilities are parents. Parents and caregivers are often the biggest barrier for how people move through or are able to date and get together with people that they may be interested in. So. Consent. Consent to sexual activity or consent to sexual expression or being able to consent and what that all involves. I think I have a slide on that a little bit. And then, of course, exploitation. Those are all common concerns when we think about people with intellectual disabilities having a relationship. And again, a lot of this, the consent, the exploitation prevention, and the dating process all involve information that they may or may not have. Go ahead. Oh, fertility, pregnancy prevention. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. So when we're talking about sexual activity and the rights and responsibilities, these are no different than you or I related to being a sexual human being. I call them the 4 Ps, and one of them is a little bit different than you or I would have to worry about. But the 4 Ps for permission, the people I work with don't always understand the word consent, but they know what permission means. So, one of the responsibilities when we talk about healthy sexuality is both, there have to be 2 yeses. Some people would say 2 enthusiastic yeses. But both people have to know, first of all, they have to know what they're consenting to, and then be able to give consent. Privacy issues are huge and I'm guessing this is an issue for people who have physical disabilities as well and need support. You or I can, if we want privacy, we sort of know how to access that, but it's a little bit more complicated for people. And so sometimes that support piece has to come into play here. Protection from unplanned pregnancy, STIs, and pleasure. And we don't talk about pleasure enough. The literature is pretty dismal when we think about people, or when we explore the whole issue of pleasure in people who have intellectual disabilities and partnering sexual activity. It is often not a very pleasurable experience for the female. And again, I think this just comes from not having the information they need about what is pleasure. I'm going to leave you with this model, and this is the implicit model. And when we talk about sexual professions, sexuality professions, therapists, counselors, educators, this is a model we use all the time. And when we're talking about healthy sexuality, this is sort of a way to be thinking about our roles as parents or caregivers or professionals in the world of sexuality. So I'll explain it to you. Where's trying to do it left? No. Okay. I'm sorry, go back for a second. We're going to talk about the implicit model. Okay. So this was a model that was developed by Jack Ganon, a sex therapist. And he did this incredible thing throughout his professional career. He tracked the people that were coming to his practice. He was a sex therapist. And he was tracking why they were coming in and then what level of intervention he had to provide in order to help people move through the sexuality issue or concern that they were dealing with. Okay? So there's 4 levels to there's 4 sections to the model. The first top level is permission. And what he meant by permission was just not permission to do anything, tell people they could do anything they want. Permission means acknowledging that people are sexual human beings, okay? And I sometimes that's a little bit more difficult for parents or professionals who are supporting people with intellectual disabilities, but everybody's sexual in their own way, okay? So, the next level of the model is limited intervention. So, limited information. So, I want you to look at those numbers on the right side. The top permission is 45, limited information is 30. So what that means is in 75% of the people who are coming to him, so the majority, they simply needed somebody to acknowledge that what they were feeling was normal and healthy, and they also needed some information that they were missing. So they were missing some limited information about whatever issue they were struggling with. So the majority of people that were coming to his practice simply needed permission and limited information to move through their sexual issues. Now, when I first started in this world of sexuality and people with intellectual disabilities, when people were expressing or attempting to express themselves sexually in whatever, maybe it was masturbating in an inappropriate place, or it could be anything. Not necessarily sexual intercourse, but people were moving right down to that intensive therapy. Oh my gosh, something wrong here. And I'm showing you this because I think as parents and providers, we need to be, we need to try to feel okay, recognizing that our sons and daughters are sexual human beings, and then you may have to be the information provider, because guess what? They're not getting it in school, they're not getting it in so many other places that could be providing sexuality information. So we know there's gaps. SS is specific suggestion, and IT is intensive therapy, and look at, as you go down, you also need more training as you go down the model, but I really do believe that most parents can do the top 2 levels of this model. Okay? So whatever it is related to sexuality that you're trying to support or struggling with as a parent or provider, we can talk more about that if you want. Okay, next slide. I think everybody in here knows that people with intellectual disabilities are at high risk for sexual exploitation when we compare them to the typical population. There's lots and lots of reasons for that. The reliance on caregivers and dependency that we sometimes create and perpetuate really makes people vulnerable. It can make people vulnerable. We know that their exposure to caregivers over time is extensive. In the adult world, we do have sort of a rotating door of caregivers who may be supporting your son or daughter, so that's concerning also. We talked a little bit about the boundary desensitization with the model, if people need support with caring for their body, and that support is consistent over time, and there's different people coming into the picture. I want you to think about it. That whole idea of modesty It's really that sense that you have some control over your body, and many people that I support don't have that sense. So that's what we call body desensitization or boundary desensitization, and that's why we talked a little bit about that model. Condition compliance, lack of information, we talked about a lot, and then isolation and loneliness, which one of the things I say to our families as their sons and daughters are transitioning to the adult world is you need to make sure there's friends in both worlds and they have a good pool of friends in both worlds. Because when people are lonely and desperate, they do things that aren't necessarily safe. And I don't know if you guys have seen this ever, but this is David Hinsberger's ring of safety. Related to abuse prevention. He talks about understanding privacy and awareness with the body and other aspects of privacy, giving people the ability to non-comply, that's a skill, think for themselves. Someone who listens, understanding personal rights, healthy self-concept, opportunities for healthy sexuality, sexuality education, all contribute to this ring of safety. If you just Google ring of safety, there'll be an article that pops up on this. Okay, next one. All right, so same needs. People with intellectual disabilities have the same needs, but we often have to use different approaches for how we're sharing information and helping them understand different aspects of sexual and reproductive health. We know that we just don't address these issues sufficiently, either in the healthcare world, in the educational world, pretty much everywhere. So we can do a much better job with that. The literature also illustrates that, or tells us that parents really want help and need help with this. And we know information is power. So one of my thoughts for providers is, when we're talking about how we integrate this into our sexual and reproductive health services, we have to normalize this. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine whose daughter had some pretty significant needs. She was in a wheelchair her whole life. She was blind, had a hearing impairment, had an intellectual disability. And when my friend was transitioning to adult care, I think she was 8, her daughter was 18 or 19 at the time. The provider at the clinic was really pushing the HPV vaccine. And for you, those of you who don't know, that's a vaccine against venereal, right? Yeah. You all have heard it, I'm sure. And so her daughter was full care, and she said, why do you think she is going to need a vaccine? And the doctor said to her, well, it would be just in case she was abused. And from my friend's perspective, she said, I have been struggling with sexuality issues for her whole entire life. Masturbating inappropriately, nobody touched on puberty or menstruation or how to handle that. And now she's 18 and you're telling me we should get an HPV vaccine. So that story just sort of slammed home for me the importance of really looking at sexuality throughout the lifespan, because families need help throughout the whole lifespan, not just at certain segments. So that's my clinical story. Okay, I think that's the last slide, but you can. Okay, all right, I'll let you talk, or are you just gonna take questions?
Yeah, Carmen Hall, pediatric neurology at Children's Alabama. Terry, that was such a fantastic talk. I learned so much from that. I work primarily with spinal bifida children in our multidisciplinary clinic. Something that Betsy and I are very passionate about is introducing sexual health discussions early on with parents. And I think, Terry, at the end, you really touched upon how this is something that we talk about in a snapshot or at only certain parts of their lives when it's convenient for the providers or when we feel as providers comfortable talking about it. And so something that we've really worked on is as soon as the child is born, that we begin to approach the discussion of how sexuality may be different for our special children, and things for parents to sort of understand and really help them along, even as young as, newborn, childhood age into adolescence, because we really want to start talking about this and be open about it and understand that there will be some differences that the caregivers will have to be comfortable sort of talking about and discussing with their child. And so now, at least in my clinic, and I know in our adult transition clinic, we take a short period of time where I spend a little time either talking to the parents about the tools that are available, which unfortunately there are not very many out there. We're working on building a toolkit at our clinic to make this accessible for parents to know how to talk about this with their children, and then for adolescents to review the material also, so that at least they have a source to go to if they have questions, because they will have questions. And then we also sort of approach things like desire, erections, partners, what it means to have safe touch, bad touch, appropriate touch. Because as Terry pointed out, I think very, very poignantly, a lot of our children are used to having caregivers cath them, change them, take care of them. And so their understanding of what is appropriate touch is very different. And so that's a very important point that we try to hone in with parents, and the importance of talking about this early on.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
Mine works.
I think that it just took a second.
I can just use my teeth. Yeah. Are your slides, I missed the first few slides of yours from your presentation. Are they available anywhere online or anything?
Which, just these?
Yes, yes.
Not yet. Okay. Because I would just like to see those initial slides. It's an area that's very interesting to me and very addressing. It's very needed, I feel like.
I can send them to Betsy.
Okay.
Right?
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll send those out to everyone when I send another link of the evaluation.
I'm a PT, so I'm constantly, I'm touching kids all the time, and it's just something I think about as my kids that I work with get older. I have a lot of kids who are very young, but I also have some teenagers, and I get real conscious of it when they get older, that I'm so comfortable treating them like they're my own child. What are some things that I really need to be doing or how do I need to be changing my approach as they get older to prepare them for this autonomy?
Well, I think the asking permission piece, give me an example. I'm trying to think of what you would be doing with a...
Stretching their legs. I'm
Okay.
on their inner thigh. I'm looking at bruises. I'm looking at their tightness. I'm checking their braces. So I may be pulling their pants up.
You are
Some of the
invading their
girls,
space,
I'm
right?
pulling up the back of their shirt. I'm all over their bodies, and I will always say, hey, let me look at your arm. And usually, the moms will say, oh, there's something going on with their arm or their leg, or I'm reaching across them, or I'm picking them up.
Okay.
I'm all in their space. And when they're little bitties, I don't think about it. When they're older.
You should be thinking about it, even as little bitties.
Okay, yeah. It's just, to me, they're like my own children. So it didn't even occur to me when they're little, but when they're teenagers, it's real. I start really thinking, I don't want them to be okay with somebody doing this to them all the time.
Yeah. I think I have a couple thoughts on that. One, kind of identifying so touch is contextual, right? I mean, so putting some context to the touch, but also making sure they understand the relationship you have with them. You're not their friend, you're not their buddy, you are their physical therapist. And at some point, being clear about what that means, they might not understand that as a little child, but as they're getting older, okay, I don't know how you could frame that. today we're gonna do therapy. I mean, I think using the word therapy sort of distinguishes you from somebody else, right? And then using that, ask permission before you move into their space. So something like, are you ready for me to stretch out your leg? And then that model that I talked about, describe what you're doing, why you're doing it, why are you in their space, and make that a regular thing so they understand the context of the touch. She's my therapist, she's my physical therapist, she stretches my leg. So they begin to associate that with you as a role that you're playing in their life, right? Somebody else doing this would not make sense because they're not the physical therapist. Okay? And they might not get it, you know, initially, but repetitively over time, it's going to make more sense. Does that make sense?
One of the things I also do when I'm talking to parents, and especially when they're learning catheterization for the first time, and I'll tell the parent, it's important that you tell your child, especially before sending them into the school system, if this ever feels different to you than when I'm doing it, and that's assuming that nothing's going on in the home, but if this ever feels different than when mom's doing this, then you need to let mom know that, you know, when I was in school, somebody did this and it felt different. And so I think even introducing those topics, it helps to normalize the conversation, and you know, then if something is happening, the child's more likely to say. So I think therapy is a great time to just begin normalizing that conversation. Any other questions? All right, so with that, we will roll right into your last session, Terry, if that's okay.
Okay.
I think we have.
He's got my, I'm gonna have to find.
Yeah. So if everybody will hang tight, we'll roll right into the last session.
Okay.